I was with John Major in Florence in 1996. It was my 50th birthday, the day of the summit, and it also happened to be in the middle of the so-called beef war when the European Union had banned exports of British beef. As I entered the dinner with my fellow foreign ministers, they started, to my delight, by singing Happy Birthday, but halfway through changed it to Happy Beef Day. I hope the same spirit of camaraderie will exist this morning. I'm going to go into some detail, but before I do, I think it's right to reflect where we're coming from. It's now over 40 years since the United Kingdom joined the European community, then the European Union. And of course, we had a referendum shortly after we joined, which gave a 2-to-1 majority for staying in the European community. 66%, I think, voted yes. We all know when the referendum takes place, it's going to be a lot closer, and I don't know what the outcome of that will be, but I think to a large extent, to a very large extent, it will be influenced, if not determined, by the success of these negotiations. It's not unreasonable in a democracy that almost half a century after you join an institution, you reflect as to the value of that decision, whether it's made sense, whether it still makes sense, not just for Britain. It would apply to any country to have such an internal debate, and indeed we are seeing throughout Europe, in the countries of all my colleagues around this table, there are similar debates, although the issue of departing Europe is not itself on the table. I think it's helpful, at least I hope it will be helpful, just to start off where the United Kingdom's coming from. We don't question, I certainly don't question, I don't think the British government questions, the value of the European Union, including the United Kingdom as a member of that European Union, in historic terms. It's a unique creation, the result of 2 world wars emanating from our continent, and the realization that at least part of the reason for Europe is the determination to prevent that happening again. That is as relevant for the United Kingdom as it is for France, for Germany, or for other countries. We were participants in both those wars. We lost many people. Our own island was almost invaded. All the catastrophes involved applied to all of us. And of course, Europe remains a country which has divisions, partly because of Russia's policy, which we're all familiar with. So we cannot take for granted that the old divisions within Europe have disappeared. The second general point I want to make is that nor should my colleagues assume that the United Kingdom is always and has a sort of knee-jerk reaction to European integration or giving up national control of certain responsibilities. Just to give an example of what I mean, I was Europe Minister under Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher was one of the great champions, as we all know, of the single market, one of the greatest achievements of the European community. And the single market wasn't just free trade. It was a market in trade and services, and it required majority voting, which Margaret Thatcher supported, in order to bring it into fruition. Let me give another example outside the EU, but in NATO, the United Kingdom has found it easier than France, historically, in giving up national control to international bodies in regard to the defense of Europe through the NATO alliance. So we don't have a knee-jerk reaction that automatically says supranational control or international integration is wrong. But we do take the view, one other point, if I may, on this before I move on. Also, it's a mistake to believe that this referendum we're having is simply the British Prime Minister's response to internal problems within the Conservative Party. It is not just an internal Conservative problem, though that does exist, I don't doubt it and deny it for a moment. But the United Kingdom as a whole is deeply divided on the question of Europe, and it must be healthy that this matter is resolved in the way of that is fundamental in a democratic society by the people of the United Kingdom taking a decision as to the future of their country. Now, that's not just a British debate. There are debates taking place in many European countries, and they've become much more intense on these issues, with new political parties being formed, whether it's or existing parties, whether in France or in Germany or in other European countries. So let me move to the specifics of this current negotiation. And what the Prime Minister, David Cameron, has done is set up what are realistic but also significant and substantial requirements that will help us conclude that our future should remain within the European Union. And these were spelled out in the letter to Donald Tusk, the President of the European Council. Let me take briefly through the 4 points that were raised in that letter. First of all, on the question of the Eurozone and the relationship between the Eurozone and those countries that are not in the Eurozone area, either because they don't wish to be or because they are not eligible for membership and in many cases may not be eligible for a long time to come. I don't think anyone in the United Kingdom wants to interfere in how the Eurozone regulates itself. That is a matter for Eurozone members, and it's none of our business, nor should it be, to tell the Eurozone how it operates. However, and it's a very big however, we have a large number of countries that are not in the Eurozone, not just the United Kingdom. 9 members of the European Union are not Eurozone member states, and they have fundamental interests to the same degree as Eurozone members if the Eurozone is contemplating action that has wider implications than the Eurozone and affects the European Union as a whole. And the single greatest fear that I have, and I think it's a legitimate fear, is that we normally have, as a qualified majority, the requirement for 65% to vote for a particular proposal. The Eurozone countries cumulatively represent 66.64% of voting power within the European Union as a whole. And therefore it is entirely possible, either deliberately or unconsciously, for Eurozone countries, now and in the future, to caucus, to reach their own preliminary view on some matter, present it to the European Union as a whole, but effectively have already decided the matter in their own interests. And if that happened in a way that affected the single market as a whole, that is gravely damaging to the integrity of the single market and utterly unacceptable, not just to the United Kingdom, but to all 9 countries that are not in the Eurozone area. And this is not just a theoretical or hypothetical problem. I can give you already a couple of examples where it's already been happening. For example, there was it went through a European Union-wide bailout fund for Greece because of Greece's Eurozone problems, but the EU as a whole was required to finance this. Likewise, there's already pressure for the clearing of euros to have to be in a Eurozone country. At the moment, most of it is in London. Not because London demands it, but because London appears to be more competitive than any other financial center for attracting this business. And in a single market, that is how it should operate. So these are not just theoretical problems, they're real problems. And we have argued that there has to be a recognition that on anything involving the single market, it cannot just be the Eurozone countries that happen to have the qualified majority that can determine what happens. There has to be consensus, and there has to be a procedure for ensuring that we get consensus on any proposals. Secondly, on the question of deepening the single market, cutting bureaucracy, and linked to the question of the enhanced role for national parliaments, our starting point is, first of all, that there is and everyone recognizes this, again, it's not a particularly British problem, there is a real burden on businesses and industry from the nature of European regulation. Everyone agrees that, pays lip service to it. We do not yet have binding action plan, binding route map to reduce that burden. And the crucial requirement in our negotiation, and it ought to appeal to most of my colleagues around the table, is that it must be binding not just on the member states, but on the Commission as well, to reduce that burden in a specific way that should be spelt out, which we can all reach agreement. So far as national parliaments are concerned, it may be an uncomfortable thing to say, but they have more democratic legitimacy in the eyes of the public. I'm not making a theoretical point or a philosophical point. So far as the public are concerned, it has been worked out that on average, in the European Union as a whole, there is a 25% greater turnout, 25 percentage points greater turnout to vote in national elections than in European Parliament elections. And that speaks for itself as to the relevance of national parliaments. But at the moment, they have only a cursory involvement in European matters. There are various fig leaves that are given, but nothing that creates a substance of power. And what we believe, and I think a number of other member states believe, is that the member states, the national parliaments, a threshold, we would argue, of somewhere around about 35% of national parliaments, if they object to a proposal, should be able to insist on consensus in the European Union as a whole if these proposals were to go forward. Let me mention ever closer union, the third of the objectives, and matters of that kind. Now, in one sense, there shouldn't be an issue about ever closer union, because if you look at the text, and all my colleagues will be already aware of this, it refers to the ever closer union of the peoples of Europe, not of the states or the governments. And that sounds, therefore, a very friendly apple pie aspiration, and nothing that is threatening, and who could possibly disagree with that? We have raised this, however, as an issue, I think legitimately so, because in practice, it not only keeps appearing in the treaties, but there's occasions when the European Court of Justice or others have used it to try and justify integration where it might not otherwise be seen as worthy. I think it was the Dutch foreign minister, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, who said the days of ever closer union are over. We should realize that and act accordingly. So we believe, so far as the United Kingdom is concerned, other European countries might have a similar interest. We should make it abundantly clear there is no binding obligation on any member state to accept the principle of greater integration. I said earlier that we were not automatically against integration. The judgment we make is if it can be demonstrated that integration, more integration, will lead either to greater security or prosperity or an enhancement in our quality of life, then we are prepared to share sovereignty or surrender sovereignty, as we did on the single market, as we have done in NATO with regard to defense. But what we are not attracted by, and I think this applies, if not to other governments, it certainly applies to many people around Europe, is to argue that more Europe, that awful phrase, automatically is good and less Europe is bad. Because it's the point I was making a few moments ago, that in terms of our electorate, all of our electorates are more interested in their national parliaments providing legitimacy and providing democratic accountability. It has not yet been possible to provide that to the same degree in European states. Let me finally turn to obviously what is the most difficult issue, and that is the issue of whether those who are enjoying and will continue to enjoy free movement of people around the European Union should be entitled to welfare benefits within 4 years of them arriving in this case, the United Kingdom. Other countries may have a similar interest. And here, my Prime Minister has already moved. The original proposal was to cap the number of people who could come to the United Kingdom. And we accept that under the free movement, that would simply not be tolerable. So what we're talking about is welfare benefit entitlement. And it's worth pointing out that welfare is not a subject of European Union competence. Welfare is a national issue determined in each member state according to its own national view, its own national parliament's willingness to legislate. So the issue only arises because welfare has been linked to free movement. And if I'm told that it's not possible to divorce it legally, then all right, then the requirement either is to change the law to make it possible, because welfare was never expected to be a matter of European competence, certainly not now or in the foreseeable future. And as an alternative, there may be other ways in which we can achieve the same objective. I would ask my colleagues not to underestimate the importance of this in our referendum. What our opinion polls have indicated is that as many as 9% of the electorate will change would change their vote from staying in to leaving if there's not some satisfactory outcome on a matter of this kind. And that is a pretty big chunk of the electorate and could make all the difference. I simply quote a distinguished Austrian academic, Martin Ruers, who has argued, and I quote his words, that continuing to insist on both unrestricted migration and equal access to national welfare states for EU workers has the potential to undermine the political sustainability of free movement because it does not take adequate account of important differences in the labour markets and welfare states across EU member states. Now that's an Austrian view, not a British view, but it happens to sum up our own thinking. And the final point I would make in these opening comments, I'll try and flesh out some of the detail later on in this discussion, is that, of course, this is a difficult area. But my experience of the European Union, and I have been involved in it since I was a member of the Doog Committee under Senator Doog of Ireland way back in the 1980s when I was Europe Minister. My experience of Europe is that when Europe looks for a solution, it finds solutions. When Europe is looking for a problem, it finds problems. And therefore, what I appeal to my colleagues around this table and in their respective governments is to see, right, this is an issue, it's a difficult one. Let's try and see how we can build on the fundamentals to reach a position which is acceptable, does not harm any other member state, but enables us as a government in Britain to recommend to our national citizens that when the referendum comes, our future should remain as part of the European Union. I think it's quite clear that's what the Prime Minister would like. That's what he hopes to be able to say. But, you know, in democracies, and we're all representing democracies around this table, it's not just the views of prime ministers and ministers that will determine this matter. It's the public. They have to be persuaded. At the moment, they are deeply divided in the United Kingdom. And I think the way we address these issues constructively and with a will to reach common solutions acceptable to all will maximize the prospects of the right answer. Thank you.
Sir Malcolm, thank you for laying that out brilliantly to cover everything that we needed to cover, and particularly for me, thank you for laying it out in time, which absolutely never happens, so I'm thrilled that we're off to a great start. We now would like to get some broad comments from our European interlocutors. I'm going to start with the Commission, the EU institutions. Sorry, you have the whole thing. Carol, you're in charge, and then we'll go on from there. Let me just add one thing, if you could add to your comments that I think Sir Malcolm brought up. Beyond speaking specifically about governments, he brought up the key point about your publics. And there are three possibilities here. Your publics are strongly with the British, they're strongly against it, or they don't care because they have other things to worry about at the moment. And I think that's an important point to make. There's a tremendous amount going on in Europe at the moment that also will play into this, and feel free to say that in an educational way. That's an honest and hopeful thing. But let's start with the EU institutions and we'll move on from there.
Thank you. Let me first say that we as the European Commission, we will try to find solutions. I think that's the role of the European Commission. On the one hand, of course, we have to defend the treaty, and we will do that vigorously. But the approach is also that we should find solutions. Now, let me very briefly go into the different topics. First of all, the Eurozone. There are now 9 countries, Sir Malcolm, that are out of the Eurozone, but in fact there is only one that has the right to stay out of the Eurozone. The other ones have the obligation, once they fulfill the conditions, to become a member of the Eurozone. Now, what cannot happen is that when it has to see with single market, that there should be consensus. I mean, the idea can never be that the European Union goes back to decision taken by consensus. I think there can be found solutions to this topic, but certainly not by introducing again consensus, because in fact it would come down to a veto by a minority, and that cannot happen. Secondly, on competitiveness, again, I believe we can find solutions to say that it should be binding on the Commission, that there is less legislation. Look, I'm not going to go into the details, but the reason that the European Commission has been proposing so many legislations is because the member states ask for it, you know. If the member states don't ask for it, the Commission are not going to propose that many legislation anymore. And by the way, it was very clear, for example, by Mr. Timmermans, that this is the direction they want to go. I've been in the Commission myself for some time, and it's all the time the member states that are asking for very complicated solutions. It's not the Commission, it is the other way around. On sovereignty, well, again, the idea of consensus, I think it's not, it doesn't bear fruit. I mean, we should go away from that. That doesn't make sense. That cannot happen. It will be completely against the treaty, by the way, and nobody knows how the treaty could be changed, by the way. Now, what you say is that the national parliaments are more, let's say, a pillar of the European Union than, for example, the European Parliament. My idea has always been, and I think also of the Commission, that you have 2 pillars of sovereignty. On the one hand, you have the direct election of the European Parliament. On the other hand, you have the indirect a composition of the council where all parliaments are represented, and those a council of ministers, governments are represented, and those governments are democratically elected by parliaments, no? By national parliaments. So it's not as if the national parliament is not represented at the European level. They are indirectly in the council, and that's where they play their role. Now, having said this, I think there should be openness to give the national parliaments more a say in European matters, but not by becoming part of the decision-taking mechanism of the European Union, not adding another layer. What you can have is, and you already have it by the way now with the green card and the yellow card, that they can make a number of remarks and have a second reading and so on. And you could even consider that if a majority of the parliaments representing a majority of the population within a certain period of time is against, that then, well, it's you're back to square one. But you cannot mingle the national parliaments in the European decision-taking system, because that simply would not work. Now, the ever closer union, you know, this is a theoretical discussion, and as a politician, I'm not really very much interested in that, because, well, first of all, it's the ever closer union of the peoples. We cannot be against that, and on the other hand, at any moment in time, member states will have to decide whether they agree to further integrate or not. So this is a philosophical problem, very interesting, but maybe not for today. Now, the last one, and there, if you allow me, Mr. Hulsman, I would like to have a couple more minutes to very precisely frame what it is really about. It's not about welfare benefits as a whole. There are a number of decisions by the Court of Justice that for the social security benefits, you can have a period, kind of a waiting period before a migrant worker has those benefits. There are decisions by the European Court of Justice on that, and even very recent ones. For example, the decision on Dano is one, and another on Alimanovic. So that can be settled. Where the real problem is what they call the in-work benefits. And that's outside the social security system. It's about tax cuts, for example, tax breaks for people that are working. And there you cannot discriminate. So you cannot have two people working in exactly the same position and being paid in a different way. That cannot happen, and it would be completely contrary to the European Treaty. That simply cannot work. So I think it would be good for the British government to be precise on that, and also not to amalgamate all this and give the impression to their own population that it's about the social security system. It is not. It's about a specific feature in Great Britain, the so-called in-work benefits. Now, is there a solution to that? Well, I've seen in the Anglo-Saxon press an idea of a safeguard or something like that. I don't know whether we can go into the details of that, but maybe there is a way. But first of all, there should also be the acceptance that we have to do things that stay inside the existing treaty.
Thank you very much. I have already 4 people to respond, and we have about 10 minutes, so please do the math. That's fine. Now, that's about 2 minutes a person. That's 5. I'd like to start with Stefan for Germany, please.
Before we go into details, I'd like to point out that I suggest there's a consensus that is worthwhile working on a better Europe. And it is nothing that the Brits opened this debate with the referendum, maybe a question whether it's a good path to walk on or not. It's everybody to his own decision, but there's a consensus. It's worthwhile working on a better Europe. Second consensus, I think we want you in. But this cannot be misinterpreted. That does not mean by all means. You have to understand both parts of this medal, and I'd like to clear that out as a basic statement, open these negotiations. A thing we excluded clearly is the issue of treaty changes, yet Before we go into detail, we want to clarify there might be treaty changes, but I don't believe the treaty change, to start with the treaty change, would lead to the results close to the referendum. So we have to line up, for example, for intergovernmental elections, for improvements on a quite clear legal status. But if you want to ruin the debate, we can start with treaty changes at number one. We do not, and I'd like to share this view together with my French colleague, we do not exclude treaty changes, but there's much room for maneuver, improvement for a better Europe below this status. And finally, I'd like to point out there is a need for explanation why the British authorities, the UK government, is exposing the danger that the relevant and necessary and hopefully future relevant voice is trying to open this debate and leading to not to a success, maybe lose importance in the European game. I have found no argument yet which explains the UK position to expose to that danger to be not, I would say, a second class, but not so important member of the European integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hear from the Netherlands, please?
Yeah, thank you. And Malcolm, I want to start with this nice map here. You see in this version, the UK is in the center. But
It's a British map.
maybe this is your idea of open Europe. But we are very close on the other side of the North Sea, as the Netherlands. And there is a saying in the Netherlands that it's better to have a good neighbor than to have a far friend. But you are not only a close and a good neighbor, you are a close friend for the Dutch. And I have to say that goes back not just because you co-shaped European history some 70 years ago. It also has to do with the fact that we, both in the Netherlands and the UK, we love good football. It goes back to the idea that you send pop music to the European continent. The language that you speak here is now, without any legal binding, overwhelming Europe. We love you. We love you. You are a part of Europe. You are a founding part of Europe as it is now. So please come on, stay in the Union then also. You are a part of Europe. Now, on the points that you raised, we can go both ways. We can say, well, these are all UK problems, but we can also discuss whether to some extent these are also chances to deepen the European Union, chances to make the European Union stronger than it is nowadays. Let me give a few comments, only 2 comments on what that could mean for the points that you raised. I do not agree on all points, and I am with Karel de Gucht on the national parliament's roles. But you quoted one of my ministers that the days for an ever closer union are over. What do we mean by that? That ever closer is not a goal in itself. It should be the union, as you said rightly, of security, prosperity, and quality of life. And if we can do something good for our people, then we focus on these things and make it better. So that can mean that there is a multi-track. Some countries are going deeper than others when it comes to currency. Some countries go deeper than others when it comes to other issues. We are very pragmatic in that, and we have to set the rules that we respect each other, and of course there should not be any abuse of majority in that sense. Now, when it comes to the very delicate issue of migration, we see the sensitivity of the issue not just in the UK, but in most of the European countries, and also in our country, the Netherlands. But to react to that with something on a rational basis that can convince our people is not the right way, because the fears that our ordinary citizens have go much deeper It has to do with all the insecurity that comes from globalization. And therefore, we need a very strong union. And on the issue of migration, I would say that you have a very particular system in the UK. You have these in-work benefits that none of us have. And we can agree that contribution-based, if workers pay premiums, you have no objection that they get a rise. But you have this particularity that in your system, you give in-work benefits because you think that is a fair thing. Now, if workers are free to move, then workers should be treated equal in each and every country of the European Union, so also in the UK. Malcolm, what is exactly what you want here?
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it to Italy. There are still 4 people who want to talk this time. Please keep it to 2 minutes. All right. Prime Minister Letta.
Thank you. 1 minute for a general statement of our position on the discussion we are having. And if I can, 1 minute to prepare the position that we will have in case of Brexit. That is important, you to know. Sir Malcolm. The first statement, we don't think that a cherry picking on these 4 points will bring us to a solution, to a successful solution. We have to know that the big picture is more important than the details. And when I say big picture, I think that, and this will be my position on the 4th point later on, the only solution is to go towards two-circle Europe with treaty changes, if it is necessary, but clearly saying that we take seriously your referendum and the ideas behind your referendum, and we move towards, for the first time, a clear two-circle Europe. One large circle sharing some policies, policies like the single market or foreign trade and other like that, and one, the core Europe, the Euro countries, with the greater integration as goal, leaving out the greater integration on the 28 circle. This is our general idea, and my position will follow this idea. Final point is about the discussion that we will have later on in case of Brexit. Italy is a country who wants to help the UK to stay in and who want to push UK to stay in. But if you go out, our position will be very clear, a position where the discussion on the issues, on the outcome, will be a discussion in which there's a big difference between being in and being out. It is not possible to being out thinking to being in. That is very important for me to say it before the discussion and before the referendum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Spain, please, 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. I would take two first words, political will and realism, because it's true that when Europe, Great Britain has said that when Europe wants, we find solution, when there is political will. And I hope that there will be political will on all sides. I took a second word, which is citizens. The citizens of Spain, and I think it's not just the citizens of Spain, perceive that just Great Britain is taking a position, I would say, of strong negotiations just for the advantage, and that if this goes on, this would be unstoppable, that there would be other countries that would just, and that this would unravel the European project. So we want, yes, I fully support what Italy said. Spain wants Great Britain in. We, in particular, for instance, are pretty much pushing forward the importance of multilateral treaties, but as it was previously said, at any price. On the fourth issue, and we will address it, I was surprised nobody mentioned fraud. It is a matter of fraud, mainly. What makes our citizens, and not just in Great Britain, mad, is all the fraud that is being just under these positions. Let's speak about this. Let's not speak about migration, because this is not a problem of migration. It's mainly a problem of fraud. And there are solutions for that.
Thank you, that's fantastic. Sweden, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to answer your question first, how it is with the publics, against or with the British people. And I think that I'm rather convinced about that the Swedish people would like the British people to be within the European Union and to go even further than what the Netherlands did. It's more to say that it would be an awful public divorce otherwise, because we love you and we think we are in this marriage together. And Sweden, UK, the Netherlands are very, very tight among the liberal countries, and we need your strong voice when it comes to more open trade. We need it also to have less stupid regulations, if I may say so. You are discussing the option then one in, one out. I would like to change that and said instead that we need to have more smart regulations. It's just a waste of time to count them. Do we have more or less? We need to have the smart ones. And one suggestion for that could be then that we start a commission and ask ourselves then from the beginning, like they do with the foreign policy in US, the State Department, each year they discuss that. What do we need for this? And we could do the same, but with companies then, and ask, what do we need? And which kind of legislation do we need to start a company in Europe? Just not to dig into more details, but to start from the beginning. And then of course also, I mean, we need you in the discussion about our competitiveness, how we can secure the energy market. That's one important thing. And I think my government want me to say a green energy market, so I do that. Also about digitalization, that I know Swedish companies are not that good at for the moment. We need to be much better in that throughout Europe. We have e-trade, we have a lot of free trade agreements that we need to finalize, not at least TTIP and CETA, where I know that UK think that this is really important. Just a small comment also on this ever closer union. I think that depends, of course, how you judge it. How you think about an ever closer union. And I think still that it could be a positive sentence if you think about what it can lead to. Ever closer union does not only mean more regulation and more legislation. It means also more competitiveness. It means more prosperity for all the people. I stop there.
Thank you. John, 2 minutes.
Ireland wants the UK to stay in the European Union because we don't look forward to having to have customs posts introduced in the border in Ireland, and possibly even passport controls where people pass from one part of Ireland to the other. The disruptive effect on the relations between these two islands and the peace we have established with the help of your government would be enormous. Secondly, we very much support David Cameron's statement that he wants the European Union to do more to fulfil its commitment to the free flow of goods, capital and services within the European Union. Do more. Unfortunately, some of the things that are being proposed go against that, in the sense the requirement for unanimity in the governance of the euro could conceivably mean that the EU could do less. Likewise, the introduction of the national parliaments as another hurdle over which the already complex process of EU legislation would also go against that requirement that David Cameron has put forward. As Ireland, we would be very worried that, let me be blunt about it, Irish people living and working here in Britain would lose access to the universal credit. We have had that in both directions long before either of us joined the European Union under the common travel area between Britain and Ireland. But as an EU member, I think you could not discriminate in favour of us, possibly, and against people from Poland. So we're worried about that. And a lot of our citizens will have a vote in the referendum, I should mention. Also, finally, if we do go to our bottom line to satisfy the UK in this case, can we be sure that you won't be coming back looking for more in 10 years' time?
40 years.
And, well, if every country had to re-examine if a marriage had to be reopened every 10 years or every so often, I don't think marriages would last at all. I would hope that this will be the end of the matter. If we do reach an agreement with you and you do vote to stay in, that the matter will not be reopened again, because we can't live with this sort of uncertainty. People are investing for very long periods, and they need to know what the political context will be in which their investments will be being returned. And if Britain's position in Europe is a matter of constant debate and angst, that's not good for investment.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Balcerowicz, please go on. 2 minutes, thank you.
All right. Well, I should stress that I am not speaking, do not represent the present Polish government, but fortunately, on the issue of Britain in the European Union, there's a large consensus in Poland among the parties, and most of the Polish public is for Britain staying in the European Union. Now, on specifics. First, we are very much for strengthening the protection of non-Euro members against intrusive legislation, which would come proposals from the Eurozone. We are ready to negotiate that. For example, it would be useful to establish what sorts of regulation cannot be justified by a single market. I think employment legislation had a very weak justification in the single market. Second, strengthening the role of national parliaments would help to guard against this danger of excessive regulation coming from the Eurozone and against excessive regulation in general. By the way, it would be useful for a British host to look at their own regulations, British regulations, for example, zoning. It is not European kind of regulation. Now, on the touchy subject of migration, I would like to make 3 points. First, the free movement of people is just untouchable. Second, I must say that many people in Poland feel offended by the accusations, which are untrue, then come to Britain just to misuse the social benefits. And I think British politicians should be more active against this untruth. There are data which show that the contribution they made to the British budget are much larger than what they draw. We are not interested in sending our people to Britain, but if they go, we want them to work. And not. Now, we would be ready to look and to negotiate around the rulings of the Court of Justice. I have the same rulings. I think they generally make sense. But we are against discrimination of people who work outside Poland. And finally, I would like to the negotiations about Britain staying in the European Union to have a broader area and to touch upon such things as liberalizing services. I think this is the British position too, because we would like European Union to be an engine for growth, and there are certain initiatives that are very important. So liberalizing services, certainly speeding up the conclusion of free trade agreements with other countries, including the United States, but there are some other countries, and we find a lot of justification in British demands. So let us use these negotiations to improve the European Union in such a way that also Britain would stay in the European Union.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. We're about to move on to the specifics, but before we do, 4 very quick points to make that were raised here that I think need to be added into what Sir Malcolm said that I think are great to make parameters come down to what you said. One, I think Stefan's comment, we want you in, but...
Can I say a word for France?
You can. Let me finish this and then 2 minutes, please. We want you in, but not under any conditions. I think that's a vital point to make. Okay. 2, the structure. Europeans care about the structure of the European Union, and this discussion in Britain, which won't look at it that way, has to be included, because that's the way the Europeans think about everything. And without doing that, it won't work. So the Brits have to make the effort to understand that the structure in which these things will be dealt with at the Commission and the national level is absolutely vital in a policy way. 3, Prime Minister Letta's comment, there's a big difference between being in and out. I think a lot of people feel that way. This middle ground people are looking for won't work. You're either married or you're not married. And that has to be made clear. And then John's point, the last one to think about this, is this it? In terms of investment and political stability, given what's going on with the Euro crisis, what's going on with migration in Germany and other places in southern Germany where I live, and what's going on with globalization, that certitude has to be part of any deal. And that makes sense to me, that has to be addressed as we go. But yes, absolutely. France, 2 minutes, and then we specifically go on because we're late. Yes.
Thanks to give me the floor, the last one, because I agree that the French model, politically, economically, and socially, is quite different from the British one. As rightly said by Mr. Malcolm Rifkin, Europe for the British is a legacy not only of his, but also of Margaret Thatcher. So you have to deal with this legacy. France admires the British, and it dates back to Voltaire and Montesquieu, who were very, very Anglophile, I would say. But also, as said by the Prime Minister the day before yesterday, we think that the Brexit would be a disaster, first for the British people and then for Europe. But we won't reach a compromise because Mr. Cameron does not expect all his demands to be met, I think. He knows that compromise is the basis of the functioning of Europe. We won't have a compromise at any price. And I have 3 points to underline. First, the Eurozone. It has never been considered that the Eurozone would prevent the UK from having an access to the single market. And you didn't quote, I think, the best examples. You mentioned the clearing and settlement issue, which is ruled by the Court of Justice in March 2015, as you know. And the ECB lost this case because it asked the clearing and settlement banks to be in the Eurozone because the ECB is the lender of last resort. And this is, the solution is here. The second example has to do with the banking union, the supervisory mechanism, where the British, of course, mentioned rightly that it had an effect on the European Banking Authority in London, and we found a solution with a qualified majority voting. So we think that this case is really a good example where the union can find, with the British, a good solution, or the court has found a good solution. The second point is the ever closer union of peoples. It's not the American Constitution, we, the people. Victor Hugo wanted the United States of Europe. I can reassure you, unfortunately, in my life, I won't see it. I regret it very much. And you cannot, of course, ignore that Europe is first, has been first built for reasons of security and for reasons of peace. And this is key for the time being when there are so many security issues to be dealt with. So that's why the ever closer union of peoples is the expression which dates back to the 1957 treaty. And this expression was maintained in the treaty because the British wanted it in 1991 when you rejected the word federalism. So I think that the British were right at the moment, and they must stay in that right direction. And the third issue is the most difficult because it has to do with free circulation of workers and entrepreneurs. And as I said before, I think it's really the core of, we perhaps will reach a compromise. I think that with the German, we have a conversation in that respect. But you must understand that free market is not only for capitals, goods and services, it's also for workers. And if you raise this issue, as a French, I must say it's a bit dangerous, because we have had the rejection of the referendum in 2005 because of the Polish plumber. And Polish plumbers in France are exceptional. They are very good workers, and everyone is very happy with them now. So I hope you are too.
And on the Polish plumber note, we're moving on to the specifics. We've changed the order slightly to correspond to what Sir Malcolm laid out, and I'd like him to respond to begin this again after having taken on all these points of view. I think that makes sense. Then we'll go back and dig down on this for about 20 minutes, so please be brief. Sir Malcolm, we're going to talk about economic governance, as you said to begin, Eurozone ins and outs and the specifics of that point. If you could, based upon what you've heard and the points made, then drill down on that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I'd like to thank all my colleagues for what they have said, some of which reflects the problems that we have, but some of it also reflects the way in which we might be able to make progress. I was particularly pleased to hear, for example, our German colleague Stephen mentioning, and with French support, that you do not exclude treaty changes. It may not be necessary. I'm not sure any of us are very enthusiastic about treaty changes. It might require 29 referendums around the European Union. But nevertheless, treaty change is an important element that cannot be excluded, and that is something I welcome what you said. I also welcome our Dutch colleague's remark that he too takes the view, the Netherlands takes the view, that when we go for further integration, it should be on the basis that there's hard evidence that it will actually enhance the security, the prosperity, or the quality of life of our people. We're not doing it for ideological reasons, for visionary reasons. We're doing it because it actually is going to improve the quality of life. And to Enrico, speaking on behalf of Italy, I think it was very important the way you presented what may be the longer-term future. So often we hear the phrase, a two-speed Europe may be what we require. Two-speed is the wrong phrase. Two-speed implies you reach the same destination, you just get there a bit later. And I think the political reality, not just for the United Kingdom, perhaps for Sweden, perhaps for Denmark, perhaps for Poland, perhaps for a number of other countries, is there are some kinds of integration they will not wish to reach in the foreseeable future, if ever. And so your concept of a two-circle Europe is, I think, and let's not talk about inner or outer, just two different circles. But that brings me to the heart of how we deal with the Eurozone question, which is the first detailed point that you've asked me to comment on. Because the essence of this is that the single market is for all 29 countries. The Eurozone is 19 countries. And with respect to the Commission, while all the countries other than Britain may have some obligation to join the Eurozone, in the real world, some of them, even if they want to, aren't going to be members for the next 10, 20 years, perhaps even longer.
Let's see.
Well, let's see, but it's not an unrealistic possibility that it'll be a long time and there may be further enlightenment.
Nothing is unrealistic.
The point I'm making is that for the foreseeable future, for a generation, there are going to be Eurozone countries and non-Eurozone countries in the European Union. That is reality. That's not just a British view. We all know that to be true. It is crucial, therefore, that either consciously or unconsciously, the Eurozone does not operate in a way that takes decisions for the Eurozone which also have an impact on the single market. That is the point. Now, representing the Commission, you made a perfectly fair point that the way to resolve that cannot be to go for consensus if that means you have to have every single country agreeing. But there are other ways you can move in that direction to reassure. And you can say, for example, the United Kingdom has suggested this could be a way forward, that if you have a proposal emanating from the Eurozone countries, because what we are concerned about is caucusing, a predetermined majority where, although there's lip service paid to all the other countries being involved in the debate, in fact, the decision has been taken in advance by the Eurozone countries. And nobody will admit that, but we know in the real world that is sometimes how people get together and discuss during a negotiation. So we have to avoid that as being even a hypothetical possibility. And the way we have suggested, and others I think have suggested, is let us say of the 9 non-Eurozone countries, if, for example, 3 of these countries make an objection to what is being proposed, then that will operate as a sort of emergency brake. It will impose an obligation, rather like your Nanina compromise, but building on that, slightly stronger than that. It will impose an obligation on the Union as a whole to try to work towards a consensus, to seek to take into account the concerns of the non-Eurozone countries, but it has to do so in a real way, because the very first time, then that was ignored. I cannot believe that all 9 non-Eurozone countries would not protest with deep, deep resentment at any attempt to make changes to the single market that was not done on an equal basis by all the member states. So let us explore, by all means, ways of doing it. I've suggested that one way would be if 3 of the non-Eurozone countries object, then that should change the procedure, not to trying to get 100% agreement, but trying to ensure that the concerns of non-Eurozone countries are equally taken into account. That is not a destructive, that is a constructive view, which I hope will appeal to colleagues.
Just jumping in, and I'd like you all to comment as we get this weekend. There was some movement on this issue, as you know, in the newspapers about Sherpas beginning to work out. Could there be something between these two positions? Between consensus is not on the table, yes, but the caucusing issue, could several countries and percentages were being discussed, which is rather different. Let me start with France and then on to Germany.
Just a point, the French at present, the French government does not favor a treaty change. We'll see. We are not, we think that the British should renounce to this demand. Sure. Then we'll see, because compromise, as I said, is the core of the functioning of Europe. With regard to the Eurozone, on the contrary, how is it that the British could stop the Eurozone integration? And have you got examples of subject matters which would endanger the interest of the UK with regard to the Eurozone? Because the competences are very, very limited.
If the Eurozone is simply discussing the future of the Eurozone, that's none of our business. We can offer an opinion, but we have no right to try and stop that, nor do we wish the Eurozone success. It will be beneficial to the whole of Europe, including the non-Eurozone members, if the Eurozone gets back on the right track and is strong and successful. That is not a problem. The concern, inevitably, is if you have a group of countries who are the Eurozone countries, meeting constantly, meeting regularly, without the other member states, what appears on their agenda?
This is not right.
It may not be what happens at the moment. We're not talking just about today and tomorrow. We're talking about a structure, because if Enrico's suggestion of a two-circle Europe is where we're facing, then the single market isn't part of those two circles. That is the whole 29.
Yeah. Let's start with Germany and then Italy. First to Germany.
So Malcolm, you just said before in your previous statement, this is not a theoretical but a practical problem, the ins and out question. Practically spoken, this is not a right description that there's not a coordination between the ins and out. If you go to a Eurogroup meeting, the next morning, the ECOFIN is debriefed. There's an intense cooperation between the ins and out. And if you see the issues like banking union, this is a public good. The stability of the Eurozone is delivering stability to the UK as well. And we are not asking you whether the decisions within you two are on the Bank of England or something like that, which is the ECB is independent, maybe a bad example, which has a negative impact on others, just to give us a veto. But on banking union, on the ESM, on the all issues on the two-pack and the supervision, we have intense collaboration. So it is not just it is not practically, as you said, it's a practical. We have practical solutions for that. Therefore, actually, my French colleague asked you to give more. This is a non-public debate, so we can be frank. To give us more examples on the issues, and I'd like to finish with capital markets union. Hey, this is the British example where you brought something on the floor. Your commission is making a proposal where the Eurozone members wouldn't have said this is the first thing we would have organized when we woke up this morning. But we see that this is for the non-Euro group members a crucial issue. And what was our response? Let's go into that, see that as after banking union and after intense Eurozone integration as another big project. So practically, Malcolm, I'm not quite sure what we're talking about if we said so. And if you want to join us, okay, we are not discriminating people who want to join us. If you want to participate in the Eurogroup, there are regulations to join, but if you do want to stay out, we have the highest respect for your needs and we have intense collaboration practically. So where is the problem, please?
Right. Italy, please.
First of all, I welcome your point on two-circle Europe. I think it is the solution, is the only possible solution. When in trouble, go big, you say, and I think is exactly the solution. One point: it is not your problem to have the Euro countries and the non-Euro countries. It is also our problem. I mentioned the problem of the Parliament. We have a sort of European Westphalian question. Because when the President of the European Central Bank goes to the Parliament, to his Parliament, he has in front of him also the British European Member of Parliament in the European Parliament. That is not the case for the President of Bank of England. He has only the British Member of Parliament towards him. So to find a solution to this very, very complicated issue, it is also our own interest. This is why I say the Italian position has been usually, I hope also now, but usually the position to support the European institutions as first priority. And this is why I think, and I propose here, to ask the European institutions to find a proposal and to come here with a proposal. But I know that it is not enough to say the European institutions, so I try to be a little bit flexible. When I say the European institution, I propose, for instance, to the European Commission to be in a group of people working to a solution, having the commissioner, the British commissioner, representing the European Commission there. Mr. Hill, I think, is the right person, knowing both the problems of the European Commission, but also the issues of the UK today, with a representative of the European Central Bank and with maybe Mr. Dijsselbloem, a representative of the Eurogroup, creating a sort of groupe de sages like that, asking them to find a possible solution, not to have these possible negative consequences on both sides, and to bring to us a possible solution on the problem of the euro, could be, in my view, a good step to find a concrete solution.
Thank you. Spain, please.
Well, it's easy for me to intervene now because I really agree with what has been said. Also with the perspective that Spanish policy towards the European Union has been quite stable through governments, and I hope it will continue like that. I think that we all agree that this is a common problem. For United Kingdom, the euro, so that the euro is just functioning and functioning well is a priority. And for everybody also, the internal market is a priority. The devil is in the details. And there I will go to, I think that there's a working party, there's groupe de sages, that's a very good idea so that people can reflect outside the box and bring solutions. Because I will refer to a sentence in the President of the Union response. He says that we have to organize a system that takes into account the concerns of the non-Euro members. But frankly, Malcolm, you have mentioned Ioannina. The moment you mention Ioannina or you mention Luxembourg, you will have les boucliers. So, there will be, this is how it happens. In the end, we need to negotiate without these prejudices that this mechanism has to be Ioannina. No, let's find a suitable mechanism, because we cannot, of course, we cannot just make that the United Kingdom just stops an integration. And banking union has been mentioned, because you think that, or let's just go into the nitty-gritty of the details and find a suitable mechanism, and the President Tusk's letter just points into that direction.
Thank you very much. On to Ireland. Thank you.
I think we've seen from the experience of the economic crisis that the Eurozone authorities in some instances have to move extremely quickly to take action, for example, over a weekend. Therefore, we do not need to overcomplicate the decision-making process. And if they have to take into account whatever British protocol as well as making the substantive decision, that could slow things down to the detriment of everybody. Malcolm mentioned Greece in his earlier intervention. When the European institutions stepped in to rescue Greece, they were in effect rescuing banks, including British banks and American banks, not just German banks. Right. So there is a natural sense of unhappiness that Germany is expected to foot the bill or foot the risk, when it's in fact the banks of other countries that are also benefiting from this. So I think the success of the European economy, Eurozone and non-Eurozone, is a matter of solidarity in which the UK has just as much interest as everybody else. I think the best solution would be if you could list precisely the things that you want some special protection for, yes. Not some sort of general break. We wouldn't like, for example, this to be used as an excuse to stop a common deposit insurance scheme for the banking system, because that's one of the great incompletenesses of the Eurozone. And we would be worried, for example, that Germany might hide behind you in its attempts to stop this, which wouldn't be good, and it mightn't be
John,
what
you are
want.
getting unfair now.
Of course I'm going to be unfair. But anyway, I'll stop.
Well, can I just comment on that?
Unfair.
Okay.
On that point immediately, I don't think it's realistic to expect us to anticipate future discussions on future proposals. So we can't give a list now as if somehow we know everything.
I think it is fair.
No,
You have to give examples.
Of course, but what we are saying is that on any proposal that affects the whole single market, you cannot have even the possibility of the Eurozone countries caucusing, making up their mind in their own meetings, and then presenting what would in effect be.
But now you're talking about the theoretical question.
Yeah.
You just pointed out.
Sorry, we're talking about
that's a pragmatic.
No, we're talking about power.
You have the best diplomatic service probably in the world, and they have tremendous ability to anticipate what other people are going to do, and to make sure that nothing is done to your disadvantage.
By the way,
you don't
Malcolm,
need these protections.
So Malcolm, do you want that break to be a break where the UK can, which the UK can control, or should that break also be controlled by Greece, Romania, Hungary, etc.? So do you want this single market to be stopped?
On the contrary, we want the single market to be expanded. But what we want to ensure is that decisions that affect the whole single market are not taken by those countries in the Eurozone in the interests of the Eurozone.
But are you aware that your proposal gives a break to every other three?
Yeah. No, what we suggest, look, the point I made, and I started off by making this, and it's a fundamental point. At the moment, it so happens Eurozone countries by themselves already are more than the 65% normal qualified majority.
But what harm did they do?
Well, hold on. I gave certain examples. I can repeat for example.
You can't.
All right, I won't repeat them. I haven't got time to do so. Fair comment. I don't need to repeat them.
So you try to find an umbrella, but the rain is not coming.
What I've said. Sorry, no. I'm sorry. This is a process which is relatively recent, where Eurozone countries are now meeting quite properly.
What are you afraid of?
I'll tell you what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of, for example, it happened to be the European Central Bank. It could just as equally have been Eurozone countries
but do you really believe
taking decisions which damage, for example, the City of London as a financial center.
But don't you believe that on the question of austerity, for example?
I'm sorry?
The German, let's take the question of austerity. That probably we're much closer as a German and as a UK government than to some other governments around this table. So the question on which economic level playing field we are playing has not just only to do with the question in which currency we do pay. These are competing economic philosophies and strategies which probably cannot be regulated by treaty changes or other legal instruments. These are competing values.
I want to get the EU institution in and then have Sir Malcolm talk, and then we've got to move on. Okay, that's simple. EU institution, please, briefly.
Well, I will really try to be very brief, but the single market, Enrico, is also about the free movement of workers. And Sir Malcolm should also realize that. You cannot take the free movement of workers out of the single market.
I agree
so
with
you
that.
cannot be for an extension of the single market and be against the free movement of workers. So that's a real conundrum.
You're preaching to the converted.
No, I'm not.
I have no problem
I'm
with
not, because you are asking for an exception that in-work benefits.
No, we're not talking
you can
about
limit
that just
them.
now. We'll come to that.
No, but that's about the single market. The single market is also about the free movement of workers.
And I've got an answer to that.
There, our
but I'll
Polish friend is
ask
right.
you to wait.
Secondly, treaty change. Well, the Commission isn't against either, but we should realize what we are talking about. What we can be talking about is a specific change on a specific article, for example, together with a next enlargement treaty and ratification process. The idea that we would have an overall revision of the treaties, I think that's not on the table, because it's simply not feasible. And then I would like to come back to Enrico. The idea of two circles, then you have to make a completely new treaty, because the whole treaty is conceived, possibly, yes, to speed, but the same goal. If you change it, then you have to really make a new treaty, and it would be a very difficult one, because certain countries would be in Circle 1 for this matter and not for another matter. So it would not be a line. You could not have 7 or whatever countries that agree to everything. No, that this would be a piecemeal, and we would never get out of it. Last remark. The whole Ioannina question, because let's try to be practical. This is something that is on the table, no? In the real negotiations. You have different versions, possible versions of Ioannina. You can have it in a way that it's kind of a Luxembourg veto. Nobody would ever accept that. Would everybody be against also if it was...
Jean-Claude may be thinking of it.
Excuse me?
Jean-Claude Juncker may be thinking of it.
Yeah, Rosie. But what I mean is, you could also have a Ioannina, a new one, whereby it's kind of a timeout for a limited period of time, allowing for further consultations and possibly negotiations. That's something else. Yeah. But I think we shouldn't call it Ioannina, because that has a very bad smell, you know, in the mouths of several people around the table. And then I would have a specific question to Sir Malcolm. You know that in the Anglo-Saxon press, the idea of a safeguard mechanism with respect to in-work benefits has been rumored. What are your ideas on that?
If you don't mind, I'll comment on that when we come to that subject for our discussion later on.
I appreciate that. Good. I just want to say we've reached the predictable problem that we always reach in these meetings. We're talking about a mixture of mechanisms, policy, and power, as though they were separate, and of course they're not. The only way this can work is if they go together and all have to be discussed. The Anglo-Saxons like to talk about power. The Continentals talk about mechanisms. There's overlap here between these things, but unless we bring both of these on board, as you're saying, and bring people along, you're not going to get to policy, and without getting to policy, we don't get to answers. So as we go, if you think of the other guy's point of view here, I think that would be helpful, because you're all right, and that's the problem. You're all wrong. Moving on to the next topic quickly, we have 15 minutes to the break, so we have to get this one in. Competitiveness, which we've done. We've changed the order in line with Sir Malcolm's comments, which works perfectly. Looking at national parliaments and the internal market in that system. Sir Malcolm, if you can kick us off, and please keep it to 3
I'll
to
keep
5
it very,
minutes,
very brief.
I want involvement from and we start with France this time.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it very, very brief, because the issues are really very simple, and I don't think should divide us in a significant way. The first one is with regard to the actual burden on all countries of the cumulative burden of EU directives. We've calculated in the United Kingdom, this is purely in the United Kingdom, the cumulative cost of 100 of the most burdensome EU regulations each year is about £33 billion. It's a very substantial sum. So there is a political will to have that burden reduced. Our proposal, our main proposal, would simply be that when a plan has been determined, it should be binding on the Commission. Because there has been so much lip service paid to
would
this
be
over the
binding
years.
on us?
Binding on the Commission.
What?
When a plan has been determined for reducing over a period of time.
By whom?
By the Member States.
Oh, Member States.
By the Member States. Because the point, if you let me finish, so much that has happened in the past is everyone has paid lip service to the need to reduce bureaucracy and so forth. In practice, it has very rarely happened, except in a few symbolic ways. And it may be no more fruitful on this occasion. I'm not naively optimistic. What I'm saying is we're trying to identify a mechanism to ensure that the Commission treats it with top priority. This is not a marginal issue affecting only Britain. It affects every member state. It damages our competitiveness. And what we're seeking to do is to find a way, and I hope you would agree from the Commission's point of view, this is not a dishonourable objective, that the Commission, when it decides what its priorities are, it perhaps has not given top priority in the past to actually removing some of its previous achievements that have not been so
I really have to
successful.
intervene here, Sir Malcolm, with due respect, but this is not fair. If the European Commission proposes something and the Council is against, they just vote it down, you know. It's not up to the Council to say what we can do, what the Commission can do. If you don't like it, you simply vote it down in the Parliament and in the Council, and it's off the table. So if a legislation comes about, a directive comes about, it's because a majority of the Member States and a majority of the European Parliament are in favour of it.
I understand that. I understand that. The point I'm making, though, is not the original.
Sometimes including the UK.
I'm not referring to the original decision to introduce the directive. You're quite right in the way you described the procedure. Sometimes, in the light of experience over the years that follow, many take the view that the effect of these directives has been more of a nuisance, has been more of a problem than a benefit. Historically, the Commission have been very reluctant to agree that any directive that was approved in the past should be. There have been examples when that's happened. I'm not saying it never happens.
More and more.
But Malcolm,
more and more, and we want to make it even more.
But Malcolm, can you explain to the British people that the Commission is not the legislator? Because if you tell the British people that the Commission is the legislator, then the political power which you represent
I didn't say that.
cannot respond, and there is no accountability.
I entirely accept.
It's done in almost all of our countries.
Sure, but
and this is really evil for Europe.
No, but the priority that the Commission give, not just to new directives, but to examining the value of previous impositions on industry and business.
You must explain to the people the truth of the functioning of Europe. I think it should be done in France as well, but you should do this, because otherwise you'll have big problems with the referendum.
Sure. Now, can you amplify that for a second? What is the truth?
The truth is that there is a money method, which means that the Commission has the monopoly of initiative legislation. But the money method doesn't work as well as it did when Europe worked much better than it does now. So the Commission, after having consulted in a very, very extensive manner with the project on the website, and everyone, even each citizen, be able to answer, and the British are very proactive in this respect, I must say. So there are very, very extensive consultation, then there is a text, and then the political power has the decision. So you must say that to the people, because otherwise, if you say that Europe is the enemy, and especially the Commission does what it wants against the states, which is not true, and I would like to know how many directives and regulations you opposed that were adopted finally. Have you got the percentage?
If you had given me advance notice of that question, I would have found the answer, but I don't have it in my head. I'm sorry, I can't
speaking
do it.
about striking down legislation, which I think is the topic now, and two things. First is that this Commission, the Juncker Commission, has of legislation that was on the table, and you asked the MEPs, the members of the European Parliament, that suddenly found that they had no job, in the sense that there was no report because all these proposals were withdrawn. So that's the first thing. And the second issue that Noel pointed out is that we have to all take our responsibilities. I have chaired the Legal Affairs Committee of the European Parliament before being part of the European Council as Foreign Affairs Minister. And you know what? How many Brits would come to strike down legislation? Not many. How many Brits would come to have a directive on the well-being of the animals in the zoos?
Many.
Frankly, many.
Many.
So let's call a cat and let's take our responsibility.
And I want to add that the free market is a direct byproduct of law. And most of the texts which are opposed by the French population, as you know, we are with the market economy, we have to make improvements. I agree, thanks to the British. But most of these texts are for liberalization. You have the telecom package, you have the portuaire services, etc., etc. It's all about liberalization, especially the directive on services. So free market and law are really married or combined.
Okay. For Sweden and then Germany, then we'll take just a couple more, and we've got to move on. Sweden and then Germany.
Well, just very brief then. The problem with the EU directives, it's absolutely not the Commission, it's not the European Council, it's not the Parliament. It is the implementation. And that one is tremendously slow. Sometimes, just think about the Services Directive, where the EU Commission tried to push with both carrots and sticks. But it will still not go faster than the weakest member state. And that's just to realize. And we are just getting more and more countries within the European Union, so it won't go faster. But don't say that it is the Commission, because it isn't. It's us.
Germany.
We're talking about competitiveness and liberalizing the market. So, but I'd like to add to the debate, and if I talk to UK counterparts, sometimes it seems not to be so aware that the EU is the UK biggest investment partner, for example, on cross-border investment in both ways. So the market seems to work quite properly. So foreign investors own, due to Bank of England figures, 10.6 trillion of UK assets, which is 5 times UK GDP, and UK investors own 10.2 trillion of foreign assets. If you look on trade, you're bloody successful.
That's not what we're discussing. I don't have to disagree with that.
This is something where we should work on. I think there's a general assumption around this table that she would intensify with new issues like the telecommunication one. Günther Oettinger is working hard on that, and other issues. And this will enhance the competitiveness within the EU. So we shall find in our conversation or negotiations a communication that reveals that we achieved much, but there's room for maneuver improving, and we will find common ground on that one. And I think the EU integration is based on enhancing competitiveness, on deepening the single market for goods, service, labor, and capital, for everything. So don't give a picture to the UK population. They might misguide it in a way that we haven't been achieved much in the last decade.
I want to just respond very briefly to that point. I agree with virtually everything you've said, Stephen. What I'm saying is that in each of our countries there are two traditions. There's a bureaucratic tradition, there's a free market tradition. And each have their role. You can't eliminate one or the other, obviously. But if we get beyond the politicians, in each of our countries, speak to businesses, small businesses as well as large businesses, and ask them whether they feel that the bureaucratic constraints that have been imposed have all been to the benefit of competitiveness and to the benefit of creating prosperity. And without exception, in Germany and France, in every country around this table, small businessmen as well as big businessmen will say, we are being suffocated by too many EU directives. Now, I'm not saying there can't be. A single market will require many of them. Of course, most of them cannot be eliminated without destroying the single market. But that's not the same as saying that a directive once imposed has to be there forever.
But don't blame the EU institution for sometimes driven by national interest.
Maybe. I'm not blaming the European
interest legislation. You will find many of these EU regulations who are not invented in Brussels, but in one of the more than 20,
But there may
nearly
still be
30
lousy
capitals in this
regulations.
world.
Also
There
in
may
Great
still be
Britain, by
lousy
the way.
regulations that you
Also
got
in
rid
Great
of.
All right,
Britain, by the way.
we're moving
Sir
on.
Malcolm,
The
also
Netherlands
in Great
and
Britain.
Ireland.
Okay. We are quarreling a lot about
It's great.
issue number.
That's what we're here for.
It is the issue of competitiveness, and from all the issues that Cameron laid on the table, the competitiveness is the easy one.
That's right.
Let's just say that.
That's right.
But said that, we first of all have to get rid of the idea that Brussels is a power on its own. What Brussels is doing, they are acting on our behalf. And the City of London has more officials, has more public administration workers than the whole European Union altogether. So it is not that big. It is actually small for what it has to do. So what, of course, all these rules that we have were once designed to make markets properly work. Nobody is a fan of bureaucracy, and nobody invents bureaucracy for its own sake. It was all invented to make markets work. And then, of course, we can say, okay, that is the number one thing we have to do. Bureaucracy needs maintenance. Bureaucracy needs maintenance. That's number one. And we can easily agree on it, and if this is something that helps you and that helps your voters, fine. We are all as lead as the Netherlands, but I think we all. Number two, competitiveness needs free trade agreements outside the European Union. And that is where we need you to stay in, to make full power, to make the best of our competitive potential, so to say, to the broader world of globalization. So that is number two. Let's invest. So let's maintain bureaucracy maintenance, renovate or whatever. Bureaucracy, number two, let's go for trade agreements as broad as we can get them. It's in our common interest. And number three, let us deepen the internal single market where it is not finished. And we can talk about services, but the unleashed potential of a further deepening of the internal market is also, that could be on the agenda. And then we have three magic points: less bureaucracy, more free trade agreements, and deepen the internal market. If that is something to agree upon, I think it's the least difficult issue.
Okay. John, very briefly, we have about 3 minutes to go, and then 1 minute for Poland, then we're done.
I agree with what Hart has just said. Britain is a service exporter rather than a goods exporter. Therefore, Britain has a vested interest in ensuring that we have a single market in services, which requires more EU laws to be made, not less, to ensure that we can replace the 28 different laws we have on different subjects across Europe with a single European rule. To my mind, it would be better for Britain to be able to export its services throughout Europe with a single European rule than to have to deal with 28 different rules for those same services. And that, in my view, is what Britain should be aiming for. Not putting an obstacle in the way of EU legislation in this area, but facilitating it. Finally, I agree very much with what Anna just said. The problem in terms of over-regulation comes from political compromises reached between the Parliament and the Council in the passage of legislation.
Yep.
Frequently, in particular in the Parliament, where the members don't have to sustain a government in office, their voting records are not scrutinised particularly, and they can insist on almost anything they like. If British MEPs are not present in those discussions, as sometimes they're not, on principle, then you will expect to have overcomplicated regulation. So it's very important that Britain elects to the European Parliament people who believe in the simplicity of regulation and who resist these artificial compromises that are sometimes imposed against its wish on the Commission. The Commission is not the origin of complication. It's the interaction between the Council and the Parliament that is the origin of much of the over-elaboration.
Sometimes we are also at the origin of complication, and I think we are now doing something about it. But you're right, John, that it's merely the legislative process that makes it more complicated. But we also have some sins, you know.
Okay, Poland, 1 minute, and I mean
1 minute. In the case of Brexit, Britain would not be free of European regulations like Switzerland or Norway. And I don't think it is realistic for Britain to accept a better treatment than in the case of these countries. This would be very unfair. This is the British notion.
Right.
Fairness. Okay. While, so there would be no impact. You would get the regulation without any impact on regulations. Right. But if you stay, you would have less regulations.
Right. We have 2 minutes before the break, and I'm just going to make 3 brief points. I like that we got to who is in charge and how does the UK want that changed. It's a fundamental point. Is the Commission in charge? Is the Council in charge? Is Germany, France in charge? Who's in charge? Is if you want political change, you have to tell me where political power lies. And we're grappling, we're dancing around this, but without that, you can't get there, and I think it's great that we did that. 2, if competitiveness is the easy one, and I agree with you that it is, I look forward to the hard ones later this afternoon, because it will get more dicey, and I think if the audience sees that, it is not easy to negotiate this with 28 separate national interests plus a European interest. It's just not. And to assume that any of this will be easy if Britain stays in or out is to live in a fantasy world or read one of the newspapers that one reads today. And then last, I'm glad that we grappled with services, because specifically for the UK, this is a vital thing because of the UK's dominance in services in the world. It's a dominant power. And so obviously that plays into what goes on in Europe in a fundamental way. I will talk about that more this afternoon even, but I think it's vital that we mention it now, because I think that gets to a contradiction that's really, from a continental point of view, makes perfect sense, and that must be answered. And I'd like to thank the audience and the panel for blessedly keeping to time. We will have a 15-minute break, and then we will get down to the harder ones. Thanks very much. Thank you.
What are we going to talk about? Reading it.
Thank you, everyone, and we're back. Back on time, so thank you. This next section, and it's the third that we're covering, is relating to the notion of ever closer union. I'm going to leave my remarks very, very brief and merely say I thought it was very interesting to bring up, do we think around the table, once Sir Malcolm has commented, that this is theoretical, or do we think this is a very, very practical matter indeed? Because I think there's a division on that point that really does need exploring. I do know that people here in this country take it extremely seriously, and I do know that when I live in Germany, where my main office is, people shrug and look at me and say, what's the big deal? So working through on that, what we actually mean and does it matter, I think is a very important thing to do. Sir Malcolm, let's start with you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I just make a general point about the way our discussions have gone so far? And I think it might be helpful to the wider audience. We are trying to compress into a couple of hours what would normally take place in a negotiation over weeks or months. So we start off, all of us, getting our national frustrations off our chest, our irritations with the whole process. And then we, if it's normal Europe, we then start moving to trying to find solutions. Now we're trying to do all that in 90 minutes.
Early morning solutions.
Huh?
Early morning.
Early morning solutions, exactly right. Exactly right. So I think it's important to get that into its proper context. On ever closer union, and it is, you're right, Chairman, it is actually of very great political importance in the United Kingdom that we get this right if it's going to have a positive impact on the referendum issue when the referendum actually takes place. Ever closer union of peoples, very difficult as a vision to disagree with. As my French colleague pointed out, the United Kingdom was one of the countries that liked this phrase rather than using federal sort of language. So what we're really talking about is clarification, not removing the wording, not abolishing it. We're talking about, we keep ever closer union, but what does it mean? What does it oblige countries to do? And in the case of the United Kingdom, I can only share with you the overriding reasons for this debate we're having in the United Kingdom. It comes down to a fundamental point. Virtually no one in Britain is against the idea of Europeans working closely together and indeed sharing some elements of sovereignty where it makes sense. But the debate, much more in Britain perhaps than in any other country, is what is the end process of this? What are we committed to? When we say we are committed to ever closer union, does that actually mean moving towards the dreaded phrase, some kind of United States of Europe? Not necessarily the same as America, but some sort of federal or quasi-federal system where the process is all in one direction of powers being transferred from elected national parliaments and national governments to the European dimension. Now, I know a lot of this is exaggerated. I know a lot of this is not the real Europe. That's all very understandable. But what is not able to be denied is that historically the European Union today is much more integrated than it was 40 years ago. Of course it is. That's been what people have wanted to do. So now within the Eurozone, for example, Eurozone countries are contemplating how do we have a single currency without a banking union? And how do you have a single currency without ultimate institutions that will determine economic, fiscal, and monetary policy? That is all moving in that one particular direction. The United States existed as a single state for 100 years before it got a single currency. Europe's doing it the other way around. Now, I'm not arguing whether that's good or bad. I'm simply saying that is a fact. So what people ask in Britain, and I'd be astonished if some people aren't asking it in France, Germany, Italy, and Poland, and other countries, is what is the end result of this operation? And what in Britain, I can only speak in terms of the British position, what people in Britain say is, look, if I'm going to be voting yes to stay in the European Union, I don't want to be told I'm committing myself in one form or another to transferring in one direction only more and more powers from national elected parliaments, which I go out and vote for in much higher numbers than for the European Parliament, for a British government that I can throw out if I don't like it, if they failed me. I can't throw out the European Council because I'm only one country out of 29. So people say, look, if that's the commitment we're being asked to, then we can't live with that. Now, maybe in other countries it's different. So what we're seeking for Britain, or for any other country that wants it as well, but certainly for Britain, is a clarification that committing yourself to ever closer union of the peoples of Europe, we are not committing, we do not have an obligation to transfer national sovereignty as if it's something that was desirable in itself. That if that's what being a member of the European Union means, you not only start with, but continue to do more and more of over the years to come, regardless of how strong or weak you think the arguments for doing so might be. So it's that clarification, and I do not think any other country will suffer if we are able to say to our people, we have that clarification, it's a binding understanding, commitment, whatever phrase one wishes to use, and that therefore meets that part of the political debate that is, I have to say, as the chairman implied, it's of very great importance in this country, perhaps more than any other European member state.
But before we open it up, just to say there are going to be some polling questions coming up for the audience so that they can comment on what we're doing, which I think is an interesting interactive way to go. One of the questions will be, how do they think it's going? Another one will be, who has the power to make these decisions? And third, what specifics are the British actually putting down, which I think hits the big three very nicely. Opening that up, I'm going to go to France in a minute. And then we go on from there, and then to Germany, and then we'll take some more, then Spain, then Italy. Okay, France first.
On the ever closer union of peoples, the UK has already expressed concerns, and the French are fully in favor of repeating what was decided by the European Council in June 2014. Paragraph 27, the UK raised of concern related to the future development of the EU. These concerns will need to be addressed. In this context, the European Council noted that the concept of ever closer union allows for different paths of integration for different countries, allowing those that want to deepen integration to move ahead, while respecting the wish of those who do not want to deepen any further. And this has to do also with the system of referendum. Each time the treaty will add new competence, there is a kind of veto rights given to the British through the UK legislation in this respect, adopted a few recently. So I think that we can easily answer and address your concern based on the European Council's decision of June 2014. That's the French viewpoint, which was the French viewpoint 1.5 years ago, and which is still the French viewpoint. We know that the British won't accept the United States of Europe, otherwise it's no longer the British.
Right.
It's my personal.
I can't put it better.
It's my personal comment.
That's very well
nothing
put.
to do with the government, the French
Can't
government.
improve on that.
Germany.
I agree with my French colleague. Just have a look on the June 2014 summit, where David Cameron made a point on that, and everybody in Europe shall know from then on that the phrase of ever closer union is very sensible to the UK government and to the UK population, and we very much respect that. But I'd like to add, we have respected that in the past, because ever closer union is not a never finishing project. And Malcolm, you are quite aware, you have not been pressed into that ever closer union, for example, Schengen, for example, Euro. So the respect for those who want to opt out, when it's, let's call it different. There's a paper from last century by Wolfgang Schäuble, some of them you might know about, the two-speed Europe. This is still a concept where everybody is aware that there might be situations where a single country or group of countries is not willing or not able to participate in a step of deeper integration. And this, if you ask for clarification on the basis of the June 2014 Council, I think this is a very good move, and if we come to the other. On the other hand, we shall not exclude that the transfer of sovereignty in question we cannot solve on the national level is not a source of evil. We have to define policy fields where the European integration deliver better, more effective, and more socially accepted results on that one. So clarification of what we mean by ever closer union is not a contradiction to where we cook on policy fields, like we will solve international migration, sources of international migration, not just only on the national level. We need international collaboration. If we clarify both, I think we will get a common ground on our debate with respect to both sides. That there are others who said transferring national sovereignty to get better results is not a source of evil.
Spain, please.
So as you see, John, it was deemed to be the most difficult question. It has been solved. I think this clarification
We can go home now.
will happen. But I fully agree with what has been said, and especially the approach taken by my French colleague. But I would add one issue, which is a concern for all of us. Underneath this concern for the ever closer union expression, because it was a matter of expression, lies an unrest about European integration, what for? And this is a larger issue. European construction had what you, in English, you call a narrative. Are we still on the same narrative? What is this narrative? For a certain time, the narrative became prosperity, which is true, but we forgot security, for instance, or security was channeled through other areas. So if you ask in Spain, for instance, I think in other countries, the symbolic unrest will not be put in this expression, ever closer union of the peoples. We feel comfortable, but there is this unrest. And I think that we should address this. But I hope not in the negotiations for your referendum, but this is a matter that should be addressed.
It's very interesting. On to Italy.
2 points. The first one, I think it is important for you, dear Malcolm, to know that the problem of sovereignty is not just a British problem. It's also, I think, a German, a French, an Italian, and Spanish problem. We have today a big discussion on these topics in our countries. And the key point is that for us, ever closer Europe doesn't mean that we want to oblige ourselves to do things that are not linked to effectiveness, to concrete how to get good reactions, answers, solutions. Supranational solutions are there because they are better on some issues than national solutions. And only in that case we try to have supranational solutions, and we have to work on these issues. For instance, migrations. We talk about this point later on. Are there national solutions to migration issues? No. In my view, no. But also security. After Paris, November the 13th, are there just national reactions or national solutions to our security attacks in this very period? In my view, no. This is why we think that. But my key point is that why I think that on this issue, the key point is to create a large 28 member states circle where the ever closer union is not for all the countries. And this is the UK issue, but I think also for the future that will be a good solution for other countries. I hope in the future to have Switzerland in this large circle, but the only way to have them or others is to have them because there is no binding ever closer union destination. The European Commission rightly said we need treaty changes for that. And I know that is a very complex procedure. But I know also that today is absolutely unrealistic to think that for the UK, and not only for the UK, to have ever closer union as a goal, as a treaty goal, I think it is absolutely not the reality. We know very well. We have different approaches, and I prefer to have them on a 28 larger circle without we have a closer union than to have them out of our big architecture. This is why I think, in my view, it is better to have a roadmap to arrive there. Of course, it is impossible to have this year a treaty change with all the referendum and so on. We know very well, we know the French position, we know the rest. But to have a roadmap to go there and to have, in some years, this kind of new architecture of Europe can show to the British public opinion that we take seriously the UK referendum, and this decision, with this step, will be as important as Maastricht and as the Act Unique was. So it's a very, very important step to a more, in my view, efficient and also close to reality Europe. If not, we will continue with an unrealistic, a little bit hypocrite situation in which we think to go in the same direction, but we know very well that it is not the same direction. But we have to be flexible to stay all together in a flexible architecture.
Ireland, please.
But Ireland is the smallest country represented at this table. And for smaller countries in the European Union, and there are many, they would prefer a European Union that's governed by common laws rather than by relative power. We do not see the European Union as some sort of mercantilist compact where people are only in it for what they can get out of it. The European Union is an expression of mutual solidarity among Europeans. And it is a process where we accept that we have a moral and a human and an emotional responsibility towards one another when any of us get into difficulty. And my worry about this request is not that it would make any difference, because Britain has already been able to exempt itself from everything from the social chapter right through to the euro and all the other things. You're not being forced to do things you don't want to do. But removing this as a commitment, to my mind, removes part of the emotional cement that keeps the European Union together and makes Europeans willing to make sacrifices for one another. Now, Britain needs to decide, does it want to be part of that sort of Europe? In the past, it did, because it saw the effect of war in Europe and conflict in Europe on this island. But if Britain doesn't want to commit in an emotional sense to the rest of Europe, then there is a long-term problem which is not going to be resolved simply by changing a few words in the treaty. And this is the thing that I think people in the rest of Europe are looking for. Is Britain with us in good times only, or in good times and in bad? That's the question that I think we're all asking. And for us, as a small country that is not at the centre of Europe, but is in the core of Europe, which is a difficult thing for us to be, we want to know that we will be protected by laws, that we will not be subject to some sort of deal made between 2 or 3 big countries and Britain, which more or less ignores the interests of Slovenia, ignores the interests of Ireland, ignores the interests of other smaller countries. So we don't want the European Union diluted to that degree. I would say again that the idea that a number of national parliaments should be able to block legislation that has already passed the European Parliament, already been approved by a large majority in the European Council, and then can be blocked after the event, which is one of the requests that are here in this basket, is going to mean that things that Britain will want to have a single services market to help British exporters will probably be blocked by others. And I predict that if that goes into the treaty, Britain will never use it, but it will be others who will be using it to stop things that Britain actually needs from the European Union. And that, I think, is the incautious nature of this request.
Sweden and then EU institutions.
Well, I can agree upon very much what John said, but just a suggestion then that you change maybe at domestic level to improve the influence of national parliament over its government's negotiating a position at EU level. That could be one way to go, so that you have your national parliaments approve everything that you will say. We have it that way in Sweden, and I can assure you that it's hard work before. But on the other hand, I mean, it's very good when you are then in the European Union. because I don't believe that it would be good to have it afterwards instead. It's exactly as John said, that then many good decisions could be blocked. And when we think about the situation right now, we have awful terrorist actions, and we have situation when it comes to migration. That is a huge problem for whole Europe right now. I don't think that we would like to see UK moving out from this. We need you more than ever, I think, and we need also to work together in all these issues, both when it comes to terrorist actions and when it comes to defense questions. I think we are going into that later, but that's also one way to look upon a closer step to a closer union, and not just judge it in exactly the way you said it before. I think that maybe you need to enlarge that a bit.
Thank you. We have just a couple of minutes left, and I want to get in EU institutions next, and then the Netherlands after that.
We talked about the parliament.
Yeah, you get a final comment.
Yes, I will. Okay. What I believe is important is that we frame in a correct way what it means that you are against ever closer union. Does it mean that if there is a completely new initiative that you have the right to stay out? For example, we could decide to have a common policing of our external borders with really police authority, no? That would be a new project. And then it's up to you to decide whether you join it or not. But once it's covered by existing treaties and existing policies, it could not be that all of a sudden United Kingdom says, but of that specific directive, I stay out. That cannot work. If it's a completely new policy, okay, that's, I think, an understanding. By the way, examples have been given that this is what we have been doing in the past. But opting out of a specific directive of a common policy, that I think cannot happen, because it would completely disrupt the European Union. Now, secondly, on the parliaments, I apologize to maybe be a little bit too long, but the member states and your parliament is represented in the European institutions through the ministers on the Council of Ministers. You are there. So to have another role in the mechanism by national parliaments, I think that's really not feasible. But you can do something about enlarging the system of green and yellow cards. We could consider that, but it has to be something that stays out of the decision taking as such in the European Union, and it could also not come at the end. It should come during the process. I mean, as you rightly say, John, once all the decisions have been taken, maybe with the assent, by the way, of Great Britain in the Council, no, it could very well be that then all of a sudden a number of parliaments say, oh, no, we don't like that, but then we cannot function anymore. So we should very clearly delimit the role. I'm in favor of an active role of the national parliaments. I think it's important to gain the trust of our peoples, but it should be constructed in a way that it does not disrupt the functioning of the European Union as such.
Great. The Netherlands, please.
Yes. So Malcolm, I want to thank you for bringing on the table the point of an ever closer union, because the language proposed by yourself in the past was then a solution for a problem. Would it be the United States of Europe, like a formally legal binding thing, or would it be a perspective? And then we thought it would be better to have a perspective than something legal binding. Now, you also said, I don't want to remove it. Now that is confusing me, because I think from the Netherlands that we need to get rid of that formula, because it is confusing our citizens. We can work with it as officials, but it is confusing our citizens. They have the impression that an ever closer union stands for a mechanism that goes on itself and that you cannot control, etc. So we need other language. We need other language, but not just for terms of communication, but really intrinsically. We have to come to the agreement that Europe has multi-tracks that Europe, and we have to be pragmatic there. As the Dutch said, and you quoted, or David Cameron quoted the Dutch, Europe where necessary, national where possible. So what is necessary now is that we use Europe to be competitive in a global world. We need Europe to make sure that the security issues around Europe, we have now a burning ring of fire, of conflicts. We need Europe to get its act together. And this is also what citizens want. They do not want an ever closer union. They want an effective union, and they want a union for the security, the prosperity, and the quality of life, as you eloquently stated. I would say Europe where necessary, national where possible. And then on the question of the national parliaments. National parliaments are chosen to control national governments. That is the mandate. And national parliaments have also rather volatile majorities in itself. So here I cannot see how, like any combination of three countries or parliaments of countries, should then be given a kind of a break, right, for direction, for problem solving in security or trade or whatever. Should there be a volatile minority in three randomly chosen countries? And as John said, the risk is that this goes very much contrary to the interest of Britain. So what we need here, what we need to address the issue that an ever closer union needs another perspective and another language, yes. But what we should not do is to try to produce for that a rather awkward and very risky legal binding thing. I go back to the past, where you also came up as an alternative for the United States of Europe. So you didn't want the legal binding thing. You wanted something like a perspective and a narrative. Then please, let's go to the perspective and the narrative and not to new legal binding things.
To be more frank.
Yes.
Okay, we've got to wrap this up. We got about 3 minutes to go, and I want Sir Malcolm in. So could I have brief interjections from both of you? And then Sir Malcolm, you got 1 minute, because I want half an hour for migration.
Michael, I don't want to be rude, but we have to be more frank on that issue of the national parliament. We have the subsidiary question, so the yellow card. But please take all these crazy ideas of the red card off the table. This is confusing, this is illegal, this is not effective. This is, a good friend of always asking me, have you drunk too much, Stefan, if I make a too crazy proposal? This is absolutely crazy. I'm a member of the National Parliament for 25 years now. If I want to get in the European Parliament, I have to ask Elmar Brok, who is my member, whether he will resign. He will never do that. So, but
probably not.
if I have the chance, I can run, and with I know what I'm legally doing, and I'm here to control, as a national member, my national government. So please do not combine these two parliaments. And if you want to have an effective European Parliament, don't go on that path with the red card. It is really a crazy idea. Nobody listens to us, so I can be really quite frank. Please take that off the table. That is crazy.
Fully agree.
Okay, wait.
Fully agree.
1 minute, and then
points.
1 minute for Sir Malcolm, and then we're moving on to
points.
migration.
For your electorate, you should complete the expression rightly. Say a closer union amongst peoples with an S, which means that there will never, at this stage, be the United States of Europe, as was rightly said by Art. And you have to explain this, and we can help if you want. Peoples with an S, not we the people, as is in the Constitution. Second, you ask for accountability of Europe. This means accountability. We are not going, and that's why you propose on migration something very controversial, but you propose something. We cannot, and we are aware of this in France because of our experience, disastrous experience of the referendum of 2005. We have experienced that. We cannot build Europe without the peoples of Europe, which means that they have their say, not through national parliament, through the European Parliament, through their government, through referenda. We think that people must have their say. Now, we are in a global democracy, not only at our level with the social media, etc., etc. And this is in favor of your position, of your viewpoint. And that is, I mean, I think that the electorate has to be explained this rightly, because otherwise it's confusing. They will consider that it has to do with the United States of Europe, which is exactly the contrary. Second point, we are very well aware also of the weaknesses of the legislative process at the EU. It's too long, 5 years, 6 years to adopt a text. And if you want a war between national parliaments, you have to give a red card to the national parliaments. It's absolutely unfeasible, it's red tape, and it's against your wishes to see better legislation.
Okay, Sir Malcolm, that's a lot to ask you to do in 2 minutes.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you to.
I'm glad you said 2, you said 1 minute.
I'm feeling generous.
First of all, I want to just deal briefly, but in an important way, with the points made about the national parliaments. And Stephen, let me go straight to your comments on that, because you were quite vehement about it. Think of Germany. Think of the Bundesrat. The Bundesrat, which is part of the German parliament, represents the interests of the land. Each land, that's how it's composed. And that way you reconcile decisions being taken by the national German parliament, which directly take into account the interests of the various lands, the various regions of Germany. There is no such structure in Europe. Let me finish, if I may. You have a European parliament which does not command the respect or the interest even of a very large part of the electorate in your country or in France, and certainly not in the United Kingdom. You have national parliaments in your country, in France and in Britain, which command more attention, more interest. Yet they have at the moment no influence worth having, because yellow cards are of no interest. They're absolutely not worth the paper they're printed on. They have no interest. Now, if you wish to get more support for the European ideal, then you cannot simply dismiss national parliaments, which command much more attention from their electorate.
I'm not dismissing them.
Well, you are in effect.
I'm giving tasks to the ministers in the council meeting.
All I'm saying is
in the trialogue, there are 3 partners:
I understand that.
The parliament and the national authorities.
Yeah. I was once told that logic was the art of going wrong with confidence. What you say is very, very logical, but your system in Germany is what I'm trying to say.
So are you praising federalism now?
No,
This is new to the UK.
No. What I'm saying is, when we originally had the European Parliament, it consisted of actually members of national parliaments sitting in the European Parliament. Yeah. I think actually that was probably a more effective system in winning public support than the system we have now. But I haven't got time to go on with that. On the
changed that back in '79.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I've only got
with your agreement, by the way.
Yeah. On the ever closer union point, please. What you say, Art, is correct. That there might be something to be said for getting rid of the phrase altogether. We are not demanding that. Because we recognize that for most of the member states, and it's the point that John made about the vision of Europe, ever closer union. As long as it's of peoples, we can live with that as a statement. But it's an important point is to require clarification. Enrico, you said from the Italian perspective, sometimes you need supranational solutions. They're sometimes better than national ones. You're quite right, but the problem we have in Europe is that sometimes a supranational solution is better for some states, but not for others. And it's how we square that circle that is the challenge we're trying to address. What I would argue, and what my country would argue, is that up till now we've done it by saying, as a result of sometimes a negotiation going into the middle of the night, a particular country, not just Britain, gets opt-outs. Denmark's had them. Sometimes they're not called opt-outs, but they really are. Several countries have the equivalent of opt-outs as a result of a negotiation going into the middle of the night, sometimes leaving a lot of resentment. What we're saying is, and it's very similar to your 2 circles approach, we should actually start off by saying, with regard to proposals for integration, those countries who want to integrate, we can't veto that. We shouldn't be allowed to veto that. They should be allowed to do that. But equally, there is an entitlement for those countries that don't want to go for these kinds of integration. They shouldn't have to negotiate being outside that. That's something which is also their entitlement. That's different to the way Europe has operated until now. And it's that kind of distinction that we're trying to get clarification on with regard to
one small point about the European Parliament, which you said you have a little less respect for it perhaps than it might feel it should have. The participation in voting for the European Parliament across Europe is at least as high as it is in off-year House of Representative elections in the United States. And nobody questions the legitimacy of the House of Representatives.
That's an easy one to make, and I'll argue with you at the break. Let me say, I think this matters. For all the talk about it not mattering, we've just had a heated discussion for 40 minutes about it not mattering. We're moving on. But let me say that this reminds me of what Lincoln said about our American Civil War. The entire war is about a verb tense. Is it the United States is or the United States are? And the verb tense changed over the third day of the Battle of Gettysburg. We hope to avoid that, but that was the key moment here. I think we're talking about different things, and I think it's important to bring that up. I'd also make one final point about what John said. When you go to the rest of Europe, other than the UK, there is an emotional tie to Europe that is missing in many ways in the UK, which sees things much more transactionally. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just different. But to not recognize that difference is interesting, particularly when Europe is under fundamental existential crises of their own. And I say crises with the Euro crisis unresolved, which I believe it is, and the migration crisis, which is certainly unresolved. It's normal for partners to then demand more and not less. And that comes at exactly the moment that Britain is having this existential question that's brewed up. And that may be unfortunate, but as we'd say in Washington, that's life. But it's important that we bring that up. And I think that that moment in history is an important point to make. We're now moving on to the hard one, having dealt with the easy one so facilely. We only have a bit of time left, so I want to get right into it. Sir Malcolm, if you can talk through migration in detail, we'll try to gather as many questions, and I'll steal some time from closings, because I think this is an important point to have everyone have a say in.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. As colleagues are aware, the original United Kingdom position was to try to get a cap on the number of migrants coming into the United Kingdom from other parts of the EU. The British government has acknowledged, has accepted that that would put a coach and horses through the whole principle of the free movement of peoples in the European Union. Therefore, that is not part of our proposal at the present time. So what we're talking about is a 4-year restriction on the access to benefits, in-work benefits, of migrants from other parts, or people traveling from other parts of the European Union. First of all, to put some feel on the scale of this, our assessment, our figures suggest, there's differences of view on this, but somewhere between 21 and up to possibly 43% of the people who come to the United Kingdom from other parts of the European Union receive United Kingdom benefits during that first 4-year period. That is a very, very substantial sum of public funds, running into something like £500 million a year. Now, when we're talking about in-work benefits, as I think has been mentioned by one colleague earlier on, I think it was our Dutch colleague, our system is different in terms of in-work benefits because it's non-contributory.
Yes.
And that does make a very serious difference in terms of the issues we're dealing with. So because we have non-contributory in-work benefits, and we're talking mostly about tax credits and about housing benefits, these are being combined together in Britain into a new universal benefit. So there'll be a single universal benefit. When that comes into effect, that would, the calculations that the Treasury have made in this country, the effect of when the universal benefit comes into effect, the effect of that would be to double the income of the average EU migrant to the UK who has a single child who comes to the UK. That doubles their income. So we're talking about a very substantial increase.
It's working also, no?
Well, hold on a moment. Yes, I know. It would double the income. In other words, what they get from their employment, the actual sum they would receive would be double that, funded by the UK taxpayer. Because of the effect of the universal benefit. The polling advice that we have got from opinion polls suggests that if the United Kingdom did not succeed in the kind of request it is seeking for change here, there would be a 9% swing from those saying they will vote to remain in the European Union to those vote to leave. I'm simply mentioning that as polling figures. Now, the question that has been raised, the point that has been raised, inevitably, and it's a reasonable point, is that under existing EU law, you have to allow those who come to work in the UK or any other country to be in exactly a non-discriminatory situation. That sounds straightforward, And if you look at it in this very narrow sphere, it's quite difficult for me to argue that the law says anything different. First of all, you can change the law. That's what governments are all about. That's what negotiations are about. If it's not at the moment legal to distinguish on in-work benefits, that can be changed if the European countries agree it is desirable to do. So it's not an answer to the argument simply to say, for the Commission to say you can't do it because the treaty doesn't allow it. We can change treaties if we have to, if there's a good argument. But the second point is that when you're talking about welfare benefits, and that's what we are talking about, in many respects, not just Britain, other European countries have both opinions which they've publicly expressed and sometimes policies which accept that welfare benefits can be distinguished on a national basis. Let me explain what I mean by that. Thomas de Maizière, the German Interior Minister, has said, and I'm quoting his words directly, that workers' migration, people coming to Germany to work, that is welcome. What is not welcome, he said, is migration from EU states into our welfare system. So coming to Germany in order to secure employment benefits or child benefit, he used as an example. We have taken steps that has definitely had an effect, but there is possibly more to do, he pointed out. And then one of his colleagues from the SPD, Olaf Scholz, a party vice chairman, has backed the barring of EU migrants from social benefits for a year. That is his view on behalf of one of the major German parties in Parliament. But also, it's not just in Germany. We know that a number of countries have discriminatory laws which discriminate against non-citizens. Denmark has a protocol which limits the buying of foreigners buying property in Denmark, even though they're from other parts of the European Union. I'm told, you can tell me if this is correct, that some people in Germany have argued, some in government have argued, that they should be imposing motorway tolls on non-Germans. Well, the Dutch are said to discriminate in terms of student grants against other European Union residents. So what I'm saying is, let's not pretend to ourselves that this is simply the Brits raising an issue which nobody else has occasionally had to address. We may be the only people arguing about it in regard to in-work benefits, but when it comes to welfare benefits or property rights or student grants, there's a number of countries around this table, never mind other member states, that already either have discriminatory laws or have got special protocols or requirements which have enabled them to be exempt from what others observe. So what we're saying is, from the United Kingdom's point of view, this is of huge importance in our referendum. Now, you may say, well, that's our problem, not yours. Well, actually, I think it's all our problem. The fact is, welfare benefits of about £500 million a year is our calculation, will go to EU people coming to the UK purely in terms of universal credit. And we want to say that we believe that for the first 4 years, they should not be entitled to the same benefits. Most European countries, in some form or fashion, not all, but most, have some discriminatory proposals on either a temporary or a permanent basis. And I've given half a dozen examples of those that exist already in the EU. So please let's not hear arguments about this is unprincipled, this is against EU law. Laws can be changed by politicians. That's what politicians and governments are about, if they think it's justifiable.
Okay, before we begin, I want to put up some polling data. We've asked the audience who's been listening to this very patiently for a while. And we have the first polling questions, and they'll come up here. And please add that in about how this is going. I think that'd be very interesting. Can you look at that? Looking at the negotiations, how's it going?
What's that?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? And the audience is right, it is difficult. You know, it's going to be, and I think we're getting down to some honest points here, and I thought particularly as we're going along we are. That's very good. Before we come up to the Italian, we'll have Enrico, and then we definitely have the EU institutions in to answer this. Let me say there's another thing I want to put on the table to the rest of you in the continental thing. I was talking to some Brits at the break, and there is, of course, the political reality and the political pressure that if you simply say no or don't give them very much, it makes it much harder for the referendum to pass because it's on a knife's edge. Nobody's ahead. And you have to factor in, they have to factor in how much do they want to stay in Europe, as you've said all morning correctly. But you have to factor what you're prepared to give them to help them stay in Europe in the negotiation. That's the flip side. Maybe not a lot, maybe a lot, depending on your view nationally and in terms of your views about the UK's efficacy in this. But that is the political reality behind any negotiation, and certainly it works both ways here. If nothing is offered, the answer will certainly be no. And that's a problem. And on that note, Italy and then EU institutions.
2 points. My first point is about, we know that we are at the very core of the big difficulty. But the difficulty is there because of the period, migration, refugees, but also because of the way in which the UK started discussing this point. Yeah. Because it is absolutely incorrect, in my view, and I'm talking very frankly because I want to find solutions, to frame the discussion we are having now as immigration or migration issues. It is not like that. It is a free movement, what you are raising as the problem. And this point is decisive because it's a narrative problem, also with concrete solutions. But we know that in all our countries, fear against migrants, invasions are the key issues. In my country, people think that the part of the Italian population formed by migrants is 20%. Mm-hmm. This is the perception. The reality is 7%. No public policy can be solved when there is such a gap between perception and reality. So it is also the need to frame in a correct terms this topic. This topic is nothing to do with Calais jungle. That is very important to say, because if not, there's a connection between two issues this connection will be terrible for the electoral campaign. We have two different issues, and my second point is about very concrete proposals. On migrants, refugees, we are all concerned, and we need to find solutions. And I think, in my view, the first solution is to have a border control police at the European level able to solve and to securize our external borders. This is the first one, but it is not the topic we are discussing about. On the topic, on the issue, I think we can maybe find some points that can be considered by the British government and by the British public opinion as useful, helpful, but in my view, the only way it is that the European Commission can and has to discuss with the UK government in an informal way about these topics. We trust in the European Commission. If this kind of discussion, informal discussion between the Commission and the UK government finds some small, because I don't think we can have some revolution on this point, but some small issues that we can present. Of course, the migration solutions is another issue, and it is a decisive one. This is the decisive one, in my view, and we have to deal with. But on this other topic, if there are some small issues, and is exactly what Commissioner de Gucht said before, we will support them and we will support these solutions. If not, I think we are towards an obstacle that will be very difficult to be overtaken.
EU institutions and then Poland.
Poland? So Malcolm, I think the biggest problem in all this is the one that Great Britain, has erected itself. Because the idea is common now that there would be a way of limiting social security to newcomers. No, that's not really what is on the table. We should distinguish this. and I'm not going to repeat the difference between migration and migrant workers, but you have a number of decisions by the Court of Justice that says that allowances can be limited and only granted after a certain period of time, certainly for people that are not active, that are not working, because that has been the real question in Europe. Can you restrict allowances to people that are not working? And that's about allowances tourism. No? And the European Court of Justice has taken very clear decisions on that. You can even do it for people working during a certain period of time inside the system of the Social Security. You can do that up to a certain limit. What you cannot do is discriminate between two people that are working. So that's a big difference.
Well, you can if you change the European legal basis.
No. Let
Courts interpret the existing law.
Let me try to explain. What it is really about, what you're really asking for, and if you are not asking for that, then please say it, is that, in Great Britain, Stefan is working, and you are working. And you're doing exactly the same thing, yeah? And you get a tax break, and he doesn't.
For the first 4 years.
No, that's what is completely impossible. Because it's
not impossible if you change the legal basis to make it possible.
But, sir, please. It is completely impossible. Why? First of all, it's clear discrimination. It would mean that you have a new treaty provision that is allowing for that discrimination. And maybe we should ask our Polish colleague whether he would agree to that, you know? Now, by the way, the reason that you get more Polish...
What about the Danish protocol? Is that not discrimination on property owning?
No, please. Do you know why, in the first instance, you got more Polish people than in other member states? Do you know why that is? It's because when Poland became a member of the European Union, all the other member states said that they wanted a transitional period of 7 years. Sure. And you didn't. You said they can come immediately. And now they said they are here, you know. That's what is really happening.
That was the previous government.
No, whatever. I mean, this
a UK government.
It's the UK. The UK said, no problem. Let them come, you know.
And you benefited from it.
And you benefited
in
from
economic
it.
terms.
And now you say we want to discriminate them, and whether they, even if they are doing exactly the same, one doesn't. One gets a tax break and another not. Now, just one last remark. The $500 million bill that you mentioned. You should explain to me, as a conservative, so who is in favor of free market, I imagine, how it can cost something to your country when two people are working that it gets exactly the same tax break. To what extent can that be negative to your economy? You should try to explain that to me, you know. Please do. When they are not working, I agree with you.
Certainly never,
but when they are working,
it is negative to our public expenditure requirements.
No, that's what it is about. It's about the tax break.
No, it's about people who have not contributed getting very large sums of money as soon as they arrive if they are in work.
When they are working.
And just as we've had discriminatory, I mentioned the Danish protocol, that is discriminatory against people who, why? Because it was agreed to make an exception for Denmark in relation to the ownership of property in Denmark. We are saying in exactly the same way, if there's a political will, if there isn't a political will, then you won't offer it.
But there is no political will.
Okay. We're moving on. Poland, please. I'd like your involvement in this.
Well, we are in a full support of Commission position, not only because it's a question of principles. It is what is European about, the fundamentals, 4 freedoms. Let me add one more thing. Well, the fact that there are some discriminatory practices in some countries is not an argument for more. Isn't it?
Just one more.
No, for no, more. This is a very bad argument, but there's a danger too. Imagine that you refer to some other bad practices to enact another bad practice. And this certain would be resented as unjust and unprincipled. In Poland and other countries, what would be the political reaction? If you infringe on the freedom of workers, why should we allow the freedom of capital movement? And I guarantee you that there would be enough politicians to say, this is unjust. And then you unravel for freedom. So you set in motion a destructive spiral. And if this would be at stake, then one should make a trade, one should wait in. It's too risky? Certainly, from the point of view of the core of European Union.
The Netherlands, please.
Yes. You were talking rightly about the inward benefits, because all the other benefits we do not have the problem. It is the inward benefits where you have the problem. And you have moved, unlike other countries, where housing allowance is not connected to work always, or some taxes are not. You have moved to a system where you point that to where you connect it to work, in order to give a good incentive for people to be in work, because then they can have these benefits. So this is a kind of change and a particularity that you have. Now, from the EU born in your country, only 1 out of 7 is claiming these benefits. Only 1 out of 7. Only 1 out of 7 workers is claiming this. It's almost similar as your own workers. What do workers do? They contribute to the economy. We are not talking about social welfare tourism. No. No. We are talking about those who work, those who contribute to the economy, and where your government has said, rather than giving something for free, we give it to those who work. And giving it to those who work is fine. But what is very difficult at a European level is to make a distinction between, on the one hand, the thing that you want, the free movement of workers and the free movement of citizens. You want your citizens to be able to buy a property in Spain. You don't want restriction on that. You want people to move freely. Now, what is very, very difficult, and what I would not see, is that would also include discrimination between the one worker and the other. We have, in human history, we had centuries and centuries and centuries that workers between themselves were discriminated. It's only in the last century that we got rid of the unequal pay between men and women. So we are discussing here, well, at least on a legal basis. De facto, it's still a lot to do. So the idea, the principle of when a person contributes to the economy, when a person works, so all the others, we can restrict social welfare tourism, and we do. But for workers, it is difficult. I have to make for the record the comment that I wanted to make in the former round, and that is when we speak about an ever closer union. You said, well, it's for me enough if we add that to that an ever closer union of peoples. It might well be that this is for the Dutch government not enough. We see it as very important that we get rid of a phrase that is confusing for the citizens of Europe. So I rest my case. Maybe in this negotiation round, the Dutch would require more than the British. That might well be. But on the point of immigrants and how to control that best, I would say, let's control social welfare tourism, but let's not control the working contribution that all these deliver in wherever they can work.
Okay, we're almost out of time, and we still have 5 people on the list to talk, and I think this is an important conversation, so we're going to continue and make the final statements at the end shorter. I think it's more important we continue with this. But we have to do that because lunch then awaits after that, and that's important. So it'll be Ireland, then Germany, then Spain, then France, and then finally the UK to make a comment. And then we'll go to closing, and then Sweden. And then we're closing the list. All right, Ireland, and literally keep it to 2 minutes to get everyone in.
I have 2 questions for Malcolm about the UK position. Does your legal advice suggest to you that you can achieve this 4-year discrimination without a change in the treaty? And if so, what exact change in the treaty would you be looking for? And if not, can you outline the legal argument as to how this can be done within the existing treaties? Because I've not seen that argument. Okay. Secondly, I have to ask, as an Irish person, Irish people have been free to work and live on equal terms in Britain for the last hundreds of years, and vice versa. we have a common travel area between us which predates the existence of the European Union. In your proposal to restrict access to universal credit, will that mean that somebody from Donegal who's working in Derry, for example, will be paid less than somebody from Derry who's working in Derry? Will it mean that Irish people will not be free really to come and work on equal terms here in the UK and in Britain? And does that mean, do you accept that then we in turn would have to discriminate against the very large number of British people who come to work in Ireland?
Sir Malcolm, if you could save your answer for your conclusion and throw Jones in for that, because I think those are very pertinent questions. Spain, please.
Well, and I can just pick up right there, not just for why we can discriminate on people and not on companies. This is one of your main issues. We cannot discriminate on companies. I mean, why not? If we accept the principle of discrimination, then the whole building just starts to crumble. And what I'm surprised is that in other area of the four baskets, the position of the United Kingdom has been evolving towards more realistic means to reach the targets. But here, the amalgamation is still there. You still speak about immigration when this is free circulation. You don't speak about fraud, while in all our societies, what really first matters for the people is this tourism, this abuse of the system. Frankly, I think that it needs a clarification. It needs a clarification for you, and I think that your questions were very pertinent.
Yeah. Thank you. Germany and then France.
Germany and France have started an initiative on a bilateral level to the European institutions to limit what some call the misuse of the social welfare system.
Yeah.
And I very much appreciate if everybody would join here around the table to develop a framework where we have more effective system to that. And all comments you quoted from Germany, Malcolm, have to do with this issue, which is completely not on the table in the possible renegotiation, whether we're Brexit or not. And the second point is 2 million people of the UK with UK passport live abroad. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to add my question from the German point of view. I come from the Hanover-Minden area, where many former British troopers live and work. Shall I discriminate them because they are not coming from Germany? This is the question. Carol and Enrico pointed this out. This is why we are concerned. We're not concerned whether we find European initiative to limit misuse of what we felt is misuse, possible misuse of welfare.
That, by the way.
But why shall we discriminate UK citizens in Germany when they work from a citizen of the Federal Republic of Germany? This is the question we would have to answer, vice versa, if we agree on your proposal. So what shall I tell your UK citizen in my home area?
France and then Sweden.
Well, of course, everyone here, and I think your government as well, is aware that this subject is the most difficult for mainly three reasons which were evoked. The first one is that it's concrete, it's facts. Your other issues are more based on principles, so we can discuss about words, unions or not unions, etc. But this is facts. Second, it implies a revision of the treaty, and at this stage, the French are not in favor of it, and they are not against the binding text, but not for the revision of the treaty, especially when it has to do with the fundamental principle of free, and I agree with Enrico, it has not to do with immigration, it has to do with the free market, which means free circulation of capital, goods, services, and human beings and workers and entrepreneurs, free establishment, etc. It will be the first time in Europe's history that the free market's principles are put in danger. And the third point, as you perfectly well know, it is dangerous because in our countries where populism is rising all the time, people are more and more concerned by the foreigners. And with this proposal, you suppose that foreigners are very costly for the British economy. So I want to know if there is an economic survey. There are a lot of French in London, for instance. They are very happy. And of course, they come very often to have health care in France because they think it is better. Perhaps it's not, but they come to France for that purpose. And they come here to earn money in banks. So you see, I think it's detrimental to your economy to suppose that these people who work don't contribute because they pay taxes. You have been the first to create social security in the world, a true universal system with a Beveridge report. You were the first, and you were much in advance vis-à-vis the Bismarckian system, which was limited at the time to workers especially. So now there is a regression in that improvement, and Great Britain is a model in that respect, not for health, but for social security. And I think that it's very dangerous to encourage xenophobia. Xenophobia is really the biggest issue now with the refugees, etc., in Europe. And Europe could collapse because of this. So don't you think that after this meeting, Mr. Cameron will listen to what has been said around the table and perhaps take back his proposal?
And boy, before lunch, wow. I'd like to hear from Sweden for just 2-3 minutes, and then let Sir Malcolm have 5 to wrap up, and then we're going to do our conclusion and have time. So thank you very much.
Phone call.
Well, I believe this discussion is rather difficult because we tend to mix different things. And for me, social welfare tourism, that is something negative. That is something when you don't want to work. It's not when you want to come to another country to work and to work hard. And also keep in your mind that a certain amount of migrants also increase your export. We have a lot of research on that. So we know that it is positive with immigration. And instead, I think that we should put on the table the real problems we have. Because to be honest, it's not welfare tourism. We were worried about that in Sweden many years ago, and it was a huge debate about it, but it hasn't been that bad. And we have, as you all know, a very good welfare system in Sweden, and sometimes too good, but that was a personal comment. The real problems instead are, of course, the EU migrants, people living within the European Union, not working. Many of them come to Sweden, but also to UK. And you know what I'm talking about. And the large amount of refugees. For Sweden, for the moment, it's number 1 per capita to receive refugees from mainly Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. That is real problems, urgent problems that we need to work with together throughout European Union, including UK. I think instead of discussing this question about social welfare tourism, because that can't be so bad when we have other more urgent things on the table, especially the refugee situation. And we can also see that we have a lot of parties growing throughout Europe, more xenophobic parties, which makes this situation even more tense. Difficult for the politicians to change from a very open, liberal thinking that we should have wide open doors to our country and take care of all the refugees, give them education, housing, and learn the language and let them work, which must be the final goal. And that, together with more and more people think, or at least on the border to think that maybe it is enough now. That's a serious question, not this social welfare system. And I think that you can also avoid that by changing maybe a little bit within UK. You can solve that in a clever way, just to avoid it.
Sir Malcolm, we could spend all afternoon answering all those, but Frankly, you have 3 to 5 minutes before we wrap up. Let's say 5, and then we're going to go to conclusions after that.
Okay. First of all, to John Bruton's questions, as I'm not a serving minister, I don't have access to the legal advice. You will understand that is the normal situation. But my assumption would be the illegal advice will say you would need to have some change in European law to meet it entirely.
Treaty change or...
Probably. I don't know is the honest answer, but that's what I would anticipate. But I haven't seen the legal advice, but I would anticipate that. But I'm sorry?
Not the law, the treaties.
Yeah, well, the treaties are the law.
There's a slight difference.
I understand that, and one is more complicated than the other, but both have often been done. Laws have been changed, treaties have been changed. The whole history of the European Union is when there's a political need, when there's political will, we reach agreement to either change the treaty or change the laws in some other fashion. So it's not impossible. Nobody suggests it's impossible. It's the question of whether you want to do it. On the implications for Irish people working in the United Kingdom, again, obviously, I suspect this is not an issue which has yet been addressed. There has traditionally been such a close interrelationship between Ireland and the United Kingdom that I suspect there would be a political will to try to continue with the kind of freedoms that the Irish have had. But I don't know whether that's just my personal impression.
So how close do you have to be to the UK then?
As close as Ireland.
Well,
no, I'm trying to...
We are not farther than Ireland.
No. Look. The Irish people, Irish citizens can vote in our general elections. Can vote in our elections. That's what I'm saying. There are historical... I'm not sure if British citizens can vote in Irish elections. They can. Well, there you are. So we have unique rights and privileges between the two countries, despite many years of independence. And I'm simply saying that I suspect that would influence the debate. I don't know what the end result would be. If I can move on from that, though, I keep being told by colleagues that this would be discriminatory and this is unacceptable and so forth. But may I say as nicely as possible that each of you seem to be comfortable with some kinds of discrimination, but not with others. Don't shake your heads. I mean, for example, Stefan, you were telling us how France and Germany are strongly against welfare tourism, and we must discriminate for people who are not working, getting access to benefits when they move to...
has explained to you...
Now, hold on, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
But that's in the directive.
Can I be allowed to finish my sentence, at least, before you come back on me? I could easily argue that free movement of people around the European Union should mean that when a German goes to Poland or a Bulgarian comes to Germany, whether they're working or not, they should have the same rights. You could argue that. I wouldn't agree with that. You wouldn't agree with it. But you could argue that. But you are saying, we believe in Germany that there has to be discrimination for those who are not working. But you have adopted a rigid principle when they are working, that's okay. Then discrimination is impossible, somehow against the whole ethos of Europe. Now, I'm saying these are political judgments. These are not, well, they may also represent the existing legal basis, but they are also...
always been in the treaty.
Yes, I know. That's a lousy reason for saying you can't change it. It's always
the free
been...
movement of workers.
Yes, we know all about that, but workers don't always get jobs. And there are many people who might come to Germany genuinely seeking work, but being unemployed, not because they don't want work, but because they can't find it. And you're saying you would discriminate, in your view, properly, and not give them entitlement to benefits. Now, I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm simply saying you're making your judgments about which kind of discrimination suits you and suits your national circumstance. And I'm saying in terms of our massive debate about our involvement in the European Union, at this moment in time, we're talking about 4 years, that there should be this constraint. And that we think is... Now, in fact, our Prime Minister has gone beyond that. Because he said if colleagues don't like this approach, he's quite open to other suggestions of achieving a comparable result. And we know that one of the issues that's been raised as a possibility is also discrimination, but on residency grounds. To say that those who are not, have not been resident in the United Kingdom, which would include British citizens in Germany coming back to Britain, would be also not getting benefits for 4 years. And some have said, well, that's okay, because that would not be discriminating on national grounds.
You hit cross-border workers, though. For example, the people working in Luxembourg who live in Germany.
Absolutely. I'm not advocating it. I'm simply saying there are various ways forward. One is based on nationality. One is based on residence. There may be other solutions. But the crucial point I'm making is these aren't absolute truths we're talking about. We're all trying to make political judgments about what we're comfortable with.
That's true.
And we're all willing to discriminate. The Danes discriminate, sorry to come back to this, the Danes discriminate on who can own property in Denmark, and they've been given a protocol that allows them to do that. I'm informed, unless it's wrong, that the Dutch on student grants discriminate against non-nationals from other parts of the European Union. Well, that's what I've been told. It's written down somewhere, so it may be true. I presume it's true. And each country probably has similar examples. So let's conclude this argument by saying that this particular kind of discrimination is unacceptable, but every other kind may be okay if it suits other countries' national interest. That's not the way forward.
Do you know why it is unacceptable, Sir Malcolm?
Because you tell me the treaty doesn't permit it.
No, because it is discrimination.
So are all the other examples I've given.
No, they are not discrimination. That's the mere difference.
I don't know what discrimination means in your language, but I know what it means in English.
when you look at the social security systems, even inside a country, for nationals, you have waiting periods. For example, for
that's discrimination.
No, that's not discrimination.
No, everything is discrimination.
Doesn't apply to your own nationals, it applies to other people's nationals. That's discrimination. It may be good, it may be justified.
You have waiting periods for students, you have waiting periods for people that get unemployed. No, that's completely different.
Well, that may be the difference.
But John gave the example of Luxembourg, Most of the people working in Luxembourg are not living in Luxembourg, Every day, about 150,000 Belgians move to Luxembourg, get back in the evening. If your idea gets through, what simply will happen is that all these people get to Luxembourg, and there's an even place to host them. So this is one economy.
We would need a Luxembourg compromise in these circumstances.
Please stay serious. Stay serious.
All right, we're heading.
You helped us a lot by saying that if there is a broader objective.
Yes.
And if we can find other instruments to get there,
correct.
I take that point. I take it very seriously.
It is a serious point.
I join Germany and France. And if you also join Germany and France, and we have a broader objective, but you accept that maybe the instrument that you propose is not the final truth.
Well, it's not just my view. The British Prime Minister has already said
that's his view,
that he is entirely open to other proposals that will deliver a comparable outcome.
To my technical interpretation, it might be a national solution, which help and a change of UK law, which you have to prove to check.
We can do that. Yes, that's
that
right.
makes us easier to find common ground on that issue.
That's right.
The technical stuff always is about why is this a European problem? They can solve it on their own. But if we can find common ground and we finally we have agreed to disagree, and now we may find common ground, this may be a solution that the UK thinks of redesigning their system that is gaining the same.
I think a lot of thought at the moment is going into actually that both in London but also elsewhere.
Yep.
A lot of people are actively addressing that.
I have the Danish protocol here in front of me. It doesn't refer to property as far as I can see now. Maybe I'm not reading it closely enough. It refers to a number of other things.
You're not reading it slowly enough.
You're talking too fast.
I was going to say, and now we're going to talk really fast because we have 12 minutes left to conclude. I would end this discussion as any other political reality needs to be done. Is there any sort of deal here based on the morning? And if there is, what does it look like?
It's not middle of February.
Yeah, meaning, and that may be the answer, and that's a perfectly reasonable. We're not there yet, but as you say at the end, the Prime Minister has said, I will be tactically flexible. That has been welcomed by both the German and French social ministers over the weekend. That's a perfectly reasonable answer, but if I can have some opinions about that, if there is no deal here, what does one look like? No one's going to get all of what they want. That's why we call it a negotiation.
I wonder, in that spirit, if there's any possibility of looking at that element of the universal credit that relates to children or dependents who are not living in the UK, where one would be able to modulate the payment to take account of the differential in the cost of living. Where if one is living in a country where the cost of living is obviously lower than it is in central London or whatever, that there would be an adjustment to take that into account, but on a non-discriminatory basis, in the sense that it would be based on objective cost of living related considerations. But I don't think the credit payable in respect of the person themselves who is resident in the UK could ever be allowed to be restricted as is proposed, because that's clearly against the treaties. It's discrimination between workers.
So there are two levels. There is the level of, can we solve this, and if there is enough flexibility, you can do something on welfare tourism, which can be in the comfort zone of Cameron. There is a higher ground, however, and that is that the concerns of our European citizens is about, well, to what extent are we humanitarian obliged to have people from outside Europe in our countries? So this has to be taken into account as to be part of the deal. And on the other hand, there is just the rules of the game internally Europe. But I think that if you don't have that other part also in, you never will have a sustainable deal.
Yes.
I think that the discussion is the demonstration that it is very difficult to have a separation between the two big issues, the refugees, migrants, and the workers and free movement. This is a key problem, and I'm sorry, but it is not possible for an European framework to solve the key problem of this point, that is what you mentioned, Mr. President, at the beginning, the influence of this issue in the referendum, and the fact that 9-10% of the... But why? Because today we are at the very core of the refugees crisis. This is why, but I know that I'm saying something very personal, Malcolm. I think the acceleration to have the referendum now is a big mistake. Yeah. Because the referendum now in the next months or before summer, will be a referendum in the very high of the storm of the refugee crisis at the European level. So I think it would be wise and better to have the referendum next year, when I hope, but I hope also for our countries, the refugees crisis will be less difficult, because if not, it would be a problem for all of us. But if not, the link between the two issues will be, I think, terrible.
Interesting.
But just jumping on this, as a general issue, I think that what might take from this conversation is that you can bring positions closer, and you can make everybody understand that you have to find smart solutions, and we will find them. On the refugee issue, we go to a different level. The same way that I said that behind the ever closer union was lurking another issue that concerns all our citizens is, why are we on this for Europe, which is becoming not that as clear as it was in 57. In 57, everybody knew why we needed to put things in the common basket. But on this, I agree totally and I disagree. I think that we have to make a big difference between refugees, economic migrants, and workers, and free circulation of workers.
For 1 minute.
On refugees, it's not humanitarian. It's that we are bound by international treaties. As Germany, as Poland, we are bound. We need to change the Geneva Convention, which are the origin that were thought for a different world. What lies underneath all this is that the world is changing, and many of our citizens do not really grasp where the world is moving, and they have reactions. The best thing we can do is to keep it to these tax cuts for the workers of the European Union, because if you still call it migration basket, we are bound to big questions, and you don't have the refugee issues as we do in the continent or in the same way, I think that we have to be very specific.
Sir Malcolm, would you like to respond and have the last word?
Just very briefly indeed. We've met together for 3 hours. If this was the real European negotiation, this would have been the first meeting of the heads of government or the negotiators, and it would have gone exactly as it's gone this morning, with all the concerns, the legitimate criticisms, the anxieties, the national positions being put forward. It's interesting, I think, in the last 20 minutes, last 30 minutes, people have actually, all of us have started focusing on, well, right, that's fine, now where do we go from here? And sadly, we don't have another 3 hours or 6 hours or 9 hours to deal with that, which...
Night. Always night is better.
Yeah, well, fine. We could stop the clock or something until we reach an agreement. But I just conclude by saying that I think there is a basis on which we can accommodate the United Kingdom position. You might expect me to say that, but I think that the comments that have been made around the table have begun to open up what is likely to be the way towards a negotiated agreement. It's got to be one of substance, not just of form, if it's going to have an impact on the referendum. It can't just be nice words and nice aspirations. It's got to be commitments which we are all comfortable with, but which deliver the kind of reform that is seen to be desirable. So I think that's all I would wish to say.
I would merely conclude by saying that having designed about 100 war games, the ultimate thing you can say about them if they're good is, was it real world? That's what my German staff will say to me, was it real world? Did it approximate reality? And I think you're right, Sir Malcolm, it did. It's the beginning of the process. And now you see us already drilling down on, can there be a tactical solution to this in a policy way? As you said, Noel, correctly, the last one's hardest because it's very concrete and very specific. Yeah. There's not a lot of wiggle there unless we are tactical and creative about that. And I think that will be the only way forward. But I think what was great about the morning was we pointed out how devilishly difficult this really, really is, and that there is a will to reach this conclusion, but it's going to take all of us sitting here, and even for longer than we did this morning. I'd like to thank the audience for putting up with us, and thank the panelists ever so much for making it as real world as possible. My Germans will be thrilled. Thank you.
So, jetzt würde ich gerne nach Hause.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming back to our afternoon session. We've had a slight change of personnel in that Lord Lamont is now sitting in for Sir Malcolm Rifkind to handle the Brexit scenario. And the very simple basis to thinking through this simulation is that there has been a vote now, as opposed to this morning when we were negotiating the terms of the vote. Now there has been a vote, and the British people have voted to leave. And so in the aftermath of that, as I said this morning, a bit like dating when you're fighting over the used stereo, we have to now renegotiate what's left between us and see how we move forward. But we have to do so, obviously, in a period where there is real political acrimony as a result of this. And speaking as a historian, human beings' feelings do matter. They may not be broad historical forces, but the fact that Bobby Kennedy and LBJ hated each other did matter for Vietnam policy. You have to work that out. And so we will have to navigate that, as well as the specifics. And so to begin, I'd like to turn it over to Lord Lamont to make an opening statement. Then we'll have your responses to this statement, and then Lord Lamont will have a chance in the end to comment on those issues. Over to you, sir.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, well, clearly the last session completely failed because we've had Brexit. But here we are. I thought I was, not that there's been a coup, but I thought I was standing in for David Cameron, not Sir Malcolm Rifkind. We are here to discuss what would be, or what is, Britain's relationship with the EU after the UK referendum. I appreciate that many people in this room will be disappointed, but we all, including we ministers in the British government, have to respect the decision. And many people in the British government campaigned for Britain to remain in. But it is a democratic decision arrived at by a clear majority. I would like to stress that this outcome does not mean that Britain is turning its back, either economically or politically, on Europe. I take the point that was made by Mr. Letta about you're in or you're out, but also he made the point about different circles. I think there are many areas where we will hope to continue to cooperate. I will come on to some of those in the discussion to do with foreign policy, science, universities, and of course, commerce. The past of Britain is tied up with Europe, and the future inevitably will be as well. I note that Article 8 of the TUE requires the EU to develop a special relationship with neighbouring areas. I think that would be an obligation on the EU even if there were no Article 8. And I'm sure that people are not today going to express irritation or anger that members of the people in the UK have voted as they do. It would be ironic if the EU, an organisation that exists to produce good relations internationally, should not be also anxious to have good relations still with its neighbour, the UK. I'm happy to conduct the negotiations under Article 50. Some people suggested to me that perhaps we might avoid Article 50, and although I'm convinced that that is legally possible, I don't think that that would have been welcomed round the table. This negotiation, of course, is going to take a long time. It's not going to be fixed in one meeting this afternoon. My belief is that the vote in the UK was triggered by a desire to have more control over our own lawmaking, and also I believe that the migration crisis and the great upsurge in immigration we've had in Britain in recent years probably, but who knows with the mysterious chemistry of the electorate how it worked, but that's what I believe. I do not believe that membership of the EEA, were we to apply for that, would be ideal for the UK. I'm not entirely convinced by all the slogans about government by fax. I note that the EU has an elaborate comitology structure on its website, which I can't believe means nothing. But be that as it may, I don't believe that the EEA would be the right route for Britain. Nor do I think the Swiss option would be correct. It is something that was incredibly complex. 20 principal accords, 100 supplementary accords. It took a decade to negotiate. And again, I think that would not really be appropriate for us. I think if we are to reach an accommodation that works, we need to put something in place that works better for all concerned, that needs to be different from anything that we've had in the past. The best solution that we can see would be a comprehensive free trade agreement, in some ways similar to that seen between Canada and the EU, although I think in certain respects it would be different. When we come to agreement covering manufactures and goods, I would hope that that would be relatively easy. The example of CETA, the Canadian agreement, ultimately eliminates 100% of tariffs on industrial products. And I think that we ought to be able to achieve, hopefully, something similar for the UK and the EU together. But I don't think it is entirely appropriate or fair to separate out goods, financial services, and agriculture. Yes, they are separate, but they are also linked. And I think our attitude towards an agreement will be on each of them on its merits, but they will be linked issues. Britain, of course, as everybody knows, runs a trade deficit in manufactures. With the EU, it runs a surplus in financial services. That surplus in financial services is about the same as the deficit in food and agriculture. So there is an obvious linkage there. I know the moment I mention deficits, people will say, but mathematically as a proportion of EU GDP, it matters less to the EU than it does to the UK. You don't have any leverage because you have this large deficit in manufactures. I don't entirely buy that. The UK is the EU's largest trading partner in goods. The UK is Germany's largest trading partner and is the largest market for German cars. On agriculture, we could have various options. We could have a free trade agreement, leaving agriculture largely as it is, or we could have not a free trade agreement and we could impose some tariffs on EU goods where we're not able to reach agreement on other issues. Other issues, of course, specifically includes financial services, and we would seek to have a financial services chapter in our FTA. And it would seek to ensure that the UK was not considered just another third country, but could get as close to EEA access as possible, that is, access to the single market in financial services. Of course, as Mr. de Gucht knows better than anyone else in this room, issues arise over regulation, particularly the future of regulation, the future of regulations. Of course, we start off from a point where we're almost entirely in the same regulatory system. We have the acquis communautaire. I would hope that given that present situation, there'd be no question of our system of regulation in the UK not being judged equivalent, a strong argument for passporting itself. But there then is the issue of future regulation, which again, as Mr. de Gucht knows, been a big issue and was a big issue, I think, in TTIP as well. And I think progress wasn't made very far on TTIP. But I remember Lord Mandelson telling me that what he felt should happen with financial regulation with the United States, given that they are not in the position we're in today, which is to be equivalent and very closely in line, there has to be a machinery for convergence for the future. Whether this is a body organized along the lines of investor dispute settlement mechanisms, I think it would be something different because it would be doing with regulation rather than investment, but it would be a body to see that in future alterations in our regulation, which is very similar at the moment, they were complementary to each other. Of course, the ECB and the Bank of England already cooperate very closely, and the UK will continue to cooperate in bodies like the Financial Stability Board and those responsible for setting up the Basel mechanisms. Of course, the City of London is a very important UK interest, but I think it is also something that matters to the individual countries of the EU. There are 75 banks which are EEA banks, which have passported into London, including Deutsche Bank with 8,000 employees in London. There are 800 insurance firms in the EEA which could passport into the UK. We are confident London, for many reasons, will remain a major financial centre, but obviously we would wish to continue the very close links with Europe as well. One of the issues in the referendum was greater control of over our borders. We would seek to introduce legislation to that effect. We would be willing to explore a number of options on that front. If we had our own system, perhaps a point system, we could seek to give a bias towards EU nationals within that system. An alternative would be the emergency brake, but given the emergency brake ran into difficulty in the previous negotiations, there is quite a lot to be said for a system that did allow some preferential entry for EU nationals. We recognize that in this new situation, notwithstanding that we will be outside the CAP, notwithstanding that we will be outside the regional policy of the EU, we will be expected to make some budget contribution. This is an important point because obviously with the departure of the UK, the burden that falls on other European countries is not inconsiderable. I think I'm right in saying after allowing for the rebate, Germany would be required to increase its contribution in the absence of any contribution from Britain by about £4 billion, France by 2.9 billion, Italy by 2.1, Spain by 1.5. But we recognize that in putting forward what we would like to have, it is probably right that we would have to make a budget contribution. Another area where we believe cooperation would be possible is very much, and we would like this, in foreign affairs and security. Obviously, geographically, historically, Britain and Europe are close together. They face similar threats in the world. Notwithstanding the verdict of the referendum, we would like to continue in some form. Perhaps we could work on separate negotiations about ways in which Britain could contribute to the common security and foreign policy. The objectives that we have sought in our renegotiation, and which I think the referendum was about, are not really to do with security and defence, which I think is a matter of common interest where we could find a way of working together. And we would hope that it would be recognised that Britain, with its position on international bodies and with its foreign policy cooperation, would be able to contribute something very special to Europe. To sum up, what we would seek would be a comprehensive agreement, but one that would cover all interlinked goods, financial services, and agriculture. We recognize we would have to make a budget contribution. This, I realize, is going to be a very difficult negotiation. As I said, I don't expect we're going to make a lot of progress in one single afternoon. It is special and different from what has gone before. I appreciate that many people are disappointed with the decision Britain has made, though many people may be relieved. You won't have an awkward partner gumming up the works and objecting to everything all the time. Britain needs a close relationship with the EU, and I believe that the EU ought to have a close relationship with an important neighbour as well. People as different as Jacques Delors and Mr. Schäuble have said that Britain could negotiate a special relationship different from other countries with the EU. I believe that this is important very much for ourselves, but also for the wider interests of Europe. I hope that we can move forward to discussions without acrimony in a constructive way. I don't doubt it will be a difficult negotiation, but I believe in the end we ought to be able to reach an agreement with each other.
Thank you, Lord Lamont, and especially thank you for giving us a comprehensive, specific list to begin to look at. And I'd like, before we open it up to the floor, to point out a few of those key points. It was opted a Canadian-type option, which is clear, rather than other options, which ought to help us narrow the discussion. You mentioned, I thought very interestingly, that there might be a budget contribution as this process goes along still, which is, I thought, an interesting point to throw out. And foreign affairs is a very interesting point, because CFSP, with NATO already existing, that's a very interesting, speaking as an American, suddenly, wow, that's an interesting point. How do you link that together in this comprehensive package which is put forward, and also linking agriculture, goods and services together, and to reach some sort of coherent full deal? I mean, and as you say, this will obviously take a while. The EU estimates 2 years. I think most of us know that's wishful thinking, and it would take longer. And on that note, let's begin. Does anyone have anything to say broadly about that deal? Yes, we'll start here.
No.
We'll start with France and Germany, and we'll argue about who goes first.
Well, I've just a point about the Canadian model, the CETA. But what you said has nothing to do with the CETA. Because the CETA, the trade agreement between the EU and Canada, which has just been finalized, but it's not yet in force. And the French are very much in favor of it being enforced rather quickly. But it has nothing to do with what you say, because you ask for the financial passport, which is completely contrary to the Fidium case law of the court. Yes. So that, and it's a German preliminary ruling, where if you have not your principal establishment in Europe, you don't have.
Canada, it was similar in industrial goods.
Yeah. And also you ask for the free movement of people and preferential entry. So it's another model. What Jacques Delors meant when he said a special relationship has to do with Schengen, with the euro, etc. at the time where the opt-outs of the UK were perfectly accepted. Okay. But in that case, I don't know what France's viewpoint, because I'm not mandated to say anything because there is no Brexit yet. But my view is that we would agree with the Canadian model, that is to say, a completely banal trade agreement with the UK, but nothing else if you are out, I think.
We're going to gather a bunch of these and let Lord Lamont respond at the end.
First of all,
yes, Germany, you're on the list.
The protocol after your speech shall note silence and strong breath. First of all, Sir Norman, we respect the decision of the British people. It is, democracy is a complicated thing, has an outcome sometimes some like and some do disagree. So we respect the decision made for Brexit. This is a fact we now have to realize, and we now have to draw the conclusion. Every decision has consequences. And those who decide probably have taken that into consideration. And after we had 4 or 5 heads of state meeting on Brexit, and we finally didn't get a deal, which is the assumption of this working session, I must say we're disappointed. We respect, but we're disappointed. And we're not so keen after you showed us any torture instruments to hug you with a very warm welcome in this debate. So we have to respect something which we do not like. We will keep on with good relationship, but I don't believe that your cherry-picking approach you're presenting around the table will be presentable to our constituents, to our population. This is not just only one democracy. In Europe, there are several ones. And everybody has, if we go on with the negotiation, to not just find an agreement around this table, but with his electorate. And for example, if I take your free trade issue, actually, it is nothing which is easy to gain. As you know, how long we negotiated CETA from the European Commission. Carol can say even more details, or TTIP. And what's about with TTIP and CETA among our electorate? It's not easy what you're gaining from us. And I'm not quite sure whether I can impress my Frankfurt electorate that if there's the one and only chance after your Brexit exit to compete with London as the leading financial sector, would you ask me to make an arrangement with the UK government now, very soon, that gives you a free entry card to the European financial market, which would be seen as a competitive disadvantage from the status quo we are aiming at? This is cannot be a serious option in our negotiation. And I'm disappointed on number 3 that you haven't said much realistic on the foreign policy. We are facing serious crises all over the world, and Europe is a global player, the one and only. It's not the UK alone, it's not France alone, it's not Spain alone or Germany, it is the European Union. So how shall we organize our relationship in foreign and security policies? The collaboration between the EU and NATO and all this other stuff. This shall be taken into consideration because our electorate is now asking if there's no such thing as a free lunch. Brexit is something which does, as we all know, does not only affect you, but affects our electorate. And this proposal, which is not on the table, which I would call the cherry-picking proposal after torturing us over months, is not acceptable.
Very well played. Over to the Netherlands and then Spain.
Well, I completely agree with France and Germany. It's from the Netherlands, although I have to be even more disappointed because the future of the Netherlands is very much related with the future of our neighbors and with the UK, France, and Germany as our bigger neighbors, and Belgium and Luxembourg as our, the Benelux is a close entity. But when these bigger neighbors are not in agreement, that's not very good for us. But we have also to count in some losses. We will have some job losses, we will have some trade losses, etc. Of course, only 10% of what you are losing, but we will be disappointed about that. I represent the Netherlands here, but I work in the Bertelsmann Stiftung in Germany. We did this Brexit potential economic consequences, and it is devastating. Thousands of jobs, etc. So what we will do, I think, is we will listen seriously to what you discussed, but we have to get our act together, and we have to make a close round along our businesses to see what are the real interests, because we're somewhere we start from there. So the love is not gone, but there is a kind of awkward situation that the one you love is leaving you, and that comes with a lot of irrational, in normal life, with a lot of irrational.
But others love you too.
Thank you.
And suddenly we're in a French zone.
I'm not hiding my disappointment.
So Norman put Europe together.
So we see also beside that, we see some chances because we are for sure also. We note that the world will take you so much less serious, that the potential of Amsterdam to together with Frankfurt, the financial capital of Europe, raise, and also the headquarters for all kind of international companies in Amsterdam. So this is a chance, and of course, on the short term, we also will welcome Scotland in the European Union. This is really something that we will do, and we will make sure that the differences between the economic growth
in the euro,
even. So what we will see is we will see the prosperity of Scotland go high, and we will make sure that we will set everything there to have in 10 years from now. We can campaign together with you for coming into the European Union. The estimate is that the effects of leaving the European Union are at its highest after 10 years. So that would be the deepest moment on which we can campaign for you to come back in. I'm very disappointed, but I have good hope for my children.
And with the love gone, we're going to go to Spain and then Sweden.
Well, first, I do agree with whatever has been said before me, and I will try to add a couple of comments. The first is that I'm surprised, Mr. Lamont, that the only mention that you have done from the reaction was a kind of fear of retaliatory measures. No, I mean, first, we have to understand that the European Union will be a very different ensemble without Great Britain. So don't speak ceteris paribus, because there is no ceteris paribus here, and understand that. Second, we are bound by our public opinions, and you have discarded the systems that are around that could be more easily explainable, the European Economic Area or the Swiss agreement. But you don't want that. You want a special, better one that just takes the best of the clear bilateral trade agreements with some perks. But frankly, if you want access to the internal market, I think that you will understand first that this will create reactions by the spare parts producers in Spain or by the car makers in Germany, and something of the like all over. And you have to understand that this is not retaliatory. This is democracy. The same way that I hope we will never be confronted to that, but we would respect your decision. You have to respect our decisions, and our decision will be along these lines. This will be, so tell your citizens, it's not going to be as now, but just us being Canada, but better. No, not at all. This will not work like that, and it's not retaliation at all. We want Great Britain to stay in with all the modulations that we have discussed this morning. But exit is not the solution, and if you have exited, then think coming back, because if not, there will be parts of the now, of Scotland, for instance, that will do it, first step.
But before we move on to Sweden and Poland, just a question to Spain that's been put in my ear, and then you can start answering, and then we'll give you the next round, and that's fine. Will this affect Catalonia in any way? What's going on there?
You were out now. You were not in control of the debate.
Frankly, Brexit in itself,
yeah.
No.
Okay.
The consequences after Brexit, which I hope will never happen in the first place, we will see.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna go to Sweden, Poland, and then let Lord Lamont start answering, and then we'll ask some more. There's plenty of time. But Sweden and then Poland, then we'll have you come in, and then there'll be more.
Okay.
Sweden?
Okay. Even though I'm extremely sad, I would try to behave and be polite and start with that we respect your referendum. But then I must admit that this is something that will make many, many, many Swedes very upset. It is, as I said before, a public divorce. You were our best friend, and we had a marriage. Now we are divorced. And that means that we need to think about this for a while and to recover. And for the first, I never thought I was going to mention this, but the word reciprocity used rather often in the European Union, which Swedes don't like. Now I think that it's time for some reciprocity. Not doing just a cherry-picking approach, as Germany said that it was, and I agree, really agree with them. And I believe also that even though you think that you can have both goods, you can have agriculture, you can have financial services, and you can cooperate together with us when it comes to foreign policy, defense, and security, and so on. Yes, but it will take some time. As you very well know, we have limited resources when it comes to the Commission to negotiate with when it comes to different FTAs, for example, and for the European Union. And for us, the priority for the moment is the TTIP and the CETA, to finish up that. We also have an ongoing thing with Japan. We have an old one with GCC, and many other topics that we need to spend resources on. So you cannot count on that the first day out you should be very close to coming in again, because that's what you suggest. I think that you need to realize that it will take some time. It will take long time. And I would also like to put a question. What are you going to tell your business community? Because they desperately wanted to stay within the European Union. For them, it will be very tough.
All right, we'll have Poland and then let Lord Lamont answer, and then Ireland and EU institutions after that. Okay, the floor is yours, Poland.
Brexit is not only about hard feelings, even though hard feelings matter in the electorate and they influence the positions of the politicians. But Brexit is very much about strategy. And it is in the vital interest of Poland that European Union remains cohesive. So that other countries which would like to emulate what Britain did would be deterred. And we are very much for the deterrence, because we are very much for the cohesion of European Union, and we would never support any agreement which would be better than the one for Norway or Switzerland.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, we had a number of people saying they respected our decision, but the moment after they'd taken a breath and said they respected our decision, there seemed to be a certain underhand, seething, not very well concealed dislike of the decision that had been made. And I'm very grateful to our Spanish colleague for saying she thought we should maybe come back. In fact, I'm not sure that wasn't said several times, but I took seriously what was said before, that out is out, and there's no sort of halfway house. At the same time, we have to negotiate a relationship. We have the fallback, obviously, of the WTO regime, the MFN regime, which is the same that many countries have with the EU. The United States has with the EU, Japan has with the EU. People who sell very successfully into the single market do, governed by the rules of MFN and the WTO. We were just arguing that since we have to negotiate, we have to unscramble a lot of things that exist already. Obviously, there is a negotiation. Our colleague from Sweden referred to the fact that we were married and now we've got divorced. Well, I think many people would agree that the best form of divorce is an amicable divorce, and the children like it when the parents remain on very good terms. And
they will in the long run.
A divorce where people don't talk to each other is a very acrimonious and very. Of course, it allows for lots of relationships.
We didn't ask for a referendum.
But it does. I think, work for the greater good, the greater public interest, if we have good relations between us. Now, I think the great danger in this situation is of going down a retaliatory cycle. And I was accused of cherry picking. I wasn't cherry picking. I was seeking to link the different sectors together into a comprehensive whole. But people are saying, oh no, you can have access, you can't have access to this, you can't have access to that. I could reply by equally saying, you will not have access to this. I was very surprised at our German colleague saying he wasn't sure he could sell this to the German electorate. Germany is a massive exporter to Britain. Britain is the largest purchaser of German cars, the largest export market for Germany. When you say, what are British businessmen going to think about this? What on earth are German businessmen? Manufacturing is a far more important element in the German economy than it is in the UK economy. I think that the most important thing to avoid is going down this road of competitive retaliation. I don't believe that is common sense. I don't believe that is what Europe should be about, and it's not in the interests of Europe or the UK.
Ireland, then the EU institutions, then Germany.
Well, I think we've got to clarify under what legal instrument this discussion is going to take place. If it is under Article 50, that is a time-limited negotiation. It must be over within 2 years. And if the time limit is to be extended, it can only be extended by unanimous agreement of all of the member states. And we in Ireland foresee difficulties in this, because there will be some countries who will not be happy with some aspect of what Britain is looking for, who will perhaps threaten to withhold their consent to an extension. So we do face the possibility of a situation where the negotiation has not been settled and Britain is willy-nilly overnight out of the European Union with no agreement. And that could be even more disruptive than a normal, orderly leaving of the European Union by Britain. We also would stress that, if you like, if it's a negotiation under Article 50, that is one where the European Council is in the driving seat. But if it is to be a negotiation of a trade agreement, that's a matter for the European Commission. And the European Commission is in the driving seat as far as any trade negotiation is concerned. And it seems to me that separating those two responsibilities is going to be quite complex. I know that one of the things that in British public opinion causes, and we've seen it in the referendum campaign, form of unhappiness, is what is perceived as the excessive influence of the European Commission. Well, if you're going to negotiate a trade agreement, you are opting for much more influence by the European Commission and less influence by the member states, including ourselves, on this. As far as Ireland is concerned, I want to make it clear that this is an absolutely devastating decision that Britain has taken. We regard it as an unfriendly act. Yeah. I have invested, I speak personally, most of my political career in building a structure of peace in Ireland, reconciling two communities that live on the island who have entirely different allegiances. And now, for entirely domestic purposes on the island of Britain, the British people have left the European Union and thereby created a structure of instability on the island of Ireland. No country will suffer as much from this decision that you've taken as Ireland. And I have to address my colleagues here at the table to recognise this. We're going to suffer from this far more than any of you are around this table. So we will be looking for special consideration of our position as far as this is concerned.
It's confirmed here you have almost the same economic consequences as UK.
It is enormous for us. And we will, we won't be entertaining certain requests that might be made about tax policy in Ireland. We will pay no attention to them, I can assure you, because we're in a situation where we have to deal with this huge self-imposed, politically generated shock to our economy as a result of a succession of events that were unleashed by a decision of the British government. And we are not going to tolerate a long period of uncertainty here. A long negotiation is not tolerable to us. This matter has to be settled quickly. I also will say that we will want assurances from Britain about access for all our agricultural products to the British market without any of the sort of discrimination against Irish exports that we had to experience before we joined the European Union, where Britain was paying deficiency payments to its own farmers, thereby enabling them to undercut Irish farmers on the British market. We'll be insisting on complete access to the British market for our agricultural products from day one. We also will, I can tell you, be looking to see that as much as possible of the financial services market serving the European Union that's currently in London is relocated in Ireland or in other countries that are English speaking in the European Union. Well, no, I'm slightly overstating the case there, but what I can tell you, we will be looking for as much as possible of what's now in London coming to Ireland. And we will be watching to see what Britain is prepared to offer us on other issues before we would mitigate our demands in this matter. And we will be expecting the Commission, to the extent that it's a trade agreement, to drive a very tough deal here on this, because we have been focusing in the debate up to now on the needs of Britain. In this negotiation, this second phase, it's going to be the needs of the other countries that are going to have to get priority in our consideration.
Lord Lamont, a brief response to this and then to the EU institutions. But
well, I asked if I could respond to John Bruton immediately. I recognize the force of what he feels, and obviously, although Britain couldn't make the British people couldn't make its decision based on Ireland, I entirely understand the strong feelings that he has about this. My mind went back to the speeches that Lloyd George made when the Irish Free State was recognised, and when Lloyd George introduced the provisions whereby people could travel freely to the UK without passports, whereby they could vote in UK elections, notwithstanding the tragic history of conflict that Britain had got involved in, notwithstanding what had happened in the recent past. Lloyd George made the special provisions for Ireland in recognition of the eternal friendship between the British people and the Irish peoples, and that is what we want to see continue. And it's very important, just as there shouldn't be acrimony between the EU and Britain over Britain's departure from the EU, it is equally important there should not be acrimony between Ireland and the UK. And one of the great things that has happened in my lifetime, not least thanks to people like John Bruton, has been that relations between Britain and the Republic of Ireland have improved enormously. So, John, please don't interpret this as an unfriendly act. It is an act which we recognise has huge consequences for Ireland, which we will wish to address. I think we would want to support the continuation of the passport zone, which I think other countries in the EU are unlikely to object to, although obviously there will be issues about how this works with free movement of labour. We would continue, obviously, visa-free travel with the EU, but the enforcement of people not staying in the UK doesn't really come at the border. It comes via other mechanisms such as access to social security, access to the job market, which wouldn't automatically be available to EU citizens. But I don't think there's any need for any greater border enforcement. If this is not sufficient, the best option would be enforce further border checks around the island, the total island of Ireland and Northern Ireland, rather than a border between the two, though of course there could be greater checks on airports and ports in Ireland on any flights going to the UK. Of course, quite apart from movements of people, there would also need to be a customs border between Ireland and Northern Ireland, but you already have that problem with Norway and Sweden, where they have a customs border. Customs checks are sporadic along the Norway-Sweden border. Cars are not usually forced to stop. Both countries emphasize checks against other countries. and trust each other to enforce the rules properly at their borders, something I think we could trust the Irish to do. On the issues you raised, obviously the agriculture issue would have to be in the context of what we negotiate generally as regards the EU and agriculture. As regards moving a lot of the City of London to Dublin, well, I hadn't noticed you hadn't been trying anyway, but no doubt you'll try again and try harder. But we've put down, you know, there's a lot of cooperation between the City of London and Dublin, a lot of related transactions, related companies, and we would foresee this and very much want this to continue. But going back to what John said at the beginning, the relationship with Ireland is of enormous importance to us, and it's enormously important to put behind us the legacy of history which John had done so much to banish. He also raised various other issues at the beginning about proceeding under Article 50. I thought everyone would be enormously pleased that I had just accepted to proceed under Article 50, which, as you say, is time limited to 2 years in theory. As you say, it requires unanimity, but I would have thought common sense and the influence of the big countries, and if we are not quite at an agreement after 2 years, I know we're not going to get it in the next 5 minutes, I would have hoped that at least common sense would allow us to continue. Both sides need an agreement.
EU institutions, and then Germany, and then Italy.
Well, what amazes me most in your answer, Mr. Lamont, is that even a very experienced politician, as you are, doesn't have the faintest idea what would happen if Brexit was decided. Because what you have been putting on the table, to put it bluntly, doesn't make sense. And let me go into a little bit of the details. You say, let's take CETA. I have been negotiating CETA, no? From the beginning to the end. And your countrymen would never be pleased with that, you know. Because it's true that for industrial products you get to zero over a period of 10 years, not immediately. But for example, on financial services, Canada, and we would be in the position of Canada in this negotiation, has reserved a lot of rights for itself. And they can invoke a prudential clause that puts an end to anything. So the whole idea that you could arrange the financial services through a CETA approach. No. Well, let me.
That's not what I suggested.
No, but that's what you have said. Because you have not. You have not.
It wasn't what I said.
No, you have not.
What I said was CETA in respect of industrial goods. That was what I said.
So even worse for your financial sector.
But CETA is not only about industrial goods. It's also about services. Yeah. It's about investment. Yeah. It's about agriculture. And all this is linked, you know. If you have a trade negotiation, you can not just pick out one chapter of it and say, look, that would be very nice for us, you know. And leave the rest to other kind of negotiations. Now, I think what you should realize is that also the WTO is not a solution. Because you say, look, if we don't find an agreement on CETA, we take WTO. You cannot simply take that because you have no tariffs. There are no tariffs in the WTO between Great Britain and the rest of Europe, with no country. We have a common external tariff. So vis-à-vis the WTO, we are in fact one structure, no? But inside the structure, there are no rights. There are no tariffs at all. So automatically you would have zero tariffs for everybody, from everybody and for everything. Now, that's, I think, really an illusion. So the whole idea we fall back on WTO doesn't work. Because there is no frame in WTO between Great Britain and the rest of Europe. We have exactly the same position. No? That would be, it would really be cherry picking. Now, what you have also to see is that, for example, in CETA, there's a lot of regulatory approximation. No? There are rules on public procurement that are well, I think rather positive. And it will be much more difficult with the United States than it has been with Canada. So really looking at formulas that you cherry pick, yes, you certainly do cherry picking, no? Because you say, look, what is interesting in CETA, that's industrial goods. What would be interesting for financial services is that everything stays in London. No, that's an illusion. That's a real illusion. Yeah. You would have Frankfurt, but it's even a more general question. How can you expect that after you're leaving, the European economy would still be about the biggest in the world, that economy would accept that its financial center is outside its borders? Can you really expect somebody to accept that?
No.
And whether it's Ireland, whether it's Frankfurt, whether it's Amsterdam, why not Brussels? I mean, that's in the center. But I mean, this is an idea that has been raised by France several years ago.
Yes,
I remember.
absolutely.
That they say, look, how can we have a financial center so eccentric to what the European Union is? Now, if you wouldn't be there anymore, I mean, how are you going to govern with agreements the financial structure of your own economy? I really cannot see that at all. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole idea of common and foreign and security policy. I have been surprised that you say, look, we should make a budgetary contribution. I mean, that was really amazing, because you would never do that for granted. I mean, then you would ask something for that, you know. I mean, the first thing you would have to do is to pay your own agricultural people, I think, if you leave the European Union, because that's what we are doing now. We are paying them, you know. Just as we are paying quite a lot of money to your universities. Huh? So you even would, if I understand it rightly, the idea is that you would spend more than you do now. I mean, that's not what happens that much in real world. Having said this, I could go into a lot more details. I'm amazed you don't have an idea what would happen. I think that nobody really has, but you wouldn't be in the position to find out what you're going to do. It would be on your plate and much less on ours, I believe, and I'm amazed that you don't have any real approach to that.
Germany and then Italy.
Sir Norman, you stated that some species, and you looked at me, reveal retaliation. That's wrong. After your decision, it's a shift of focus. This is something what is happening. You may feel that is a retaliation, but we have to refocus our policy. Until the negotiation failed, it was a common understanding that we find a common solution, being flexible, trying not to look on the national or the old-time interest, and trying to compromise. And we respect your decision, but now you have to respect that we are refocusing our efforts. We have, for example, you claim that may be a shock to other European economies. And we had the Irish example. That we think even more to help the Irish to get through this stuff.
Yeah.
Before we negotiate a free entry card for London financial services to the European Union,
We won't.
is a shift of focus. It has nothing to do with retaliation, but with the fact that they are in and you want to get out. That we have to assess what all our EU companies directly linked with the UK under the new legal structure. Do we need something to stabilize things? You know, capital is a very flexible thing. We don't know yet how the financial market will react on that decision. But will it influence our financial stability? We just made banking union and all the European supervisory mechanism, and we went through all this banking crisis stuff. And this is not a risk you can price. This is uncertainty, and the capital markets love risk, but they hate uncertainty. So we have to think about shock absorbing and all this stuff. From the legal point of view, Karel made some point. Don't feel retaliation, but see that any decision you have made have consequences on all of us. And first things first, we are member of the European Union. We want to keep in. We try to offer you a fair deal, and still you may join us. But now we have refocused our efforts, and this is something which you have to take into consideration, and this is something that we have focused on our efforts now. This is the reality of the consequence I revealed earlier of the decision you are explaining to us.
I take some more water.
Italy, please.
Yes, I think this part of the discussion is very instructive because it is exactly the consequence of the difference between in and out and the absolutely not possibility to have a gray zone in which you can be in and out, cherry picking. And it is, I think, very, very interesting and very good. I would like to add one point. The point is about the difficulties, the cost of the divorce. Because for the divorce, there's a lot of people gaining a lot of money. All the people working for years and years after the divorce about the consequences, the legal consequences. And this is one of the things that it is, in my view, completely under-evaluated today. You are obliging us, all the European Union, to spend money, energies, a big investment in trying to arrange, and that will take years and years, the consequences of divorce. It will be a push for more red tape, I will say, because the consequences of this divorce will take years and years in our common work, and that is, in my view, one of the issues that is until now completely under-evaluated. A second point, I would say that I back completely the position raised by Germany and France and by the Commission and by the other colleagues. On trade, I would say that the position of my Swedish colleague was very good, and I would like to add one point. Today, after Brexit, our priority is not the agreement with the UK. We have another list of priorities, and you mentioned very correctly the fact that we are opening the discussion with Japan, Indonesia, Australia.
Vietnam.
Vietnam is
just concluded.
Just concluded.
Just concluded.
Yeah. So we have to reopen. We are reopening the negotiation with Mexico. It is another big important issue. So for us today, these are the key issues, and of course we are open to have a discussion with the UK, but it will be after these priorities. There are some concrete consequences on the financial system. I think the first one is that Italy will back the change, of course, of the seat of the European Banking Authority. Today is London. Why not Dublin? So we can just immediately move the authority, the European Banking Authority, to Dublin, just to say that we completely share the difficulty that Ireland is experiencing in this very period, and the fact that around all these topics there are big consequences. On foreign security policy, we are all members of NATO, so...
Not all.
Yes, okay, sorry. We are almost all members of NATO, so as we can have there our common work together. But of course, it will be a big problem for many issues, and the consequences would be very difficult. So I think at the end of the day, we are entering a period of long disease, problems, discussions. This period will be negative for the European competitiveness, for the UK competitiveness, because it will be a way to not to be attractive for foreign investments in the UK, in the rest of Europe. It will be, I think, very much difficult to continue like that. So it is clear that we will continue our discussions, but of course, being out and being in is a completely different thing, and I think it sounds very clear now.
France.
I just have to recall the expression of Churchill, who said with regard to the UK vis-à-vis Europe, we are with it, we are not of it, and you will be out of it if Brexit is adopted. So out of it means that we have to defend our interests. I'm sure that we'll do it.
Is it me?
No, first Ireland, then you.
Encore. I'd like to direct a question here really to the Commission. Will the Commission be able to handle this negotiation in the time frame that's there? It took you 5 years to conclude the Canadian agreement, where I think only 10% of mutual trade was involved. Here we're going to be dealing with a trade agreement with Britain where 50% of the trade is involved. So a much wider range of subjects are going to have to be covered in this negotiation. Is it possible for the Commission to do this within the 2-year frame? Secondly, will you be insisting that Britain give an undertaking during that 2-year period that they do not change in any way any of the EU legislation that they've already enacted under directives and regulations? And that continues to be the case, that EU standards in all the matters where we might be trading will be maintained and not changed, and that the UK will commit itself to agree anytime we change the rules within the European Union that they will change them as well, so that there is no attempt being made to undercut EU exports or products on the basis, for example, of more lax environmental regulations being allowed in the UK than are allowed in the rest of the Union. What line will the Commission take on our behalf in this negotiation? I also would have to say to my colleagues that I can understand, the other agreements that you want to make with Vietnam and a number of other countries that you listed there, which are much higher priorities. But for the sake of my country, we can't afford there not to be some sort of relationship established between Britain and the European Union, because our involvement with the British market is so great. So I'm having to say to my colleagues that you're just going to have to scrap all these other agreements for our sake, for our point of view anyway. And however annoyed we may be about it, we're going to have to make some sort of an agreement with the British on this. But I think it's important that they do not be allowed to make any regulatory undercutting of the rest of us, availing of their decision to leave to take advantage of those who've remained.
Can you specifically answer those two? And then Lord Lamont has to answer about 16 other ones. So please, to EU institutions, to that.
What I see is that since Great Britain is not any longer in the European Union, they get more speaking time.
To themselves.
Yep. Have you also noticed that?
I'm noticing you're all getting way too much speaking time.
Okay. Now, the questions that John is putting, first of all, I mean, if you have Article 50, it's 2 years, and under Article 50, you would be negotiating a lot of things, and one part of that would be a free trade agreement. It would be part of the Article 50 negotiation, but that part would, of course, follow the normal negotiating procedure that we have for free trade agreements. I mean, look at the agreement with Ukraine, for example, and that's a comprehensive agreement, but 90% of it is a free trade agreement, and that has been negotiated by the Commission. So we would, in fact, tap in the system of 50, but in an autonomous way. That's what would really happen. Is it feasible in 2 years? But where I disagree with quite a lot of people around the table is that they say, look, we would have other priorities. That I don't believe. The new relationship with Great Britain would be the priority. From a political point of view, I believe that would be the case. Whether that would make us easier in the negotiation, that's something completely different, because I have been negotiating a number of free trade agreements, and it's the Commission that is negotiating, but they all the time are looking at the member states whether they are backed or not, because we are not just doing it alone. We need to be backed by the member states, and then all kind of problems that have been raised here on the table would come up. So is that possible technically in 2 years? Yes, probably, but I think politically that would not be the case. But it would certainly be the priority. Whatever has been said by anybody here around the table, that's what would mushroom in a political way, I think, from the day to tomorrow. Now, the question on the standstill, yes, that's what you do. I mean, in fact, with all countries you are negotiating with, what you do not accept is that they change the game when you are negotiating. So this would be a starting point, that you have a standstill. That's what you, in fact, are asking for, John. That would be. I mean, if you don't have that, I mean, then it would be quite impossible to get to whatever agreement. Now, let me add that one of the arguments that your Prime Minister has been using is that it would give. That you would in fact then have more possibilities to negotiate free trade agreements with other countries, citing India and China. That has been said. Exactly. Now, I know those negotiations, and up to now we have said we do not start free trade negotiations with China, because even, and Eva knows that, even the negotiation on an investment agreement with market access doesn't work. And what you see is that China becomes more and more difficult. I see no reason that all of a sudden you would make an interesting free trade agreement, although we do not manage to have a decent investment agreement with that. And finally, on India, that's a very interesting topic for you, because we were very close to have an agreement with India.
Not one I've made.
No, but we were out. I mean, I've done the negotiations with India. And we were very close, except for 2 points. One was on car parts, but the second one was on the cut-off price for wine and spirits, And that was about Scotch whisky. That's what it was about, the cut-off price. From what price on can you export without supplementary taxes Scotch whisky to India? Now, I can assure you that this is a non-starter, certainly with this government, even with the previous government, because you never agreed, Great Britain, including Scotland, to the cut-off price because they thought it was too high. No? And the Indians, they want to protect, let's say, the cheaper products, and you want to export the more expensive products. No? But on the cut-off, you never agreed with the European Union what would be the case,
Lord Lamont, have at it.
Well, thank you very much. Large number of points there. In his first intervention, Mr. de Gucht said, I had no idea what the consequences of Brexit were. Possibly, but may I suggest that he doesn't either. This will be determined by customers, it will be determined by markets. One of the illusions that hangs over the whole European debate is that trade flows are dictated by politicians, by governmental arrangements, that somehow people, well, tariffs are much lower than they were, that somehow trade flows are altered by politicians' political arrangements. Unfortunately, business has absorbed a lot of this mythology as well. It wasn't tariffs that made the City of London the capital of the Eurodollar trade internationally in the 60s and the 70s. It happened because London was entrepreneurial. A lot of people outside the United States wanted to organize their business in London. It was to some extent a consequence of over-regulation in the United States, which led people to go offshore. And just as the City of London was the offshore center to the United States in the 60s and 70s, I believe the City of London could still be the offshore center to Europe, and Europe might attempt to pass laws, just as the United States attempted to pass laws. It doesn't necessarily mean that they would be effective. London has many attractions. The fact that it's got a long history in financial services, has many established financial institutions, obviously the English language, the time zone, the regulatory environment. London has a lot of comparative advantages. I don't believe that simply, because a lot of people around this table in a room say, oh, we're not going to allow London to be the financial center for Europe. Well, it won't be determined by you. You may make a desperate attempt to sabotage London if you want, if you really think that's a wise thing to do. Switzerland is outside the EU. Switzerland, of course, does not have full passporting. It does have some passporting for some aspects of insurance, but Swiss banks, of course, they face a higher cost of incorporation, but Swiss banks are pretty successful within the EU. And I notice within the financial services industry in London, quite divided attitudes. On the one hand, you have all the speeches attempting to chill the blood, such as we've had echoed here today. But many people, a lot of the fund managers are very keen and believe that they could do with less regulation, and a lot of them very keen to move to Switzerland. I don't believe that anyone can be prescriptive about exactly what is going to happen. I was accused in the contributions that were made before of cherry picking, but it seems to me the very people who were accusing me of cherry picking were doing cherry picking from their side. They were saying you can't do this, you can't have agriculture, you can't have the city, you've got to have everything together. But at the same time, they were saying, we will have access to your market, we will have access to you on services as well, and on agriculture, and on manufacturing. It seems to me that everything is actually interrelated, but obviously in a negotiation, there will be attempts to look at each item by itself. The point was made, and I think it's subsequently been rebutted from within this gathering, that really an arrangement between the EU and the UK, something could just be left, it could be put on the back burner. It wasn't a high priority, really. Your largest trading partner is not a higher priority than Indonesia or Japan. I find that quite difficult to believe. I find it very difficult to believe for a country like Germany, as I've said repeatedly before, your largest customer for motor cars, your largest customer for manufacturers. I'm grateful to John Bruton for bringing out the point about 2 years. That's what we would expect, that things would remain the same for 2 years. A lot of the hysteria, a lot of the blood chilling might actually calm down in 2 years' time.
Thank you.
If you get an agreement at the end of the 2 years, but that's not assured.
It's not assured. Nothing is certain.
Now, I'd like to hear from Spain, Sweden, and Poland. We're running to the end of the session, and so rather brief comments there, and then we can talk about in this charred mess of lack of love, where a deal might begin to be structured, what could be picked up from this that could move forward, assuming any kind of time frame. Obviously, we assume it will be difficult. Obviously, we assume your priorities and focus will change. But obviously, as you also mentioned, Britain will remain politically a fundamental interest of Europe. At the same time, that's a fact. And so if we can begin from that, but first I'd like to hear from Spain, Sweden, and Poland rather briefly so that we can end the session. All right.
Well, two brief comments. The first is that I'm still surprised. I mentioned that you focus on retaliation, now you have added sabotage. Frankly, I mean, I haven't heard from the other interlocutors anything that just would justify speaking about sabotage. No, you have, this is your words, not mine. Your word, sabotage. When you mentioned, yes, when you said that we were telling you that you were cherry picking, which is right, that in fact what you saw from this side, you mentioned, I think, it was a an attitude of sabotage on certain areas. And because I suppose that because we said that maybe it would be difficult to explain to car producers or to, it's not sabotage, it's just explaining, or spare part producers of cars in Spain, this agreement. But this is my first comment. And I think that if we, I hope we never are in real terms negotiating Brexit. But if we do, I think that we have to try to make it happen, because what you are absolutely right is that this is not a priority. It's the über alles priority would be for the European Union. Of course, we are interlinked and we cannot live without it. So we would be interested. As I say, I hope we are in a purely hypothetical case. But the second issue that I would like you to respond is to what the Commission asked you. 50% of your trade is with third countries. What we call today third countries that would not be third countries, would be interlocutors for you. How do you think, do you really expect to get the same conditions that the European Union gets in their negotiation, has got in their negotiations? How do you expect this to happen? Because this will also affect. So I conclude by saying that, again, I hope we are just discussing a hypothesis that will never happen, but you have to tell, and this is a common, a common duty for all the opinion makers. You have to tell the real terms of all this. That cherry picking, it's not possible. That it will be a long and difficult priority for all of us, but long and difficult negotiations, and that then you have to negotiate 50% of your trade outside that, just being the UK. My last comment on security. Well, NATO is there, but NATO is not just, it cannot encompass all the issues. It does not encompass. If you read NATO treaty, it's a specialized, it's defense. Security today goes far beyond NATO. And yes, we would establish cooperation. Of course we would. It is in our common interest. But once again, today, 1 month, 1 week, 1 day of no cooperation or lack of cooperation or worse cooperation in security matters. Even one hour, probably.
Okay, great. Briefly, from Sweden, Poland, and then the Netherlands in 2 minutes would be great, and then we're going to wrap this up. And by the way, in the last panel, building on what Anna said, I think rightly, yes, we understand their hard feelings, and it's going to be much tougher than perhaps the British thought. I get that. But can we then move on and talk about common interests, and since all this is going to be based on them? Let's be realists. You have interests, they have interests. What can be worked out relatively easily? What won't be worked out relatively easily because of differing interests? That could begin to flesh that out, and we go, because I think that's where you've taken us, which is fine. But then let's move forward and ground that in policy. What interest do you have to reach a deal with them on goods in Britain? Is it different than a deal on services? Can you disaggregate that? What do you want, and what do they want? Over to Sweden, and then Poland, then the Netherlands, then we'll give Lord Lamont probably about 1.5 minutes.
Well, my comment maybe is the first step into that.
Okay.
Because I was going to say that let's assume that some time has passed by. We have calmed down. We behave like good parents, as you said, and realize that UK is our best friend and when it comes to liberal countries. And of course, we will try to put a lot of efforts into a negotiation with you. And exactly as Karel said, that of course it will be the top priority, together with many other things. I was just more trying to explain that maybe it's not the same feeling for all the member states. But we will try our very best, and as we do with Norway, we try to facilitate as much as we can for them. And I'm sure that the Netherlands also will go together with us and try to find good solutions. But it will be tough, and we don't know yet where it's going to end.
Thank you. Brief intervention from Poland and the Netherlands.
Well, I repeat, the common interest for the remaining members is to deter other exits. And this should have an impact on the terms Britain gets. Should not be too generous.
very interesting point to bring up. We can't make this be too nice or others might leave. Finally, the Netherlands, before we give Lord Lamont the last word.
The distinction between this morning is that this morning we had a lively and very constructive debate, and we were then sometimes blaming our citizens that they are irrational about immigration or whatsoever. What I see now is that we have here a very annoyed and rather irrational debate, and it will be our citizens that will ask us to be practical in order to deal with things. But it's important to note that at the political area, there will come in a lot of irrationality because there will be a lot of disappointment. So from that point of view, all the political solutions will probably be suboptimal from a rational point of view. But then if we consider that the Dutch citizens are disappointed but not stupid, they want to work in the UK, and we want to have all these financial experts to serve our new financial capital, etc. So we have some areas to negotiate. We would welcome, of course, the UK to be part of the free trade agreement that we make with South Korea. I don't think that the UK will make a better deal on its own. So there are a lot of documents that you can sign and where you can benefit from. This is not a negotiating, but it's a practical fact that in your interest, like Switzerland and Norway, you can sign all these documents without having any influence on it, if that is your choice. Because it is suboptimal, but it's still better than not to be. So on the financial sector, I'm not sure if the Swiss are altogether, they are flourishing, but they are not always happy that some other countries put a lot of pressure on them when it comes to transparency, etc., and when that is regulated outside of your country. And what I doubt, but this is a question to you, Norman, do you think that the Brits have the kind of modesty of the Swiss and the Norwegians to accept what is regulated in Europe as the rules of the game in order to serve the benefits to serve the interests of your citizens?
No, the answer to that is no, and that's why we're having the negotiation. You're absolutely right to make the point that there is a great difference in the atmosphere between this session and the one before. Because in the one before, you were trying to prevent something happening and you were being very friendly. In this one, you're trying to conceal your irritation that something has happened and you're being less accommodating and less constructive. And
that's life.
It was a war game.
That's indeed, as you say.
Yeah.
And when someone said, I think it was you, John, had we realized things would be really this tough? I think we understood perfectly well, do understand what it would be like outside and what the attitude will be. But we believe that market forces, rather than people sitting behind desks, determine where customers go. I thought it was very revealing about the psychology of this meeting, what our Polish colleague said. You mustn't be too generous because others might follow. I thought this was a voluntary club based on harmony, peace, good neighborliness, keeping everyone together. That's what I thought it was all about. But now it seems to me we need a bit of stick.
You seem to be off
in order
business,
to
Norman.
keep the club together.
Be off business.
On free trade areas, and the point was raised by our Spanish colleague, but I think was very well answered by our Dutch colleague. The free trade areas with third parties would remain. We would hope that we would intend that for the 2-year period, certainly, they would remain as they are. This is really a matter between us and those countries, whether they wish to continue them with us or not. I can't really see why it should concern people round this table. I would guess that most of them would actually want them to continue. Lastly, the point was made about security, and I think points were made about terrorism. I would imagine that on essentially policing matters, intelligence matters, cooperation would continue exactly as now. I mean, I think you don't need to have a supranational organization. People were talking this morning about internationalism, as though internationalism always required a supranational body as opposed to cooperation. Police forces, security services, perfectly capable of cooperating on an anti-terrorist set of measures, and intelligence sharing, insofar as it happens within the EU, I think would continue. Police information being shared would continue. But when I talked about foreign and security policy this morning, I think it was Mr. Kampeter who said I hadn't given enough detail. Well, I didn't give a lot of detail because I was making a proposal that I thought was a constructive proposal, one that I thought might be welcome, but it obviously is something that has to be negotiated. It's something where I thought maybe we could be of assistance. I didn't want to sound patronizing anyway, but I thought we might be able to be of some added value to the EU, even an EU without Britain. Britain, being a country with a lot of global ties and with a lot of representation on international bodies, and a country that has been more prepared than some European countries to use its armed forces elsewhere in the world. I thought this would be something that we could talk about, that could be something positive for Europe, and it would mean that even if our relationship economically was just based on free trade, our political cooperation, our attempts to give Europe a profile in the world would continue. And lastly, I repeat, I am not cherry picking. It seems to me the other side is cherry picking.
The stronger side is always, cherry picking is for the stronger to do. So it is not up to you.
Everyone states what they want in totality and implies what happens part by part.
But would you agree that it's more about our cherries than about yours?
One sentence.
Okay, we literally have time for one sentence from Poland and France, both of whom have their hands up.
I have to put it quite bluntly. What I meant is that
very blunt anyway.
Terms which we get should not encourage awful populist forces in some countries which are campaigning on exit, like National Front in France or Podemos in Spain. And this is a very important consideration. This is in the interest of Europe, so that you are not you do not encourage other
That's a good
countries.
point to throw in. Yes, France.
I think that this referendum endangers the Union. It will weaken the Union if Brexit is adopted. But perhaps there is a chance to have a financial city inside the Eurozone, a strong digital market, and perhaps it's a bet, it's a blessing for us. But also for France, it's a new responsibility because we will be the only European Union country at the UN Council of Security Council. Big responsibility.
And on that note, as we're concluding now in the last session, having built on this, let's talk in a very hardcore way about interests. Given where you are and what you've said, where your common interests lead to there being some parts of a deal that can be negotiated relatively quickly, I think this would be a service, and parts of a deal which you've indicated there would not be a commonality of interest that would do that as well. I think beginning to flesh that out in a less bumper sticker way would be very, very helpful in building on that. So if we can do that in the last session, that would be great. We're now going to have a 15-minute break for everyone to gather breath.
Can you again say what is the agenda for the last session?
Yes, we're going to talk in an interest-based way about specifics of what a deal might look like. For instance, is it relatively easy to do a deal?
Brexit deal.
After that, after Brexit. Yep.
Easy.
Okay.
And for that, you deserve your coffee. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
In the Eurozone.
I will be leaving before.
Thank you for coming back for the last panel, and we would like to begin. There were some numbers that were put up that Open Europe's been asking some questions, polling questions that have popped up on the screen behind me. And the first question that ought to come up is, would Brexit be beneficial or not? How would the UK react? And you can tell me what the exact number is as I'm staring straight ahead, but 69, it was 70 when I left it. This was negative at the time. Which is an interesting number. And there's a question coming up later, will it mean the end of the UK? Which is an interesting point somebody raised about Scotland, I think, and how this plays. I mean, Mrs. Sturgeon over the weekend was playing it pretty cannily. I'm a St. Andrews man, so I know my SNP members, and was playing it cannily that indeed we would have to revisit this issue, which I think she probably would. Saying all that, in the last panel, and this is the most free-flowing of the all, which will scare the panelists the most, but that's good, is, and we'll start with Lord Lamont again, who has been fantastic in fending them off like Errol Flynn here a little bit. What of these, if it's going to be interest-based, as we all agree now, that there are other priorities, but the UK remains important, that's just a fact. Let's talk factually and in terms of common interests. To get to some sort of post-Brexit deal, what parts of this deal within this shorter period are easily or relatively easily managed, and what are real sticking points where it's hard to see how a deal can be done? And so we're going to start with Lord Lamont, then I'd like to move on to EU institutions, and then we'll go on. I see Germany already popping up, Spain. We'll go around the table. There's plenty of time to get everyone. We'll start with Lord Lamont, go to EU institutions and Germany, and I'll take every other hand. I saw Spain. We'll take other hands from there. But how would a deal evolve? What can be done relatively easily? What cannot be done relatively easily? And in your determination, sir, you lead us off.
You're asking me what are the most difficult points?
And what are the easiest, if you'd give me some of those too.
Well, I mean, I think it's emerged very clearly in the debate. The most difficult point for the UK will be financial services. That's obviously the most difficult. It's also a key interest of the UK. I mean, I advanced the argument that Switzerland had managed relatively well, but obviously in terms of incorporation versus passporting, there is a cost for the UK. One can see that. That is an issue. The second is borders. I mean, I think if there is a no, I would guess it would be very heavily influenced by the migration crisis. And it's not just the migration crisis, it's actually, although ironically this doesn't have so much to do longer term with the EU, it has to do with levels of immigration into the EU into the UK over a very long period of time. But I think therefore free movement of labour, is it possible to have an agreement whereby we have access for financial services, but don't have to concede free movement of labour? That's really the trade-off. But there are other things in this, as emerged in our discussion, such as could Britain make a contribution that might be welcomed by the EU? We have very close military cooperation with France. Europe seeks to build up its foreign policy credentials. Could the UK help with that? I mean, I personally, although I've always been on the Eurosceptic side of the argument, I've always believed in foreign policy cooperation between Europe. I mean, I think a great mistake of the EU was not actually, I think it concentrated too much internally and not enough externally, but that is something. Secondly, obviously a budget contribution is a negotiating I mean, Mr. de Gucht thought I was crazy to admit that at the beginning, but this is a simulated negotiation. I think everybody knows that's going to be demanded.
Okay, that's a very good start to get us going. EU institutions, then Germany.
Thank you. Let me first say something about Article 50, because that would be the framework for negotiations. What Article 50 says is that if a member state expresses its willingness or its decision to leave the European Union, negotiations start. So we have to start negotiations. But the member state concerned, until the negotiations come to an end and to a result, or after 2 years, but for the intermediate period, Great Britain would remain a member of the European Union. So imagine that you have a referendum the 30th of June. It is not as if the 1st of July you're out. No, you would be out once you come to an agreement with the European Union, so that you would have a tremendous time pressure on you, or after 2 years. No? Yeah. And in the intermediate period, you have to agree to everything that is decided. And by the way, you would still be on the council, you would still be in parliament, you would still be on the commission, and so on and so on. So the idea is that we just leave and then we will see what happens. That's not true. Huh? So you will negotiate while you are in the European Union. And by the way, that's what we did some 30 years ago with, maybe some among you remember with Greenland when they were leaving. And they were part of Denmark and they were leaving, and there was this negotiation that was conducted. Secondly, what I would like to say is that, Mr. Lamont, you should not limit the European markets to a matter of tariffs. You know? The biggest part of it, it's about non-tariff barriers, it's about norms and standards. And I cannot see that the European Union would allow you to, well, have, let's say, free riding on the internal market and not respecting the legislation that is decided and that in fact makes this internal market working. To limit the internal market to tariffs, that's not realistic. So that's also why with Norway, well, they accept also the non-tariff decisions and all regulations and so on. And you know that now there is a case with Norway because we have changed the rules with respect to offshore drilling and so on and so on. And they say, look, even there they have to follow suit. And so the idea that you can limit the internal market to tariffs, I don't believe that is very, very realistic. Last remark. On the financial services, I think the most difficult point for you would be about passporting. And you realize that because, I mean, you have been in charge of it. You know perfectly how the system works. And, well, Europe would never agree to passporting, open passporting for British financial institutions unless you would also agree, at least to a certain degree, on the supervisory powers of the European Central Bank. Because if not, that would break up the whole monetary union. I mean, you cannot have a free rider, and your banks would become, in fact, but your operations in Europe, they would be under the supervision of the ECB, provided that they reach a certain level, you know, a certain benchmark. So the whole idea that you could be in with your financial services and not controlled by the European Union, I think that too is very unrealistic.
Germany and then Spain.
So the case is there. What would Germany do? First of all, I would require legal advice from the Commission. What we need from the UK for this UCTA, I think, United Kingdom Trade Agreement. So that means you have to deliver, Lord Lamont, you have to deliver all the regulation for fishing, agriculture, industry, okay, which we can combine with that ACTA trade agreement. So it's the same like we did with Canada. They had the regulatory framework. You have none at the moment. So probably I would ask legal advice from the Commission. What do they have to deliver? See what they can deliver and what they put on the floor. A very crucial point, you pointed out that we have an intense relationship, is the standard question. If German, French, Netherlands industry will probably not accept that we allow market access on different standards. We haven't done that, for example, for issues of Canada, for chemistry, I think. Carol knows that better. So the standard question will be crucial to...
Unless you agree on equivalence, but that's a very limited percentage.
Yep, but okay, but in this very case, we don't have a framework yet. They're used to our European law. This is nothing new. They have to establish all the national framework. This is a good job for lawyer. My next life, then I would be a lawyer here in the UK and worth a living. And number three, probably I would I would ask for something. How will the financial relationship, like we have with the deal with Norway and others, I think, will be between the non-member UK and the European Union? So how the future financing. And finally, I will ask, do we have an implementation mechanism of European law into the UK law? Because this is something which is crucial for UCTA, and we are requiring that from others, that we are not allowing goods which do not require, which have different legal standards. So actually, there are many fields we would put on the table, serious negotiating. I'm not quite sure whether the status quo will be much more convenient for the UK, but we talked about focus and priorities. I know that this is a top priority, but in my focus and in the French focus and probably in the Netherlands focus is how we comply the new arrangement UCTA with the interests of our exporters, for example, or with our colleagues in the European Union. So the mutual interest probably on the European side will find a common position on all these sometimes controversial issues, find common ground with the Commission, and then go together with the Brits in the negotiating situation. So the first step would be, so Norman, don't take it personally, would exclude you from this table or going into the coffee room, find a common position, but all these delicate questions have to be elaborated before we go into negotiations.
Spain, then Italy, then France.
Well, I think that when we address this part of the conversation, it is worthwhile remembering that we will be in uncharted territory. So in your intervention, you have mentioned 4 areas. Defense, which is clear. I mean, in the event of a Brexit, defense is an area where the new European Union would need to cooperate, as well as other powers. You have mentioned budget contribution. Well, I mean, budget contribution as in abstract is not. Let's see when the wheel hit the road. And as I say, I hope that it never happens. But you have mentioned the 2 contentious areas, identified them with financial services. And then you said, well, if we take the precedent of Switzerland, but Switzerland is no precedent. I mean, let's just be clear about it. This, with the British citizens and in general with the European citizens, we will be in uncharted territories. And the truth of the matter is that nobody is preparing anything in Brussels or in many other capitals. Why? Because we don't know what we will be confronted. We are concentrated, and this is the difference between this debate and the previous debate this morning. The previous debate, everybody's concentrated the best of our efforts to make this happen. Not to prevent anything, no. To make this cooperation, this collaboration, this belonging of the UK in Europe work. And this is realistic. Frankly, it's a bit science fiction the moment we get into the granularity. So what contribution? So what financial issues? What border issues? Don't take as a precedent in these areas, as I say, neither, I mean, yes, legally, the president of Greenland is a precedent. But in terms of weight, it has nothing to do.
No.
The Brexit...
That was just about fisheries.
Yeah, of course, it was about fisheries. So let's explain to the citizens, this would be a tsunami would be a very, small thing compared with what would happen if there is a Brexit. And frankly, just to limit it to problems on financial services or on Switzerland or on borders, it's very limited. Finally, my last word, I fully agree with our colleague or our Polish colleague. I mean, this would give wings to the populists of all stripes all over Europe. And you have mentioned Spain and France, it's also true for many other countries. And this is something that, of course, we have to take into account.
Thank you for that. Italy, then France, please.
I think maybe the easiest topic to solve will be the foreign and security one, because of many reasons, but first of all because it is the less communitarian topic. So it's a topic in which we are used to work as intergovernmental cooperation. So, and we will be confronted with crisis abroad, so it will be necessary to work together since the beginning. So I don't see any big problems there. For the rest, I see many problems for Europe, of course, for the European Union. There's a list of problems. The top priority for me is the fact that without the UK, the push for a better internal market, a performing internal market will be weaker. And for me, it's a big weakness for Europe. The main problem would be, of course, about financial services. What I heard about models here and also out of here. Norway, Switzerland. I was in the city some days ago, somebody mentioned Singapore and European Singapore. Frankly speaking, I am astonished that for the UK, the model is Norway, Switzerland, and Singapore. The UK, one of the leading countries in the world for centuries, can be here discussing about being a big Norway, a big Switzerland, or a big Singapore. This is, I think, the demonstration of how crazy is the idea to leave the European Union. And also because the UK is very well performing in this very period. It's the country in Europe with the best performance in the European Union, not out of the European Union. So I think the European Union is not so bad if the UK is able to perform with such a very good results. And so I think that maybe the other key point is about, as Jan de Goes mentioned before, the unity of the UK. Of course, it's not our business, but
you're just playing the card.
Yes, I know very well that it will be a topic, and I think what John Bruton mentioned before about Ireland, about the consequences, is one of the key issues. But I would like to end up saying that Ana Palacio point about, I translate in Latin, terra incognita, is the key point. We were entering a terra incognita in which we don't know what will be the outcome, the consequences, but what I know, the consequences are not business as usual. I'm sure of that. This is why I don't think the discussion we had this afternoon is a discussion very realistic, because it will be worse than that, worse than the discussion we had, because there will be the polemic irrationality of the post-Brexit situation with all the stereotypes. We are full of stereotypes in Europe, but these stereotypes will be multiplied. I think it will be a very hard, very tough discussion. It will be not easy to have this discussion, and this is why I think this experience we are having here today is very, very useful.
I think a key point to bring up, and we'll bring up in the conclusion, the tension, and you brought it up, between interests and emotion. I'm a historian. You don't always do the rational thing. Spain never figured out its inflation rate. Germany had problems with its borders. Let me go on. Lots of things you don't get right. And we can't assume that in a Hegelian way we're always going to do the right thing. It's just not how the world happens to work, particularly with bad feeling. There's that. I have France, the Netherlands, and then Lord Lamont. I'll give a crack, and then John after that, you.
Very shortly, I completely agree with Anna and Enrico. With regard to foreign policies, there is no problem because it's based mainly on cooperation. For instance, the Touquet Treaty is a treaty, so it's not integrated in the Union. So I don't see any issue with regard to fight against terrorism, for instance. If you can help our secret services to be more performance, thanks very much indeed, after what happened. The second point has to do with financial services. As you know, the biggest success of the UK is financial services and the city as a worldwide center for finance. And I think that when you are out, you won't be any longer around the table with us. We think of another solution. With freedom of services, which is applied, which is opposed to Switzerland, for instance, in the case law, very famous Fidium Finance, I can give it to you, 2006, number C44204, says that freedom of services is not, does not allow Swiss banks to give credit through the internet in Europe. Except if they have a special authorization of Germany in that case and other. So I think that will, of course, oblige to rethink what we are going to do with regard to financial services in the Eurozone. Second, the case law on clearing and settlement, where Great Britain obtained a success before the European Court of Justice, saying that the single market cannot prevent the UK to welcome clearing and settlement banks chambers, even though if they are in difficulty, they will be supported by the ECB with euros. This will be completely obsolete, and you'll see the clearing and settlement chambers go back to the Eurozone, perhaps Frankfurt, perhaps The Hague, or Amsterdam, I don't know. And of course, you have the tax paradise, which are British territories. And in that respect, your alternative fund will be very welcome and will have a red carpet to welcome your alternative fund in the Eurozone, if you accept, of course, to come with us in that respect. If they want to have their headquarters in France, for instance, we'll be very happy. So I think that the financial services is the sector where the European could be very, very tough. And as you know, for instance, the 4 biggest banks of France have all their infrastructure now in the UK, not in France. And it's probable that politicians would ask them to come back because it's really very profitable, and symbolically the Eurozone will be the focus of the European much more so than it is now if, unfortunately, Brexit, which which the French government thinks is a disaster, does not become a reality. So financial services is really the main danger for the UK, I think.
The Netherlands, then we're going to have Lord Lamont have a go, and then Ireland.
Yes, indeed, to join the chorus in addressing the financial markets and the financial services. I was a little bit surprised to hear the glory of Switzerland, because Switzerland is part of the single market, but it's not in services. So it would come with very high cost for the City of London if you would sell to the public that you want to follow the example of Switzerland. I do not understand that. There are a lot of more areas. It's not only financial services. There is a intense corporate and markets. There is a lot of cooperation for justice and education and students, etc. So I think that we should make very clear to the public audience that it is not that the UK then goes back to the status as before they joined. We have been so much more investing. You will lose a lot more than which is already a lot, in trade and in markets. So we have it will be a very complex issue to unwind all that, and you may leave with the same models, but without any influence on that. And then again, the question whether there's the modesty to accept to follow Europe and not to be part of it. On the question, what would be on our agenda as 27, and also for the Dutch, I think we probably would have maybe 5 or 6 or 7 priorities before we come to something like redefinition for a relation with the British. As this morning discussed, our first priority is to restore the competitiveness of the European Union, which then makes at the very, from that point of on, that is not the interest of the UK anymore, and then we are rivals in that, but we are, number one is to restore our competitiveness. Number 2 is to make sure that our migration issue will be solved. It will be much more important than the relation with Britain. Then we have together to make sure that our project, Ever Closer Union, or what is it's called, that it comes back on track. We will discuss it without the UK. Then we have to make the Eurozone in itself more stable and more prosperous, and we will continue to discuss, and we will debrief the ECOFIN without the UK. So these are all processes, and all the 4 areas that we discussed this morning, and that Cameron, I commended Cameron for it, to put it on the table. That will be our priorities, and we will discuss them and we will solve them without the UK. We also have some issues with Russia. We also have some issues with the energy markets, etc. We will discuss all that, and that will all be much more important than the relation with our former member, the Brits. You know, we will expect that there will be, on a technical level, like with Norway, it would be easy to see whether there is common interest and what kind of services our people need. So we will handle that. But our priorities will not be to renegotiate a deal with Britain, will be other points. Let me make one final point. We have some experience in the Netherlands with referenda. Referenda are rather unpredictable because complex issue is narrowed down to a single black and white. So everything that has to be done to make the right solution cannot be done when you have a referendum. In the end, it's a yes or no. So it's very complex. We had a referendum on the new treaty, and like in France, it was voted down. I was sitting in the room.
Referendum in April, by the way.
And we have the referendum for Ukraine as well.
On Ukraine.
On Ukraine.
Yes.
Oh, God.
So I was sitting in the room with Ruud Lubbers, and we said, how can it be that people are voting against? And then people were asked, why are you voting against? And they said, we don't like the euro. Was the referendum about the euro? Not at all. So the referendum will be on something else than what is put on the table. It's rather difficult, it's unpredictable. And, you know, I think that if we have time, there is time scheduled until 4:45. It would be, I think, a good idea to reflect a little bit with the experience of this afternoon to come back to the issues of this morning. Would there be a somewhat higher interest to come to a solution on this level, on what we discussed this morning? Because I agree fully with the public. It will be a disaster, not only for you, but also for us. So let's come back to the discussion of this morning. Would there be somewhat more interest to come to a solution on these issues?
Lord Lamont, is that all right? Lord Lamont, and then Ireland, and then Sweden. Do you have just interjection? Okay, brief interjection. Great.
Very quick then. I mean, I can agree upon very much what has been said, but it's more for interest. I would like to ask, what will the British people feel then that should be so positive with a Brexit? What do you think then that where can they feel the difference? I mean, we are still talking about a lot of negotiations and agreements and so on, but what would be the huge positive thing for them leaving EU?
That's a good question.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer.
I know that.
But I would guess it varies across different segments of public opinion, but I would think, one, it is partly to do with an impression of the EU as passing too many intrusive, unnecessary regulations and laws. Sometimes I would admit, I would agree, this is a caricature, but this is very deep in the media, and it's made a deep impression on the British public. Secondly, and I think more seriously, there is a fear that our parliamentary democracy is, how shall I put it, Rodney Leach had a very good phrase, partially compromised, that we don't have as much freedom to make regulations for ourselves. This is felt by a section, not necessarily an overwhelming, probably in the political circles. This is felt, particularly in the Conservative Party, felt very strongly. The third issue is obviously immigration. And there is a feeling Britain is a crowded country, that the levels of immigration are just higher than we can absorb. And net immigration in this country has been running at the 300,000 per annum for a long time.
But you will have even more asylum seekers, I mean, on your side of the border than in Dover instead of Calais, isn't it so?
Well, I don't see why that would necessarily follow. I don't think people are going to be able to run through the tunnel simply because we've left the EU, and I don't believe the French government would behave irresponsibly in this matter. I think that's just a scare story that is put through. How are people going to get here? They can't swim. They can't go just walking through the tunnel, even though they unfortunately try to do that. Would you like me to try and answer? I'll try and answer. I mean, there were so many questions raised.
Please try.
Although I thought I had the mistaken perception that you asked people to make constructive comments about where we could find agreement.
That was a long time ago, yeah.
It seems to me people were really seeking to go over the debate that we had this morning, which I felt was rather sad. The point was made about competitiveness, and you were saying
Did you comment that the debate this morning was rather sad?
Was what?
No, going back to it.
No, I didn't say that. I said it was rather sad that we had to go back to the debate this morning. Not the debate, far from it. It was very, very interesting, very enlightening. Various points were made, and I can't cover them all, but I'll try and mention as many as possible. You made the point about the competitiveness being the top priority for Europe. Well, about time too. I remember the Lisbon Agenda, and I've been waiting ever since for the Lisbon Agenda to be achieved, for Europe to achieve its competitiveness.
It's because the British didn't want it to be achieved, because you imposed the method of coordination, which is nothing, and that's partly why
I don't know why it wasn't achieved, but I know it's been around for a very, very long time. The competitiveness of Europe is declining. That is one point that makes a great impression, obviously, in this kind of, we talk all the time about the largest single market, blah, blah, blah. But,
It's not blah, blah, blah.
Well, it'll be overtaken. It won't be the largest single market for long. Europe is declining. Europe is relatively declining. There are faster growing markets elsewhere. That is...
Which one, for example?
Well, the United States is going to grow faster. The Chinese market is going to overtake.
That's what I wanted you to say. Because if China wants to recap us, they need another 20 years of 10% growth, And do you really believe that is realistic?
Well, depends by which measure you take it. By some measures, the Chinese economy is very close to that of the United States already. Some people argue that the Chinese economy... Well, Europe's share of world trade, this I think at least is incontestable.
And your competitiveness will improve from leaving?
Well, we believe that the freedom to make our own regulation, the freedom to have our own currency has actually been one of the reasons that we've had a faster growth rate. We've had the fastest growth rate in the G7 in recent years. We are growing far faster. That is a consequence, I think, partially.
Not the conclusion of what the
No,
Big
I think
Bank
the
of
euro.
England
I think the euro was a historic mistake, and the euro has been a disaster for the EU. And when you were asking about British attitudes, I think they're very much coloured by the fact that we are not in the euro, don't want to be in the euro,
You said
and the euro
that you wanted
is not.
to reinforce that you were interested in the stability offered by the euro. Because the stability offered by the euro is key for companies.
If what happened to Greece is stability,
what would happen to Ireland if we don't have the euro solidarity, and what impact would that have been to the United Kingdom?
Well,
so actually, if we have a serious debate here, actually we cannot just walk on the surface. And this, Mr. Bruton may contradict because he knows better, but in this very time, the solidarity and functionality of the euro mechanism was helping one of our member states not to implode. And I'd like to remind you, Lord Lamont, that some British negotiators were participating because they felt, at least at this time, that it was a good thing to stabilize the Irish banking system.
And thereby stabilize the European and global banking system.
Yes.
This wasn't charity. This was
this was not for Ireland. This was for mutual benefit.
This was
agree on that one.
Europeans behaving rationally to protect the Irish and Irish banking system, but in that process to
completely agree.
Let Lord Lamont go on.
We
have disagreed over the
I apologise for having set off the hair of the euro. I think in the UK it would be widely incontestable the euro is a disaster. I can see that does not receive unanimity in this little gathering, but since all of you have had your say, and I'm meant to be replying to the points, maybe I could just be allowed my little say.
Go ahead.
I was asked about Article 50, and I very much agree with what was said. Obviously, that analysis is right. Things would remain the same for 2 years. I think that has calming positive effects as well as negative effects. The point was made by Mr. De Gucht that it's not about tariffs. Of course that's right. I mean, I fully realize that. Everybody knows that trade negotiations are, in a world of low tariffs, about standards, about regulation. But of course, as I think was found out with TTIP, sometimes countries are unwilling to do that, and the most you can do is probably try to get some machinery for the future convergence, if possible, of regulation. But I entirely accept that point. The point was made by Mr. Kampeter that applies to industrial goods as well. Of course, standards apply to industrial goods. Many standards, of course, are determined at an international level before they come to the EU level. But of course, British exporters would have to face that.
So no, my point was not that they apply, the point was that you need a British regulation for that, on which we make a negotiation.
The question
was, are you aware that you have to deliver that?
Regulation. When America exports to Germany, it has to observe the regulations there, just as everyone who sells goods to Europe has to observe European. And equally, European exporters selling into Britain, selling into the United States, have to observe their regulations. That is a commonplace of international trade. Then I was asked, isn't it odd that you were taking as your model Norway, Singapore, or Switzerland. Well, I'm not taking as my absolute model for Britain's role Switzerland, although I think there is an unnecessary tendency in British circles, sometimes in European circles, to belittle Switzerland, which actually on a GDP per capita, on a purchasing power basis, happens to be one of the most successful countries in Europe. Even if you discount the example of Norway. The only point I was making is that despite the barriers imposed on Swiss banking, the need to incorporation, the denial of passporting rights, although it is allowed to the insurance sector, Switzerland actually has done pretty well in financial services. I think one of you referred to the insistence of the EU on transparency in their private banking. True, they had to accept that, as did Luxembourg. So what? But nonetheless, Switzerland has been extremely successful in making its banking services available to the peoples of Europe. The model isn't obviously Norway or Switzerland, but I would say, Britain has more in common, if you're looking for medium-sized countries that have relatively high standards of living. We have more in common perhaps with Australia, Canada, medium-sized countries who have to live with the WTO regime, who have to observe the regulations into which they export, but equally other countries in the EU and have to observe the regulatory regimes into which they export. And I don't for 1 minute think that that's going to be a tremendous disadvantage for the UK. I mean, Mr. Letter made the point, we were going towards terra incognita. True, but I think we're just going into a world that many other countries exist in. Many other countries trade on a free trade basis or on a WTO basis. This is not unknown. The point was made by Mademoiselle Lenoir about the ECB and Swiss banks, but the Bank of England and the ECB have good swaps arrangements which have worked very well. I don't see why they shouldn't continue to work well.
They have swap arrangement because it has been said by the court in Luxembourg that clearing and settlement chambers have to be in the UK if they want. But this case law is obsolete.
Yeah, but one can never tell where a crisis is going to arise, which side it is. There may be occasions when the Bank of England is extending liquidity
the ECB was against swaps.
There may be occasions where the ECB is extending liquidity to the Bank of England. That's the world we live in. The same arrangements apply with the Fed. I don't see that implies a particular
yes, but
regime
the ECB
for
took
regulation.
a policy paper against the arrangement with the Bank of England, considering that it had to play the role of the lender of last resort vis-à-vis banks of the Eurozone countries in difficulty. It had the chambers for clearing and settlement had to be to have their main establishment in the Eurozone.
Well,
the name of the free market,
we've had a European Court of Justice case on this with the ClearNet case, which came down obviously in favor of the Bank of England. Clearing houses are not, I think, the most major issue, but there's one clearing house, I forget what it's called, LCH is it, which LCH ClearNet, which clears 17 different types of currencies without central bank liquidity. I mean, it seems odd that the Eurozone allows that to happen if having currencies, having clearing in currencies depends on having the lender of last resort behind you. 17 different types of currencies being cleared within the Eurozone. And also, I would say, if you really have this great ambition for the euro to be an international currency, you seem to be taking a very restrictive, protectionist attitude towards it. Surely, as with the dollar, you ought to allow it to be traded and to be cleared worldwide on an international basis.
I'm going on to Ireland and then Poland, but let me just one point amplify about what British people think, because I've spent a lot of time here in saying this in a non-pejorative way. Let's compare it to the 1970s, where there was a negotiation. Not much came back from Wilson, and at the end of the negotiation, the British voted overwhelmingly to stay in Europe in their transactional way. Why? Well, Europe was growing at the fastest rate in the world with the highest productivity in the world, and if you don't care about this issue and you just know that, you'll stay in. That is not the feeling now, without picking on anything, because I'm aware of the Herculean struggles of keeping the euro together. But that is not the fact now. There are seen other markets in other areas of the world, without going into which ones will last and which not. You're right, the Chinese are 25 to 30 years away, not 20. It'll be longer if they're lucky, and they know that. There are problems with every area, but it is not seen as self-evidently the shining light in the global community in a way in the 1970s that it was. And so transactionally, you can have a very different opinion if you don't follow this issue very much. Geez, youth unemployment, I don't know if I want to get into that. So I have to say that without casting any aspersions, the context of the world economically is different, that's all. Ireland, then Poland, and then we'll see where we are after that.
Norman told us that the UK is currently doing well economically. If so, it's doing it as a member of the European Union without the uncertainty that's engendered if you leave the European Union. Norman said the euro is self-evidently a disaster.
When you say, but John, everyone interrupts me, so maybe I can interrupt you. I mean, actually, if you look at our exports to Europe are doing badly. Why? Because Europe's been doing very badly. Our exports to the rest of the world have been doing well. Our domestic market has been doing well. It's not because of the EU that Britain has been doing well.
I think we misdiagnose the situation if we think that problems in Europe are due to the euro. They're due to the.
I didn't say they were due.
Well, no, I'm speaking. I'm saying what I'm saying on my own behalf.
This is an acceptable point you made.
What?
No, the point that you made about Europe is performing bad because of the export and.
Well,
we have to know what are the differences between China and between the growing difference between China and the rest of the world. For Italy also. The export to China is better than the one with the UK. It is not the way to say one is better than another one. I think it's not the correct way to do it.
I'd like to just say that I think if Europe is growing less fast than it ought, it is because it's aging. It's not due to the currency arrangement. And I would ask Norman to contemplate what it would be like if instead of having the euro, we had 19 separate currencies in what's now the eurozone, engaging in competitive devaluation against one another, with all the temptation of introducing temporary tariff barriers or levies to prevent this working. I think the euro is actually essential to the maintenance of the single market. And I think Britain is benefiting from the existence of the euro, even though it's not in it. Now, Norman identified, and it was a very good question and a very good answer, the three areas which were prompting the British people to leave. One was the impression that intrusive laws were being passed by the EU, and another was that parliamentary democracy was being partially compromised by Britain's membership of the EU. His solution to that was that Britain would negotiate something like the Canadians have negotiated. Well, I just checked up the Canadian agreement in regard to technical barriers to trade and what sort of input the Canadians have to EU laws. Well, first of all, it's made clear under the Canadian agreement that both Canada and the EU are entirely free to introduce new laws at any time they want. All that the Canadians are being granted in terms of influencing that is some form of regulatory cooperation forum, where it is stated they will be able to exchange information and experience. They will have no decision-making powers and only will be allowed, the Canadians, through this forum, to provide suggestions to the European Union. So you'll be going from a situation where you have a seat at the table, making the EU rules, both in the Council of Ministers and in the Parliament, to a situation where you'll have a seat in a regulatory cooperation forum where you'll be able to tell us your experiences I don't think that's going to be very satisfactory. And I think if the British people feel now that they're subject to intrusive laws or parliamentary democracy being attenuated, they'll feel that even more if they're having to access the European market, which is important to Britain, under the guise of a Canadian-style agreement. You'll have even less input. You'll have even more parliamentary democracy alienation. The third point that Norman mentioned was immigration. And I speak as an Irish person here. One of the solutions that he mentioned as to where, if we had to have passport controls to control immigration, that instead of having them along the very long border in Ireland, that in fact you'd have them in Stranraer and Liverpool. In other words, that the whole island of Ireland would be sort of treated as one from that point of view. I just say this in all seriousness. The implications of that and the impact of such an arrangement of that kind that would have on the unionist community in Northern Ireland, who feel a great attachment to London and who sort of regard being part of the union as their identifier. If they feel that they're going to be treated as if they're not part of the union as far as passport controls are concerned, I think that will do terrible damage to people who call themselves loyalists, and they would find that in order to reach a convenient deal, these loyalists were sort of lumped in with the rest of the island of Ireland, and which they have certain views about. You rightly, however, said, Norman, that we haven't been terribly constructive in terms of suggestions as to how you solve your problem. Now, admittedly, it's a problem you've created for yourselves, but that's as it is. If I were to try to or advise David Cameron, I would say focus on the areas where Britain is already strong and look for Britain to get stronger. Where you're already strong is in the area of services and the export of services. And insist as part of your negotiation to stay in the European Union on the completion of the single market. And use the British negotiation opportunity to force those member states, and some of them are represented around this table, who've been blocking the opening of the service market. And this includes, shall we say, one of the federal republics that we have in the European Union, where the biggest blockage is at land level rather than at federal government level. Force the Germans to open up their service market to British goods, which is now closed, and say that you leave the European Union unless the Germans open up their service market and the French open up their markets for other forms of service. Use your threat to achieve something big for Europe, rather than looking for exceptions and exemptions and all that sort of thing. That's my not very helpful, but
it's very
constructively intended advice.
That's helpful. We have Poland, Germany, and then Sweden, and then we're going to go back to you.
It's too much for me to answer.
All right, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we're going to move this on.
Well, I just say, I mean, on the Canada thing, of course, what people object to about the regulations is that they apply not just to when we're selling into the single market, but the regulations apply domestically as well. Now, obviously anyone selling into a third market has to observe the regulations of that market. That's where I don't accept the force of what you were saying. In any transaction of an export nature, people have to accept the regulations that apply there. But if we were not in the EU, the burden of regulation on domestic industry would at least be
you will have two standards.
diminished.
You will have double standards.
But this applies to everyone in the world.
No.
Everyone who sells into the EU, unless they've got some special arrangement, has to observe the regulations, which are probably different from their domestic regulations. United States people selling into the EU have to observe EU standards, probably standards they don't have in their own domestic market. So
that's
that is. But when you have
but that's very, very rare what you are. The situation that you're now describing, because the countries that import into the European market, or export into the European market, excuse me, in those sectors they export to the European market also adopt our regulations and apply them also domestically, because it's very, very difficult to manage an industry, for example, with double standards. Take a very practical example, REACH, that's on all chemical products. I cannot see that on the one hand, and you would have to, that you would respect REACH for all your exports to the European Union and have a different system inside Great Britain. That simply is not operable. It simply doesn't work. You know, it's not true what you are saying.
Well, it happens in the United States, happens in Japan.
It does
happens
not.
with many countries.
No, it does not. I mean, it really does not. Take, for example, the United States. In those sectors where they really export, where they have a real market in Europe, they have the same regulations. On an arrangement that is bilateral, yes, but they have it because everybody realizes that you cannot have a double system.
So Norman, I raised this point earlier.
If they have a common system, it is because some of these regulations do not originate 100% from the EU, but they originate on international bodies, standards bodies that apply to each industry, standard bodies that are negotiated by numbers of countries wider than the EU. But there is no way the United States accepts a regulation passed on the 1st of January by the European Parliament or the Council of Ministers and then just decides, look, that is fiction. That does not happen.
But then they cannot export.
They have to comply when they export, but their domestic regulations are only the same when that is the result of probably internationally agreed standards.
REACH is a European regulation.
Okay, I'm intervening briefly because Anna has to leave in literally 2-3 minutes, and so I wondered if Spain had any last thing to say. Then we're going to go back to Lord Lamont to finish, and then go on to Poland, Germany, Sweden, and wrap up. That's what we're doing. Anna?
Well, my last comment is that all in all, I think that this conversation was very interesting. And was very interesting because it confronts us with something that, frankly, I still think it's a hypothetical situation that will not happen. But I think that it's good anyway to start thinking, and that we will have to live in this terra incognita, this uncharted territory, as I said. We will have to live in it. I don't think it will be good for anyone, but you can count on the interest of everybody, of the union, the then union, and that we would make the best out of it. This is sure. But you also can count that this. I think that on this I join all the studies that have been made, that neither on economic terms, not on stature in the international relations terms, it is going to be it's going to be a mess for all of us, but also you are not going to be saved in a kind of Noah Ark where you are going to go into this globalized world by yourself. No, frankly, it will be a mess for you as well.
Thank you. Back, Lord Lamont, respond to that and the rest as you were, and we'll go on.
Well, I agree. It won't be like Noah's Ark. If I remember rightly in the Old Testament, what does it say about Noah's Ark? That it was a vessel full of all strange creatures, and it moved slowly over the face of the waters. So I don't think it'll be quite like that. But thank you very much for being constructive and wanting this to have a happy ending. I don't think I'll really go back to the discussion on the euro. I'm sorry I introduced the subject of the euro. My opinion remains the same, that the euro has not been of advantage to Europe. I disagree completely with John Bruton that it would have been a disaster to have had individual national currencies in 2008. I think the euro economically has not worked to Europe's advantage, and I think the political implications in terms of where it leads to common budgetary policies, what Mr. Schäuble wants, those are things that are totally unacceptable in Britain across a very large spectrum of opinion indeed. But there's probably no...
You seem to be more interested in the euro than others here.
No, I'm trying to end the discussion on the euro, actually.
You're really introducing it.
Well, it was introduced by John. On John's point...
It was a disaster, actually.
Don't touch Schäuble.
I had to stand up for currency.
Well, I think you did very well. Best you could have done. I take very well what you said about, I take very seriously the issues you raised about immigration in Northern Ireland. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think the passport zone, is something we would seek in a spirit of goodwill, obviously, to maintain.
Okay, Poland, then Germany, then Sweden.
Well, I would have two comments as an economist, not as a former politician. First, I think it's very strange to blame European Union for growing slower than China, because it's only normal that poorer countries with reasonable policy are growing much faster. Poland is growing faster than Britain too, so it's not an argument. Second, nobody is forcing Britain to join Eurozone, so I don't understand why the mention of euro as a problem in Brexit has been done. I don't want to enter this huge discussion on the Eurozone, but let me see, economically speaking, that the most important factor which determines success or failure are domestic policies, including the Eurozone. So you've got Germany because of previous reforms under Mr. Schroeder, Netherlands, etc. On the other hand, in the Eurozone, you've got Greece or Portugal. Now, I think Britain have made huge blunders, not because of European Union, because of your purely domestic reasons. You had a very deep crisis, financial crisis, because of very irresponsible fiscal policies. Don't blame Euro for that. Now you mentioned that you are doing so well. Well, it remains to be seen. First, this is being driven by ultra-loose monetary policy, which creates lots of side effects. It remains to be seen what the exit would you make. Second, some of your policies, on purely domestic reasons, give rise to economic objections. Sharply rising minimum wage is not a very good market policy. It is not being dictated by the European Union. What about lagging productivity? You've been having lagging productivity. So I would say that don't blame European Union for the domestic policy failures, including the very, very rigid zoning, which has contributed to the lagging supply on housing and contributing to increasing prices. So I think correct diagnosis is very important. And assigning blame for your own domestic problems is not very fair.
Germany and then Sweden.
I'd like to take up a point where we have to be more precise, Carol raised. I think it's the European Communities Act of 1972 where the British adopted EU primary law. And this is the basis, what we are talking about, all this regulatory stuff and the consequences. There are two options in Brexit. One, you stay within the European Communities Act, then actually nothing is going to be changed because you implement all the bureaucracy Norman is criticizing into the United Kingdom. Or you get rid of it, then you have to develop national regulations on all the stuff the 1972 regulation came in. That is what Carol and I were several times. You said, Norman, abstract, we have to obey the market structures. But option number one is, nothing is really changing here in the UK if you stay stuck with the European Communities Act. And option number two is that we're raising the question, have you prepared all this regulatory stuff? Do you believe that to get a free trade or something agreement with the Commission? Or do you actually tell us that you want to negotiate on the same stuff you're criticizing, the whole stuff? There's a very brilliant analysis of a guy who was running the legal services of the Commission, who is just exactly explaining this and other showcases. We cannot politically decide, which are legally have to be decided. For example, what is the legal status of the UK citizens who will no longer be EU citizens? We have there has been negotiation, at least with the European Union or with all bilateral ones. What is the legal status? Yeah. Probably, as I understand your argumentation here, immigration is one issue, so it will be much more inconvenient for EU members to join UK workforce. So we have to deal about that. And for example, the 60 free trade agreements, if we have to talk about that. If the EU are making with other sources. These are the crucial issues we have to debate, find common ground on the Brexit thing. But the most important thing to me, see, if you abolish the European Communities Act, you have to introduce to us on which basis of what primary law and secondary law, which has been implemented to the legal status of the United Kingdom, now is substituted. This is a question probably which has to be answered before we come to a final arrangement on the post-Brexit structure. This is nothing where we can just walk on surface, ignore details. This is a question where we are limited to the European institutions law, and we cannot just by easy going go away on that. And Carol, you may disagree, and Norman, you have to say, is there a secret plan how you deliver all this regulatory stuff, or do you are recommending us that on the same legal level we had before we are negotiating, which actually doesn't change any regulatory criticized by the participants in the debate?
One phrase, just really one phrase,
okay,
just to complicate the debate.
That would be welcome.
Imagine that in that process, you have a referendum in Great Britain and Scotland decides to quit and apply for membership to the European Union. In that case, which one is the remaining entity?
Yep.
It's a very crucial question, you know. Which one is the remaining entity?
Who's leaving who? Yes. Who's leaving who? Yes. Sweden, and then we're going to have Lord Lamont again.
I'm still trying to understand your positive thinking about leaving EU. And you said, John, that what did UK think in the 70s? Well, Europe is the fastest growing, let's say. Is that how you're thinking, that it's not the fastest growing anymore, so that's why we have to leave and go somewhere else? Well, I think you make big mistake then, because to begin with, I mean, I think that Europe is still doing fairly well if we think about what is happening around us. And for all the mature democracies, it is not a tremendous growth like it is for China, as you mentioned. But you instead have a lot of other problems in those, not China, but emerging democracies that we have some examples of. China isn't even a democracy. You say then that, well, you can have, or you can negotiate your own FTAs with these countries and think maybe that can go smooth. But the truth is, and I think that Carol knows it, or I know you know that much better than me, they have a lot of other stupid regulations that sometimes are even worse than what we ever have thought about. And we at least try to think that we should have less regulations, we should facilitate for more free trade. But for many of these countries, it's still a lot of them, and they are also rather keen on to have new ones. And on top of that, you have other problems like China, again, as an example, the immaterial rights protection. And we can see that now when we are negotiating about this investment agreement. And have you really thought about that you can stay within European Union and have that trade with other countries anyway, if you think that we should put our focus away from Europe since it's not growing fast enough for us? We need to find new partners. I still can't see how you win with leaving the EU. I think that you will just create the same or even worse problems alone outside.
Good segue to you, Lord Lamont.
Well, a lot of different points raised. Well, one of the points raised, very important point, about the repeal of the European Communities Act and what would happen to the acquis. Well, the acquis is absorbed into UK law. I would suggest that we would continue with the acquis in the foreseeable future. Obviously, in terms of regulatory discussions that there might be between the EU and the UK, we could discuss over time what it was that we were thinking that we might repeal as it applied to the UK. Obviously, outside, we would have to apply it when we were exporting to the EU. But I don't think we would take a match to the acquis overnight, just the day we left. I think this is something to be considered over time and very slowly. On Scotland, I don't myself go along with the line that Scotland is likely to vote dramatically different from the rest of the UK. Social surveys indicate that attitudes on these questions are not dramatically different. It is possible that, just like Cornwall might vote differently, or some other part of England of the UK might vote differently by a small percentage, but we are a United Kingdom. I don't think the fact that one area votes would necessarily trigger another referendum in Scotland. I know the SNP say that, but actually what would determine whether the SNP held another referendum would be one thing and one thing alone, whether they thought they were going to win it. And actually, I think with the oil price where it is, it's not the ideal moment for Scotland to pursue that. As regards which would be the entity left behind, I thought Mr. Barroso had made it clear that Scotland, this is what I thought he had said, Scotland would have to apply for membership of the EU. It would not automatically become a member.
Unless it's the remaining entity.
Well, he said that it would have to apply, and I thought it...
No, that was before the referendum in Scotland.
I thought
then they were not the remaining entity.
And I thought
if you quit the other remaining entity.
And it received very strong support, what he said, from the Spanish government. I'm sorry, our Spanish colleague has left.
This is another case. It was before the referendum. After the referendum.
You cannot mix up everything. I mean, that was before the first referendum. And he said, look, if they decide to go it alone, then they will have to apply. Because in that case, Great Britain, what is left of that, would still be a member. Once you're not a member anymore, they are the remaining entity. And that would completely change the case.
Yeah. It might.
It's like that.
Okay.
It might.
Yep. Well, the other point was just all this endless argument about which parts of the world are growing at which rate and what is the cause of it. I don't think I'm going to convince anyone by restating my view. My view is, perhaps it's over-influenced by the fact I negotiated our opt-out non-participation in the euro, a decision and a role I've never ever regretted. I don't think it would have worked at all well for Britain. If it works well for the EU, good luck to it, but it's going to require a lot of harmonization, a lot of integration, fiscally, control of public expenditure that I think many people in this country consider raises issues of democratic accountability, national elections being elections about tax, spending, what a government's priorities are. This seems more and more difficult to reconcile with where I believe the single currency will end up. Okay, Europe is recovering somewhat. To say that the UK is based on ultra-loose money policy, I just wonder what you think the ECB is up to.
A little less.
No, you're not accurate.
We're just now to the final wrap-up stage of the day. We have about 10 minutes left. We really have 15, I'm lying to you, so that 5 minutes give for me there. A couple things that are clear, and I'd like you to comment on that. I thought, in terms of the discussion, you were right. The only practical things I have on what's easy and what's hard our military things will be relatively easy and that they're more intergovernmental. There's NATO to deal with, and we share intelligence all the time. in a way that isn't very routinized. And so that will continue as our interests are in common over these terrible issues. I think that's right. What's hard, which you've said in a variety of ways, is services. And from Lord Lamont around the table, we agree that that is vital and the hardest nut to crack. And I think for the variety of reasons that that's been a really good discussion as to how hard. I would make two broader points and then go to get final thoughts, and do keep them to like a minute because I want to get everyone in on this. And we'll just go around the table. We'll go to my right, so we end with Lord Lamont, and we'll go to my right. 2 points to make. I think that this is shown this morning and this afternoon that not only is there not a plan B, as Anna was saying, I'm not sure there's a plan A. We haven't looked at, as we did this morning, the actual detail of what Prime Minister Cameron has proposed. And I thought that was a very good discussion to do that. But I thought this was very good too, because the bad feeling came across, the brittleness about Europe in decline. And this is important. If I can see, if it's your project, it's not about the euro, that's a stalking horse for. In 1970, you were the future. If people in Britain think you're the past, that's hard to swallow, and it explains how they vote. And you may very well argue that they're wrong, but they may still think that in politics. It's important for you to know that people do. They look at youth unemployment, they look at quarterly growth numbers for the last 10 years. Nobody's saying it's been easy and you haven't been heroic. I think you have. But to say that compared to emerging markets until recently, and yes, from a very low base, I know the argument, but those numbers are there every quarter. And that does affect public opinion. To say it doesn't is not true. But the point that you make, that the plan B, if the plan A hasn't been fleshed out, plan B hasn't even been discussed at all. And plan B is infinitely complicated. And plan B will have to be done with a lot of bad feeling and a lot of interest in a very short, relatively short period of time where some of these basic questions haven't begun to be addressed. And if we've done nothing more than begin to put that on the table, I think Open Europe have done, and you have done a service, because it is going to be complicated. And as I said this morning, like dating, we're going to argue more after, when things break up, about who gets the CD collection. It cannot be avoided, and in the end, we're all stuck with one another, as Mick Jagger said to Keith Richards. And that's exactly right, we are. So I'd like to head to my right. 1 minute, please, on closing, on where you see this going in terms of either session and your impressions. Thank you. Off you go.
Should I start?
Start with you, because I'd like to end with Lord Lamont. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for a very good discussion. And I can also say that I'm glad that it's not reality, at least not yet. I can't really see the positive part of leaving Europe or European Union. I think that all of us need to work very hard. That's at least what I can conclude. To change that impression that you are talking about, the impression on British public that EU put too many regulations, and the fear that your national parliament will become weaker. And I do really hope that this Brexit never will become reality, because it would be extremely sad.
Thank you, and that was admirably on time. Thank you. To the Netherlands, please,
Yes.
to the minute.
I am puzzled and struck by the debate because I see an asymmetry between, on the one hand, the UK position that there is a lot to be feared when we stay and when we try to make the best of it, and we are fearing a lot of the future. But without the EU, you only see sunny things. So all the scenarios are quite different, and they are not factually underpinned. So I am puzzled with that. But let me take from this morning the most sensitive issue that we discussed was the discussion on immigration. And it was said there that it might well be that Cameron would be flexible if a common ground and if an objective could be found. He would be flexible when it comes down to the instrument or the legal proposals. Now, I think this is a very important result, that if as long as you focus on your instruments and you make your instruments secrets and you transmit your instruments to goals, you will never win. But if you define your goals and you find common interest, then you also might find the interest to solve the problem. So on a higher ground, this morning made me optimistic although I still fail to understand some of the logic that is ruling the game here on this side of the North Sea.
To Germany. Thank you again for keeping to time.
First of all, I'd like to thank and show respect to the two British contributors in this round. They could have had a more convenient day than debating the issue with us. Second, I would say we've seen this morning and this afternoon, we will find good solutions on a better Europe together with Britain. We will find a solution on post-Brexit. But I would suggest that the most preferable, me personally, but probably for Europe, is that we would have the strong British voice in the first row of the European debate. This is crucial, not just only for Europe, but I think it's a self-confident and encouraging aim where the UK people should aim at. I can hardly believe in the European Union without the United Kingdom.
Thank you. France, and again to a minute, please.
4 points to begin with, to say that, of course, the French government wishes that the people of the UK say yes to remain in the EU. The UK has had a tremendous influence on French and European civilization, and also on competitiveness and liberalization inside Europe. 4 points. Remember, when the UK entered access to Europe, the UK was supposed to be the ill person of Europe. And after it accessed to it, now it's in full good health, comparatively to. So I think that Europe was positive for you, because you were much worse before accessing to the EU. Second, I've never heard your Prime Minister say that the euro is a failure. And I don't advise him, if I may, to say such a thing, because I think that it won't really help negotiations.
He won't say it.
It is not in the interest of your country. That's what I can say.
He won't.
Yes,
He won't.
it's personal, I think. We admire all countries, but as you know, our mature democracies and economy have great problem with social issues. In the US, you have 2% of the people, the very rich people, having almost the same global income as the other. So we are faced also with social crises in all our mature democracies. And that's an issue for Europe, to combine competitiveness, liberalization, and here, for instance, in your country, it's almost impossible for working people at an average or low level to buy a flat. So that's, and in France, we are also confronted with that kind of issue. So we have to take that into account, all of us. Then, of course, we don't wish Brexit, but even if it happened, I'm very, very optimistic with regard to Europe. It is facing its most important crisis it has ever been faced with, but I'm optimistic because I'm European, so I have no right to be pessimistic.
And on that happy note, Prime Minister Letta, 1 minute, please.
I was very happy. I've been part of this experience, and thanks to Open Europe. I think it was very interesting. My final conclusion is that we are discussing as the European Union is the center of the world. That is not more the case. So in case of Brexit, we risk to have years and years of discussions and wasting energy, time, money, when the rest of the world will run without us. This is the key point. And we have to look at the big picture. The rest of the world is not waiting for us. The UK, the rest of Europe, I think we need to know that we are no more the center of the world. So please do not waste time on issues that are, in my view, we can solve these issues without drama and without years and years of chaos.
Thank you. 1 minute, please.
Yes, 2 remarks. First, I think the debate, once Mr. Cameron comes to an understanding with the European Union, the debate should not only focus on what Mr. Cameron has reached in Brussels. But also the debate on what would happen with Great Britain if they vote no should be conducted before the referendum. And it's obvious that nobody really knows how to do this, but it's very difficult to have a template that demonstrates that Great Britain would be better off. So this would be, I think this should be a crucial part of the campaign. What's happening if we say, no, that should not come after the referendum, but before the referendum? And the second remark is this is a British debate, you know. It's not us from whatever country that will in fact convince the British to vote the right way. It should be a British debate, but the British debate should also be on what we have been discussing here today.
Very good point. On 1 minute, please, Poland.
First, I strongly believe that Brexit would be bad for Europe and very bad for Britain. Second, accidents happen in politics too. Look at European history of 20th century. Third, then one of the proposals would be for reputable British think tanks like Open Europe to have an information campaign. And first to say what is justified in the British criticism and proposals, and there are many things, like competing single market or dealing with over-regulation, and what is not true or exaggerated, like they believe that once Britain leaves European Union, it would give a boost, immediate boost to its economy, which is obviously untrue.
Thank you. John, 1 minute.
What we're trying to deal with here is a slowing economy, which is happening anyway because of the aging of our populations. The need to devise some sort of system for the democratic governance of globalization, which the European Union is, and which Britain participates in, and which Britain would not participate in if it leaves. One thing I think that's been very valuable in Norman's contribution is that he has come out clearly in favour of a Canada-style arrangement rather than the EEA or the Swiss-style arrangement. I think it's very helpful because that helps us now to focus on what Canada has got and how that might apply to Britain, because it at least provides us with some measure of narrowing down of the options so that we can do our work.
Lord Lamont, literally 1 minute. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and thank you very much to all our European colleagues who came. I think the purpose of this was, I think, to be educational, to see what some of the trade-offs in a negotiation would be, and I've certainly learned a lot. I don't know if anyone else has. This, of course, is an issue that won't be determined by the politicians. It'll be determined by the people of this country. I believe that Europe does need some sort of supranational framework. I personally think that the framework we have is not right. It's too remote, it's incomprehensible. Not one person in 1,000 could define qualified majority voting for you. We need, I think, a different sort of arrangement, but I don't see that coming about. I don't believe that getting out will be disastrous for Britain. Trade depends on willing buyers and willing sellers. Trade is not determined by politics and institutions alone. And just as Australia, Canada, I won't mention Switzerland again, have managed to do perfectly well, I believe we can. I don't know what will happen, but if it happens, I believe a constructive approach is in the interest of everybody, and acrimony should be put to one side. Thank you.
Literally, there are 30 seconds left. I'd like to thank you for coming, and especially Open Europe for bothering to do this when there's a huge need for this. So here to you for your interest, and here for Open Europe. And thank you, panelists, so very much for a fantastic day. Thank you.